Welcome back to Cosmic Wand, the corner of the wizarding multiverse where one small what-if can rearrange an entire castle. Today's tale is, what if Wednesday Addams was sorted into Slytherin and claimed Harry as her personal property in front of the Great Hall? A story about a 13-year-old in black braids, a 13-year-old in too many jumpers, an old slab under the dungeons, and a family of choice that does not, on any account, do things the way other families do. If you enjoy long-form fanfiction told with patience, please consider liking, subscribing, and hitting the bell so you never miss a new tale. Settle in. The candle on the mantel is lit. The raven on the windowsill is waiting. The story begins now. Chapter 1, I have decided the Hogwarts Express had, in its long career, carried a great many unusual children. It had carried boys who turned into rats and back, girls who could speak to clocks, twins who could finish each other's swear words. It had carried, in one memorable case, an actual goose. None of this prepared it for the 11:37 arrival of Wednesday Friday Addams. She was, on the surface, 13. She wore a black uniform that was not a Hogwarts uniform, black pleated skirt, black blazer, white collar, a thin black tie tied with a precision that suggested either military training or a very polite obsessive disorder. Her hair lay in two braids so dark they appeared to have been drawn in ink, with a small silver clasp at the end of each, like the cap on a fountain pen. Her shoes were the kind of shoes that did not so much walk as audit the floor for non-compliance. She had been on the train for 93 minutes. In that time, 4 students had opened the door of her compartment, glanced inside, made the small involuntary sound a person makes upon meeting an unexpected uncle at a funeral, and shut the door again. The 5th had been a third-year Hufflepuff who had begun to ask Wednesday if she was lost, gotten as far as, "Excuse me, are you?" and then stopped, because Wednesday had looked up from her book, slowly, as if from a great depth, and Wednesday's eyes were the kind of brown that looked exactly like a closed well. The book was called Funeral Rites of the Seven Empires. It had a leather cover and a small leather strap and a single page tabbed with what appeared to be a length of human hair. Wednesday had not chosen it for the train. She had chosen it for life. She closed the book around her finger and turned the page tab toward the Hufflepuff, who flinched. "You may continue," she said. Her voice was flat, very low for 13, and so unhurried it gave the impression of having been pre-recorded in a vault. "I have decided to allow this." The Hufflepuff made the funeral uncle sound. He left. Wednesday returned to her book. She did not smile, because she had never smiled, because smiling was something other people did with their faces in order to be liked, and Wednesday Addams had been raised to consider the urge to be liked as a kind of mild illness, like seasickness, that one outgrew by exposure. Outside the window, the English countryside was performing a competent imitation of October. The light was grey. The hedges were the color of damp ash. A scarecrow in a turnip field had its head bowed, and Wednesday spent a thoughtful 3 minutes considering whether it had been hanged or merely tired. She was very tired of England. That was an unfair sentiment. She had been in England for 11 hours. She had not, in any technical sense, met it yet. But Wednesday's grandmother, the 3rd grandmother, the one with the teeth, had warned her, "The English are like cake," Grandmama had said, sucking a chicken bone with the affectionate look of someone enjoying a small private memory. "They look pretty. They taste of paste. Take a fork. Always take a fork." Wednesday had not taken a fork. She had taken 3. One was tucked into her boot. One was inside the lining of her blazer. The 3rd was hidden, with the same precision with which she had tied her tie, somewhere in her hair. She read another 17 pages. The train slowed. It was, by then, evening. She marked her place with the hair bookmark, closed Funeral Rites of the Seven Empires, set it on the seat beside her, and looked at her own reflection in the window. The reflection looked back at her with perfect equanimity. Wednesday and her reflection had a long-standing agreement, neither would ever blink first. "Address yourself to the matter at hand," her reflection said in the soundless way reflections do. "You are about to be sorted." "I am aware," Wednesday said aloud. I will not be moved by spectacle. You will be moved by a hat. I will be moved by no hat. There is a hat. There is always a hat. She gathered her things, the book, a black umbrella she had brought even though it was not raining, a small lacquered case the size of a deck of cards which contained, among other personal effects, a vial of her grandmother's perfume, oil of crushed iris and lily of the valley and one secret ingredient grandmama would only describe as an apology, and stood. The Hogwarts Express groaned. The platform at Hogsmeade slid into view, torchlit, fog-wreathed, with the kind of fog that did not roll in but lay down, like a tired dog, between the cobbles. Wednesday approved of fog. Fog was a thing the universe did when it intended to commit a small private crime. She stepped down onto the platform and was promptly nearly trampled by Ron Weasley, who was running because Hermione was already lecturing him about the prefect rotation and he was, for reasons he could not have articulated, trying to flee. He bumped into Wednesday. He bounced off her, bounced, the way one bounces off a small slightly inanimate object, and looked down. Oh, bloody hell, said Ron, who had not yet realized he was already, technically, in the prologue of his own catastrophe. Sorry, didn't see you. Are you? Wednesday looked at him. She did not move her head. She did not change her expression. She simply transferred her gaze. Ron's mouth shut. I forgive you, Wednesday said. Once. She walked past him. Hagrid was somewhere up the platform shouting Fur's years, this way, but Wednesday was not a first year. She was a transfer. Dumbledore had sent her a small thoughtful letter in late August, written in violet ink, explaining that for reasons of academic ecology, she would be sorted with the first years but in the order of her own seniority. Wednesday had appreciated the violet. She had appreciated, more, the phrase reasons of academic ecology, which she had taken to mean that Dumbledore considered her an apex predator and was hedging. She found a Thestral carriage at the front of the line. The Thestral looked at her. You can see me, it said, not in words. Yes. Most cannot. Most are cowards. The Thestral looked, briefly, pleased. It was the most affection Wednesday had given anything that morning, and the Thestral knew it, and the Thestral made a small dry rattle approval sound in the back of its throat, and Wednesday, without any change of expression, laid her hand briefly on the bone edge of its wing in acknowledgement. They were now, the two of them, friends. They would not need to mention it again. She climbed into the carriage. Harry Potter was already inside. He was sitting with his back to the door, talking to Hermione. Hermione had clearly given up on Ron, and Harry was halfway through a sentence about something to do with Professor Lupin and chocolate when the carriage door opened and the small ink-dark presence of Wednesday Addams folded itself into the seat opposite him. Harry stopped talking. Don't stop on my account, Wednesday said. Right, Harry said. He glanced at Hermione. Hermione made a face that, in the Hermione lexicon, meant I have read about this person, please be polite, I will explain later. Harry tried again. Sorry, are you the transfer? I am Wednesday Friday Addams. Of the Addams family. Of New Jersey. Her voice was the same flat, level instrument throughout. She placed her hands on her knees. She looked at Harry the way a librarian looks at a book she has heard of but not yet decided whether to shelve. You are Harry Potter. Yeah. Your hair is uneven. Cheers. I did not mean it as an insult. It came out a bit insulting anyway. That is your interpretation. I have made no such commitment. Harry, who had not been raised in a manor and had never been on a date and had certainly never been examined like the inventory of a small specialist auction house, said something that came out as a laugh because there was nowhere else for the air to go. Hermione watched this exchange with the alert, slightly tilted attention of someone witnessing a known principle of physics behave incorrectly in a controlled environment. Actually, Hermione began. Yes, Wednesday said, without looking at her. I know about the school. I have read 3 of the histories. The bag shot is largely accurate. The Ravenscroft is romantic and unreliable. The illustrated one by Cassandra Belling is mostly illustrations. She turned back to Harry. Your scar. What about it? It is the only interesting thing on your forehead. Harry put his hand to it without meaning to. Lower the hand. It will heal nothing. He lowered the hand. Hermione opened her mouth. Wednesday continued before she could begin again. You are a Parselmouth, you have survived 3 encounters with a creature you should not have survived, and you live with relatives whose surname I will not pronounce because pronouncing it would dignify them. These are the publicly known facts. I will require more facts in private. We will discuss them in private. Not now. Okay, Harry said. You agree to this swiftly. Yeah, I guess I do. That is acceptable. Most boys waste 11 seconds. The carriage moved. The Thestrals lifted their bone-thin necks and began to walk, and the wheels rolled over the cobbles, and Harry, who had spent the entire summer being told, in various ways, by various adults, that he was likely to die before 16, discovered that he was not, at this moment, afraid. He was a different shape of unsettled. He could not have named the shape. It was not unpleasant. He filed it under I will think about this later and looked sideways at Hermione, who was looking sideways at Wednesday, who was looking, with great calm, at the back of Harry's head. Are you, Harry said carefully, always like this? I am told, Wednesday said, that I am occasionally worse. The great hall did its trick. It was the trick of the enchanted ceiling and the floating candles and the long oak tables and the gold plates and the 4 house banners breathing slightly in the rising heat, and most students who walked in for the first time felt the trick land in their chests with the soft thud of awe. Wednesday walked in beneath it. She did not look up. She did not need to. She had been raised in a house where the ceiling rained, every Wednesday, a fine cold mist as a tribute to her grandmother's birthday. A floating candle was a candle that had not yet committed to a position. Wednesday did not respect indecisive lighting. She passed the Hufflepuff table without acknowledging it. She passed the Ravenclaw table, where one of the older girls actually leaned forward to get a better look and one of the younger boys quickly hid his pumpkin juice behind his book. She passed the Gryffindor table, where Ron Weasley was already 3/4 into his seat and going pink at the suggestion of her, and where Harry Potter sat down with the slightly off-center expression of a person who had spent the carriage ride being patiently dismantled. She passed the Slytherin table, where Draco Malfoy was in the middle of explaining something to Crabbe and Goyle and stopped mid-syllable when her shadow crossed his plate. She came to a stop in front of the staff table. She did not bow. She did not curtsy. She placed her hands at her sides and stood, perfectly still, with the dense composed patience of a small dark cathedral. Professor McGonagall, who had been about to call up the first year, looked at her over the rim of her glasses. McGonagall's face was the face of a woman who had spent 40 years organizing other people's nonsense and had, in the process, developed the spinal posture of a heron. She permitted herself a single faint nod. Miss Addams, said McGonagall. The Scots of her voice were faintly pronounced this evening, as they always were on sorting nights. If ye be so kind as to wait. Ye'll be sorted last, before the feast. Mr. Filch will assist. I will wait, Wednesday said, in her flat, faintly transatlantic monotone. I am very good at waiting. I have waited inside a coffin for 9 hours. I have waited inside a slightly damp coffin for 11. McGonagall, who had been a professor for 40 years and had not, in that time, ever quite been speechless, found herself, briefly, looking at the front of the staff table the way a person looks at the front of a staff table when they wish to communicate something urgent to a colleague without turning their head. Snape, 2 seats down, met her eyes. Snape's eyebrow performed a small private movement. McGonagall's mouth did a small adjustment in return. The hall waited. Wednesday stepped to the side, exactly the distance Filch indicated, and stood, and was still. The sorting began. Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. Slytherin. Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Slytherin. Names that Wednesday filed with the diligence of a girl who had been raised to remember every grudge her family had ever incurred and to update the ledger weekly. A boy named Owen who looked at his shoes the entire walk to the stool. A girl named Edith who tried, briefly, to flirt with the Sorting Hat. Hufflepuff. A boy named Cyrus who burst into tears before being sorted and was sent, by the hat, with great kindness, to Hufflepuff anyway. A girl named Priya who walked up like she meant to set fire to the stool and was sent, with audible amusement from the hat, to Slytherin. Wednesday allowed herself one private acknowledgement, in the silent room behind her face, that the hat was, technically, an interesting object. Then it was her turn. Addams, Wednesday, called McGonagall. She walked. The hall, which had been chattering as the first years finished, did the thing halls do when a stranger walks the length of them. It did not silence. It did, however, listen. She climbed the dais. She sat on the stool. She did not adjust her skirt. She did not arrange her braids. She placed her hands on her knees. McGonagall lowered the Sorting Hat onto her head. The hat, which had been napping in the way old hats do between names, opened one frayed eye and said, in a voice only Wednesday could hear, "Oh. You have been informed," Wednesday said in her mind. "I have not been informed," said the hat. "I have been interrupted. I was in the middle of a quite enjoyable second nap. And then a young person came up the stool with the kind of mind that, well. I do not think I have, oh. You are repeating yourself. I am, yes. Forgive me. I do not, as a rule, repeat myself. I am a 1,000-year-old hat. I do not need to repeat. But, your mind is, there is an entire small graveyard in here, did you know that? Yes. And here, is this a recipe? Is this an actual, cyanide and honey? My mother's. We are not currently discussing recipes. No. We are not. Forgive me. I am sorting you. Yes. The hat made a small thoughtful settling noise. Bravery you have, oh certainly. The kind that walks into rooms. The kind that walks into rooms with an opinion. Hufflepuff is a kind room, and you will eat them. Ravenclaw, you have the brain, certainly, but you will bully them, and they will write essays about it. Gryffindor would adore you, and you would adore them in your way, but they would grow loud and you would grow louder, and this would, in the long run, distress the suits of armor. You are stalling. I am stalling. Yes. I do not, as a rule, stall. You have stalled before. I have. 22 seconds for Harry Potter. How do you, he told me. He did not tell you. He told no one. You read it off his face in the carriage. Yes. You are very rude. Thank you. The hat sighed. It had been 1,000 years since it had sighed without it being part of the act, and it was, faintly, surprised to find that it still could. I have only one place to put you, of course, it said, and you have known it since you boarded the train. So have I, if I am honest, since I felt your shadow come up the aisle. So has the founder you most resemble. He would have liked you, you know. He would not have admitted it. He had the most beautiful contempt for admitting things. You have the same contempt. You would have terrified him. Slytherin. The last word came out aloud, in the hat's old soft voice, and the Slytherin table erupted into the slightly louder than necessary applause of a house that suddenly realizes, in real time, that its average has gone up. Pansy Parkinson, who had been frowning all evening in case anyone needed her to, paused mid-frown to applaud once and re-engage frowning. Draco, 2 seats away, applauded with the careful formality of a young man who had been instructed all summer to make a good impression on transfer students of prominent foreign families and had no idea who the Addamses were but was prepared, on principle, to seem to know. Wednesday lifted the hat off her head with the same gravity with which she had received it. She handed it back to McGonagall. "Thank you," she said. "You are welcome, Miss Addams." McGonagall's voice managed, somehow, to suggest she had not, in fact, expected Wednesday to thank her, and was filing the discovery away. Wednesday turned. She did not move toward the Slytherin table. She stood, instead, on the dais, facing the hall. A pause. "Miss Addams," McGonagall said. "Your table is to the left." "I know where my table is," Wednesday said. She stepped down from the dais. She walked. She walked along the line of the staff table, paused in front of Dumbledore, and inclined her head a fraction of an inch. Dumbledore inclined his own head the same fraction of an inch in return, his eyes twinkling with the particular twinkle they had when he had just received an extremely interesting piece of news. Wednesday continued past him. She walked past Snape. Snape, who, by virtue of being the new head of Slytherin House, was about to inherit her, followed her with his eyes. His mouth, which was very thin to begin with, became slightly thinner. She came down off the dais. She turned right. She walked the length of the Slytherin table, slowly, past every single Slytherin who had just applauded her, past Draco who was beginning to lean forward with an overhear expression, past Pansy who had paused mid-frown again, past the older Slytherins in the back who were starting to mutter, past the prefects who were starting to half-rise. She did not look at any of them. She walked the entire length of the table as if it were a corridor that was simply, regrettably, in her way. At the end of the Slytherin table, she turned 90 degrees, crossed the open polished floor between the houses, came to the Gryffindor table, and sat down opposite Harry Potter. The hall did not breathe. Harry looked at her. Hermione, beside Harry, looked at her. Ron, on Harry's other side, looked at his pumpkin juice as if it had betrayed him. Up at the staff table, McGonagall's voice, having been raised, for 40 years, in defense of the basic rules of the sorting and what came after, found itself, very faintly, in a place it had never quite reached before. "Miss Addams," Wednesday stood up again. "Not all the way up. Halfway up. Enough to lean forward across the table at Harry, so that her braids fell forward and the silver clasps at the ends caught the candlelight. Enough that the entire Gryffindor table around them, third years, second years, seventh years, could feel that something was about to happen that none of them had been warned about. She said, in her flat, low, perfectly unhurried voice, audible across the whole hall because the hall had, at that exact second, achieved the kind of silence that pulls voices outward, "I have chosen this one. He is mine. Object and I will demonstrate what I learned from my grandmother's third husband." The hall did not breathe. Then the hall breathed. It breathed in approximately 7 different directions at once. The Hufflepuffs made a low collective O. The Ravenclaws made a higher collective O with a question mark in it. The Slytherin table, having spent 40 seconds being honored and now finding itself spectacularly publicly snubbed, made a sound like a small kettle being kicked. The Gryffindor table, sitting closest, made no sound at all, except for Ron Weasley, who managed, in a small choked voice, the syllables, "bloody hell." Hermione, who had read about social fainting in Hogwarts, an updated examination of pureblood customs but had never actually witnessed one, leaned forward and said, in her crisp, slightly thrilled, slightly outraged voice, "Actually, Wednesday did not look at her. I am not finished." Hermione, who had been actually D-ed by approximately 11 people in 3 years and had never been, "I am not finished," D back with that particular flat finality, sat back down. Her hands rested briefly on the table. Her mouth opened. Her mouth shut. Her hands lifted off the table. She put them in her lap. She looked, briefly, the way a small extraordinarily intelligent girl looks when she has been outflanked at her own game and is in the process of deciding whether to be impressed or furious. She landed, for the moment, on impressed. Object, Wednesday continued, in the same flat voice, and I will demonstrate. Wait, what? Harry said. He had been, at the moment of her sitting down, halfway through a roll. The roll was still in his hand. He set it carefully on his plate, like a man laying down a weapon. Object, Wednesday repeated. If you object. I don't, what am I objecting to? My claim. Your claim. My claim. I have made one. I have chosen. The hall has heard. You may object. Most do not. My great-aunts intended objected. The duel lasted 28 minutes. He lost a thumb. We were very happy. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione's face was, at this point, an unusable instrument. He looked at Ron. Ron's face was the color of his hair. He looked, slowly, back at Wednesday Addams of New Jersey, who was sitting directly opposite him with her hands flat on the table on either side of his bread roll, perfectly still, perfectly serious, perfectly unblinking, with 2 black braids that ended in 2 small silver clasps. He said, That is not an objection. No. Then I will continue. Hold on, but by then the staff table had unfrozen. McGonagall was already 3 steps down the aisle, her tartan rustling, her glasses doing the small flash that her glasses did when she was about to deliver, in 17 words or fewer, a verdict from which there was no appeal. Miss Addams. You will return at once to the Slytherin table. Wednesday did not turn. Professor McGonagall. At once. I have not finished my introduction. Ye have finished. Ye have introduced yourself to the entire hall, ye have introduced yourself to Mr. Potter, ye have introduced yourself to a small choking sound from Mr. Weasley. Ye have done as much introducing as a young woman is permitted to do in a single mealtime in this school. Return to your table. Now. Wednesday considered McGonagall with the same level patient gaze she had given the thestral, the carriage, the train, the hat, the hall. Then, with the same gravity, she said, I will return to my table. I will not retract. I am not asking ye to retract. You are not. I'm asking ye to sit down, lass. That is an acceptable distinction. She turned. She walked, with the same unhurried pace, back across the open floor between the tables. She turned 90 degrees again. She walked back along the Slytherin table, not the full length this time, she stopped exactly halfway, at the seat that had been clearly, by some unspoken Slytherin protocol, reserved for the new transfer, and she sat. She placed her hands on the table on either side of an empty plate. She looked, for one steady second, directly across the open floor at Harry Potter. Harry, on the Gryffindor side, with his roll still on his plate and his world doing something he could not name, looked back. The entire space between them, all that open polished floor with its candlelit reflection, 20-odd feet of stone that had separated houses for 1,000 years and that no one but ghosts and the occasional new first year had ever crossed during a feast, felt, briefly, traversable. Wednesday, opposite him at her own house's table, inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. Harry, without meaning to, found his own head doing the same. It was, he would think later, the most public agreement he had ever made. He had no idea what he had just agreed to. The Slytherins around her, meanwhile, were rearranging themselves with the haste of small animals reorganizing under a new and somewhat alarming pack leader. Draco, 2 seats down, was the worst sufferer. He had been raised, all summer, to position himself near the most important new arrival in the year. He had positioned himself, by careful seat selection, to be near Wednesday. He had positioned himself in vain. Wednesday had made her opening declaration not about him, not even toward him, she had crossed his line of sight entirely, on her way to a Gryffindor, and his careful seat positioning had become, all at once, the seat positioning of a boy waiting outside an event to which his invitation had been cancelled. He cleared his throat. Addams. She did not turn. He cleared it again, louder, with a certain Malfoy inflection. Addams. I don't believe we've been formally, be quiet. Be quiet. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. I will address you when you are useful. You are not currently useful. My father, began Draco. My great-grandmother eats men like your father, said Wednesday, in a tone so devoid of bravado that it landed not as a boast but as an item on a domestic shopping list. She cooks them with rosemary. She gives the bones to the dogs. The dogs do not care for them. They are dry. Draco's mouth opened. Draco's mouth shut. Draco, who had spent the entire summer being told by Lucius that an Addams alliance would be politically valuable, sat staring at his goblet with the small fixed expression of a young man recalculating his entire September. Up at the staff table, things were quietly chaotic in the controlled way things were quietly chaotic at the staff table on most sorting evenings, but with an additional shimmer. Albus, McGonagall said, taking her seat again, her voice dropped to a private register that nevertheless cut through every other private register at the table. Albus, this canna stand. Minerva. She announced him. To the hall. She did. In front of the first years. In front of the first years, Dumbledore agreed, with great delight. I confess, Minerva, I have not been so well entertained at a sorting since 1957. Albus. I shall speak with her. Tonight. Tonight, Dumbledore promised. He glanced down the table. Severus. Snape, several places down, who had been informed only that morning that he would be inheriting an Addams as his new third year, who had read the small accompanying file with the small accompanying note from Dumbledore that read I am sure you will manage, Severus, who had spent the last 14 minutes watching a 13-year-old American girl walk the length of his table and reject it for a 13-year-old Gryffindor boy with bad hair, did not look up immediately. He took a careful sip of pumpkin juice. He set the goblet down. He spoke without turning his head. Headmaster, he said, in the cold, exact, never contracted formality that was his, I do not believe I have, at any prior point in our long acquaintance, been so exquisitely underprepared for an evening. I rather thought you might enjoy it, said Dumbledore. I do not enjoy it. That is unfortunate. It is. Have a sweet. I do not want a sweet. They are lemon. Headmaster. Yes, Severus. I will have words with her. As her head of house. Tonight. Before the third years return to the common room. I will have words. I will make those words exquisitely clear. Severus. Yes, Headmaster. Do enjoy yourself. Snape did not reply. Snape did not look as though he had heard. Snape was a man who had survived rather a lot, and one of the things he had survived was Albus Dumbledore's idea of help. Down the table, McGonagall, who had heard the exchange the way McGonagall always heard things at the staff table, gave a small dry exhalation that might, in a less restrained woman, have been a laugh. The feast resumed, the way feasts at Hogwarts resumed, with a low rolling clatter of plates and a swelling of conversation that was, this evening, an entirely different conversation than the conversation it would otherwise have been. At every table, in every quiet local cluster of 3 or 4 students, the new transfer was being discussed, was being relitigated, was being, in some quarters, drawn upon napkins. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione had begun, with the helpless industry of a girl who had a book in her brain on the subject of every possible thing, to explain. The Addams family is, well, they're old. They're properly old. Older than the Hogwarts founders, by some of the genealogies. American branch since 60-something. They're a squib line, technically, with periodic magical reappearances. Or, no, they aren't squibs, they're they're a different kind of magic. They're nightmare people, said Ron, with what, for Ron, was insightful summary. Ron, that's racist. It's a nightmare people. Ron. She just, Harry, mate, she just publicly engaged you in front of the entire hall. It's not an engagement, Harry said carefully. He was looking, with great concentration, at a small dent in the side of his goblet. She said claim. That's not the same word. Harry, Hermione said, with the careful precision of a girl who had read Hogwarts, an updated examination of pureblood customs twice over the summer and was already cross-referencing the passage in her head. In some traditions, claim is exactly the same word. Right, said Harry. Right. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. It's not necessarily romantic, Harry. It can mean sworn companion, depending on the family. It can mean partner in violence, in some of the older customs. It can mean family of choice, in the Addams branch specifically. The Addamses are famous for adopting people into the clan by intent, without paperwork. Harry looked at her. That's better, isn't it, he said. In one direction, said Hermione, yes. In several other directions, possibly worse. Ron made a low whimper. Harry looked across the open floor, between the hall, at the Slytherin table, where Wednesday Addams sat as still as a small dark cathedral with her hands flat on the table and her eyes, he could not tell, from here, where her eyes were directed, but he had a powerful, slightly alarming sense that her attention was directed at him. He looked back at his roll. He picked it up. He set it down again. He picked it up. Right, he said, mostly to himself. Right. I need a minute. Take a minute, said Hermione, kindly. It's not a minute thing, Hermione. Take 5, then. Hermione, it's not a minute thing, Harry. Yes. Eat the roll. Right. He ate the roll. The feast wound down, the way the feast at Hogwarts wound down, with the gentle distant clatter of plates clearing themselves and the gentle distant murmur of prefects sorting first years and the gentle distant scrape of a 1,000-year-old hat being returned to its high stool. Dumbledore stood. Dumbledore did the announcements. Dumbledore mentioned the Forbidden Forest, the corridors, the new defense against the dark arts professor, the small ministry-imposed presence of Dementors on the perimeter of the grounds, this last with a small private displeasure that nevertheless came across very clearly to anyone listening for it. Dumbledore wished everyone a good first night. He looked, only once, down the length of the hall. He looked, just for a beat, at Wednesday Addams. His eyes twinkled. Wednesday inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. Dumbledore inclined his own 1/4 of an inch in return. Snape, watching this, made a small involuntary sound that was, possibly, the sound of his soul applying for transfer. The Gryffindor third years climbed the staircases like third years always climbed the staircases, in groups, with arguments about the homework not yet set, with elbows in ribs, with Ron explaining the rules of his own Wednesday Addams shock to anyone who would listen and several people who would not. Hermione walked between Harry and the wall, with the careful posture of a friend in tactical formation. She'll come for you, she said, low. I know, said Harry. Tomorrow morning, probably. I know. Possibly before breakfast. I know. Harry, I read about her grandmother. The third grandmother. The one with the teeth. The Addams matriarchs don't make claims they intend to retract. They make claims and then they live in them. Like houses. Hermione. Yes. I'm aware that I have, somehow, today, become a small house. I don't need extra detail. Right. Sorry. Just, keep walking, please. They reached the fat lady. The fat lady was already in the middle of her end-of-feast complaining, and she did not stop when they arrived, and Hermione gave the password. It was Fortuna Major, which the fat lady considered showy, and the portrait swung open, and Harry, with the small careful posture of a boy who had, in the space of one mealtime, become an item on a long Slytherin to-do list, climbed through. The Gryffindor common room rose to meet him. It was, in fact, mid-tumult. The news of the hall was already there, the way news always was. By the time the third years arrived through the portrait hole, for different fifth years were reenacting the I have chosen line with varying degrees of accuracy, 2 seventh years were taking bets on how long it would last, and a first year who had not yet quite figured out which house she was in had wandered into the common room by mistake and was sitting on the hearthrug looking up at the ceiling beams in an attitude of complete spiritual surrender. Harry put his head down. He did the politest possible variant of no, please, no, please, no, please, I am going to bed. He climbed the boys' staircase. He reached the dormitory. He sat down on the edge of his bed. His owl was not on the perch. Hedwig was, traditionally, on the perch at the end of the welcome feast. Hedwig was very reliable. Hedwig was the most reliable thing in Harry's life, and the absence of Hedwig was a small, alarming dent in the early evening. Then he saw it. There was, on his pillow, a raven. It was a very large raven, much larger than was sensible, and its plumage was so glossy and so black that the candles in the dormitory put 4 small reflections in its feathers, one for each candle, like 4 small white eyes. It had a folded letter in its beak. The letter was sealed with black wax. The seal was the impression of a small hand, a small, very small hand, pressed into the wax with a single thumbprint at the top. The raven turned its head. It regarded Harry. It made a soft prrk in the back of its throat that was, perhaps, courteous. Harry, very slowly, sat down on the bed. He held out his hand. The raven hopped onto his wrist with an old courtly dignity, walked up his arm, paused on his shoulder, set the letter down on his pillow with the careful precision of a butler setting down a silver tray, and stepped back. It folded its wings. "You're not Hedwig," Harry said. The raven inclined its head 1/4 of an inch. "Right," said Harry. He picked up the letter. The black wax was warm. The handwriting on the front was elegant in a way Harry did not have a word for, long, slow, deliberate strokes, like the handwriting on an old map, with the letters slightly elongated, as if every word in the address had been gently stretched. It read, simply, Harold James Potter, the Gryffindor Tower Dormitory, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, United Kingdom, this evening, please. He turned it over. He broke the wax. He unfolded the letter. The paper was a heavy black paper that he had not previously known existed, and the ink was a deep silver gray that caught the candle. The hand was the same long, slow, elegant hand as the address, and the letter ran, Harold, I trust you are well. I trust, more pointedly, that you are intact. My daughter has a habit of arriving without warning, and you will, I am afraid, have been arrived upon. We are pleased. Wednesday writes us by Raven, which we encourage. The owls of the wizarding world are, in our small private opinion, too sunny. The raven who carries this note will remain with you for the term. His name is Edgar. He will eat anything you give him, including, regrettably, your homework. Try not to give him your homework. He does not need the assistance. We have set aside the bedroom adjoining Wednesday's at the manor for the holidays. The room is east-facing. It is presently being aired. It will, by December, smell faintly of rosemary and old paper, which is, in our house, the smell of welcome. Try not to die before we meet you. Gomez sends his regards. He has, on hearing your name, immediately committed himself to your duel of welcome upon your eventual arrival. You will not be permitted to refuse it. You are encouraged to win. He encourages this in everyone. He has not yet noticed that this means he loses approximately every duel of welcome our house holds. It is one of his charms. Wednesday will explain. She is very good at explaining. She will not be very good at being kind. She does not yet know how. You will, I believe, teach her, by accident, and slowly, and without ever telling her. Do not tell her. She would correct it. With all of the affection a stranger may presume, Morticia from Addams. Harry sat on the edge of his bed in his dressing gown, with a black raven on his pillow and a letter in his hand from a woman he had never met who had described, in 2 paragraphs, the precise shape of the rest of his life, and he did the thing he did when his life shifted shape on him without warning. He breathed in. He breathed out. He folded the letter back into its black envelope. He set it carefully under his pillow. He turned to the raven. Edgar, he said, testing it. The raven, with great dignity, inclined its head. Right, said Harry. Right. He looked up at the dormitory ceiling. The dormitory ceiling looked back the way dormitory ceilings always did, uninterested, slightly cobwebbed, faintly drafty in the upper left. It did not have any answers. Harry had not expected it to. He was beginning to suspect, with the deep tired patience of a boy who had been doing this all his life, that the answers, for the rest of this year, were not going to come from any ceiling at all. He lay down. He did not undress. He was almost asleep when Ron flopped onto the next bed, dressed, and said, into the darkness, Harry. Yeah. Mate. Yeah. That girl. Yeah. That girl, Harry. I know, Ron. Go to sleep. Bloody hell, Harry. I know. Ron was quiet for a long second. Then, she's going to come for you at dawn, isn't she? Harry lay in the dark and looked at the ceiling. He could feel, on the other side of the castle, in a greenlit common room he had never been in, a 13-year-old girl with black braids and silver clasps sitting up perfectly straight, with her hands flat on her knees, planning his next 24 hours with the methodical care of a cathedral architect drawing a small new chapel. He closed his eyes. Yeah, he said. Yeah, she is. Chapter 2, Compatibility Assessments. She came for him at dawn. To be precise, because Wednesday Addams was, in matters of when, exactingly precise, she came at 5:53 in the morning, which was the moment at which the Hogwarts sky over the Forbidden Forest turned, in the east, the particular color of cold tea, and the bell in the clock tower was still 9¼ minutes from announcing the hour. She had calculated the time the night before with reference to the local sunrise, the calibration of the clock tower against the latitude, the rotational position of the Tower of London, out of habit, the prevailing wind, and the natural span of time required for a boy with bad hair to fall fully asleep in a strange bed, dream once, dream again, and become extractable. She had drafted the calculation in the margin of funeral rites of the 7 empires and erased it once she had memorized it. She did not, as a rule, leave evidence. The fat lady was already screaming. She had been awake since 2:15, when, by her own account afterward to several other portraits, a small dark shape had paused beneath her frame, looked up, and had not said anything for a full minute, which was, frankly, worse than if she had. The fat lady had then attempted, at 3:20, to fall asleep again, only to be roused at 4:11 by the sense of being studied, and then again at 4:49, at which point she had concluded that the small dark shape was simply there and was not going to leave, and she had ceased to attempt sleep. By 5:53 she was several rounds into a recitation of her objections. Absolutely not, the fat lady was saying, the password, young lady, is the founder's principle, without it I am the door and a door I shall remain, this is a Gryffindor tower and you, regrettable as it is, are in Slytherin colors at, what is the time, at dawn, at the hour of dawn, and, open. I will not. Wednesday lifted her chin a fraction of an inch. The angle of her chin against the line of her jaw produced, in the lantern light, a very small disagreeable shadow on the wall behind her, and she let the shadow settle on the fat lady's frame the way one would gently place an envelope down on a counter. You will. I am a portrait, the fat lady said, with the high indignation of a portrait who had not been threatened in any meaningful way since 1812. I am not coerced, young woman. I do not respond to atmosphere. If you do not have the password you will stand there. I have a password. You have not a password. I have one. It is not the Gryffindor password. It is not the Gryffindor password, Wednesday agreed. It is mine. The fat lady, in spite of herself, in spite of her policy, in spite of 190 years of professional door standing, became, for 1/2 second, curious. Try it then, she said. Wednesday said a word. The fat lady looked at her for a long beat. Then she looked away. Then she said, in a small voice that was not the voice of the morning's argument, "Oh. Oh, where did you learn that one?" Grandmama. That is a very old, that is not for, you do not say that word to a portrait, child, you say it to, I have said it. The door. The door. Open. The portrait swung open. It swung open with the silent reluctant grace of something that had not, in its long career, been quite moved in this way before. The fat lady did not say anything else. She watched the small dark shape duck through her own opening into her tower with the slightly stunned expression of a woman who had just discovered that her own door had a master key she had not been told about. Don't make a habit of it, she muttered, to no one in particular, when the portrait swung shut. Wednesday was already going up the boys' staircase. The Gryffindor third-year boys' dormitory in early September smelled of 3 new pairs of socks, one slightly damp owl, and a lingering ghost of last night's pumpkin tarts. Wednesday entered without a sound. She stepped between the trunks. She stepped over a fallen pillow. She paused beside Ron Weasley's bed, regarded him for 2 seconds. Ron was asleep in his clothes, with his mouth open, with a small thin line of dribble at one corner, and his face composed in the expression of a boy dreaming that he was on a horse, and concluded he was not a threat. She moved on. Neville's bed, he was asleep curled around his toad, which slept neatly under his chin like a small leathery breath mint. She moved on. Seamus and Dean, both asleep, both faintly snoring, both, as far as her surveillance was concerned, structurally sound. Harry was in the 5th bed. She stood at the foot. She studied him in the grey dawn light. He slept on his side, one hand under his cheek, the scar exposed and faintly pinker than the rest of his forehead. His glasses were on the bedside table, folded. His wand was under his pillow. His chest moved evenly. He had pushed one foot out from under the blanket the way warm sleepers always push one foot out, and his sock had a hole in it, and Wednesday filed the hole away under will be repaired by my mother by Christmas, whether he wishes it or not. She did not wake him by touch. She did not wake him by voice. She did not, in fact, wake him at all in any of the usual ways. She simply stood at the foot of the bed, and after 8 seconds, Harry, who had survived to 13 by being a light sleeper, opened his eyes. She was there. He did not jump. He had, dimly, expected her. Wednesday, he said. His voice was sleep-rough but level. Good morning, Harold. Just Harry. Harry. What time is it? 5:55. I gave you 2 extra minutes. Generous. I considered it generous. He sat up. He fumbled for his glasses, slid them on, and looked at her properly. In the grey morning light, in the silent dormitory, with the other bed still occupied by sleeping boys, she was a small ink-dark cutout against the blanket tartans, perfectly still, perfectly composed, with both braids forward over her shoulders and her hands clasped in front of her in the polite at-ease posture of a child being introduced to an aunt. You came for me at dawn, he said. I told you I would. You did. I keep my appointments. Right. He looked at Ron. Ron snored. He looked at Neville. Neville snored more politely. He looked back at Wednesday, who had not, in the last 90 seconds, blinked. Are you supposed to be here? No. Right. This is partly the point. Right. He climbed out of bed. He pulled on his robes over his pajamas. He laced his shoes. He picked up his wand. He paused, on a thought, and picked up the letter from under his pillow, the heavy black paper one, the one from her mother, and held it loosely in one hand the way a soldier carries his orders. Wednesday saw the letter. Her expression did not change, except that the very faint shadow in the corner of her eye lightened by, possibly, 1/2 of one shade. "My mother writes well," she said. "She does. You will be careful with that letter." "I will." "You will not put it in your trunk, where the house elves can find it and accidentally launder it. You will keep it on your person until you find a hollow place in the dormitory floor to hide it." "There's a hollow place in the dormitory floor." "There is a hollow place in every dormitory floor. There is a hollow place in every floor everywhere. You simply find it." "Right. This is one of your first lessons." "Right." He followed her down the stairs. The fat lady, when they emerged through her portrait, said nothing, although her eyes were faintly narrowed. Wednesday inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. The fat lady inclined her head 1/8 of an inch in return, somewhat against her will. They walked out. She gave him a tour of her Hogwarts. This was not, Harry quickly understood, the tour Percy had given him in first year. Percy's tour had been organized by floor and by the official map and had emphasized which staircases moved on which days and which corridors led to which classrooms. Wednesday's tour was organized, well, Harry could not have said how it was organized. It was organized by some private taxonomy that was, in some places, alphabetic, and in some places architectural, and in most places straightforwardly moral. "This," she said, "on the 3rd floor, in front of a closed door, is where the Badgers live. The Hufflepuff Badgers? The Crest Badgers? No. The actual Badgers. Helga's. She kept 7 of them on the 3rd floor. They went to sleep when she died. I have woken them up." "You have, what?" "They are friendly," Wednesday said. "They live in the wall now. They will come out for crusts. If you offer them honey, they will be even friendlier. Try not to offer them honey before you can run away from them. They are extremely fast for badgers." How did you wake them up?" "I asked them," Wednesday said. "Politely." She did not elaborate. She did not need to. The door behind her made a small sleepy badger noise, like a snore mixed with the rustle of straw, and Harry decided, with a sleep-rough caution, that this was either one of the most enormous lies of his life or one of the most extraordinary truths, and he was prepared to find out at a calmer hour. They walked on. "That," she said, "on the 4th floor, pointing at a closed disused girl's bathroom, is where I have set up the bone altar." The what?" "Bone altar. It is small. It is not a real altar. It is merely a small assembly of bones I have found around the grounds. I have placed them with intention. I will pray at it on Sunday mornings." "You, to what?" "To no one. The point is not the recipient. The point is the practice." "Right. You may join me, if you wish." I might pass on Sundays, but thanks. I respect your refusal. I will not refuse it back. I will, however, ask you to consider, at some later point, whether you have any bones you would like added to the altar." "I do not have any bones I'd like added to your altar, Wednesday. I will ask again at Christmas." "You do that." She did not smile. She had not smiled. She would not. But Harry, in a way he could not have articulated, had the sense that something, somewhere in the small geometric darkness of her face, was very faintly pleased with him, the way one is faintly pleased with a small dog that has worked out which end of the stick to chew. She showed him the Whomping Willow. She had named it. "This is Reginald. You're not allowed to name the Whomping Willow. I am not aware of the regulation. It would whomp you. It does not whomp me." The willow, hearing its new name spoken, performed a small slow non-whomping creak in their direction. It was, very subtly, swaying. The swaying was the swaying of a very tall, extremely violent tree that had, for the first time in centuries, been given a name it actually quite liked, and was, regrettably, flattered. "I gave him the name on the first night I arrived," Wednesday said. "He has been very polite since." "He is not. He nearly killed Ron and me in second year. Last year is not this year. He has been polite to me. Reginald has discretion." "Right. Watch." She walked toward the trunk. Harry, against every instinct refined by 12 straight months of homework about how not to be killed by enchanted plants, watched. The willow shifted. Its branches descended toward her, and then paused, mid-air, and parted, and lowered themselves with the slow careful courtesy of an old man offering his arm to a niece. Wednesday placed her small flat hand on the trunk. The trunk was warm. She held her hand there for 3 seconds. "He has accepted me," she said. "I see that. He will accept you in due course." In what due course are you imagining, Wednesday? By Christmas, perhaps. If you ask politely. I will introduce you formally. I am not formally meeting the Whomping Willow. You are. I have decided. That phrase, yes. Never mind. Breakfast was a small ritual that, on this morning, became a public exhibit. Wednesday did not eat at the Slytherin table. She did not eat at the Gryffindor table either. She sat in the open polished space exactly halfway between the two, on a small wooden stool that she had carried in from the entrance hall and set down with the precision of a small surveyor placing a boundary marker, and she took her toast and her tea from the air directly above the stool, which is to say that she had, somehow, persuaded one of the house elves to deliver her breakfast to her there, and the house elf, a very small house elf in a very small striped sock, had clearly considered this the most exciting thing that had happened to him in 12 years. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table with Hermione and Ron and looked across the open polished space at her. She looked back. She lifted a piece of toast a quarter of an inch as if in greeting. Harry lifted a piece of toast a quarter of an inch back, without meaning to. "Oh, Merlin," said Ron, into his porridge. Hermione, who had spent half an hour before breakfast in the library, said, in the brisk thrilled outraged register that meant she had located a precise legal precedent, "It's actually called liminal eating, and there is a recorded form of the practice in 3 branches of the Addams line. It's when an Addams refuses, publicly, to declare allegiance to a place at any given table, on the grounds that she is, in herself, a third place, and that joining either of the existing tables would constitute a betrayal of her own household. It is, honestly, very elegant when you understand it." "It is not elegant," Ron said. "It is. It is stupid," Ron said, "and cold, and that stool is going to give her a crick." Wednesday, from her stool, 10 meters away, with the kind of hearing that should not have been possible across the rising hum of breakfast in the great hall, said, without turning her head, "I will not have a crick. My posture is irreproachable." Ron froze with his spoon halfway to his mouth. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at Hermione. "She heard you," Harry said. "She heard me from there," Ron said. "Liminal eating," Hermione said, "is also, in 2 of the 3 branches, associated with extremely acute hearing. The Addams matriarchs are said to be able to hear a curtsy at 50 meters. Wednesday, 10 meters away, on her small wooden stool, with her hands flat on her knees and her tea balanced on a flat piece of empty air beside her, did not turn her head. She did not need to. She had already heard everything she needed to hear. The first day had begun. The first day had a potions lesson in it. Snape's expression, when the door of the dungeon classroom opened and the third-year combined Slytherin-Gryffindor class began to file in, performed 3 very small involuntary muscular adjustments in rapid succession, as if his face were a flagpole on a windy morning being given 3 small contradictory orders by 3 small contradictory ministers. He recovered. He set down the inkwell on his desk with the precision he used for inkwells when he was annoyed. Wednesday took the seat directly in front of his desk. It was, traditionally, an unoccupied seat. It was, traditionally, unoccupied because Snape preferred a clear 2-meter buffer between himself and his students, and because his shadow, on most mornings, fell across that seat and made it unwelcoming. Wednesday sat in the shadow. The shadow did nothing. Harry, with Ron and Hermione, took the seat exactly behind hers, not by intention, in his case, but by what Wednesday afterward described as the natural gravitational arrangement of those who have already been claimed. Hermione's mouth was tight with the look of a girl resisting an urge to lecture. Ron was very tense around the eyes. Today, Snape said, in the cold formality that was his, we are brewing the draught of living death. He paused. This is a difficult potion. It is on the third-year syllabus in the autumn term not because it is appropriate for you, but because the textbook authors are sentimental. He paused again. It is, in the hands of a fool, ineffectual. It is, in the hands of an incompetent, poisonous. It is, in the hands of an arrogant and incompetent, student, fatal. His eyes rested, with the small flat precision of a man arranging a private joke for himself alone, on Harry. Harry had been snaped at in this exact way for 2.5 years and had developed a stoic neutrality about it, the way one develops stoic neutrality about a small leaking pipe in one's ceiling. He kept his face still. Snape's eyes flicked away. Begin. Most third years began. Wednesday did not. Wednesday read the textbook. She read it once. She closed it. She set it to the side, exactly aligned with the edge of her cauldron, the spine flush with the cauldron's south rim. She lifted her knife. She began. She did not look at the textbook again. She also did not, Harry noticed with creeping fascination, look at the page of the textbook she had read, because the textbook was closed. She did not look at the cauldron particularly, because she was looking, with a fixed steady gaze, at the small carved knob of the table on which her ingredient board rested, and her hands were doing something to a saprophyros bean that was, technically, not in the recipe. She was crushing it. She was crushing it with the flat of her knife, with one efficient board sideways stroke, instead of cutting it. Hermione, who had been crouched over her own cauldron in the seat next to Harry, looked across at Wednesday's table, and made the small sharp inhalation that Hermione made when she saw, in real time, a technique she had not been taught. That's not in the book, it is not in the book, Wednesday agreed, without turning. It is in the original book. The Belgian edition. The English edition is sentimental. What, there's a Belgian edition? There is a Belgian edition of everything, Wednesday said. The Belgians know things. Continue. Hermione continued. She also, after one fractional hesitation, crushed her own saprophyros bean. Half an hour later, Wednesday had a cauldron of perfect, smooth, opalescent, gently steaming draught of living death. It was the precise color the textbook described. Snape walked the rows of cauldrons with his hands behind his back. He stopped, briefly, by Wednesday's. He looked into the cauldron. He paused. He looked at her. She looked up at him. His face, the face that had been making 3 small adjustments per morning since approximately the previous evening, made a 4th. He said, in the cold exact never contracted formality that was his, Miss Addams. Your potion is, by the strict standards of the textbook, correct. Yes, Professor. And by the strict standards of the textbook, exceptional. Yes, Professor. You will name it. I beg your pardon, Professor. In my classroom, every exceptional potion is named by its brewer. It is a custom of mine. It is not a custom of yours, Wednesday said, in her flat voice, with no challenge in it at all, only fact. You have invented it just now. To address the awkwardness. There was a small absolute silence at her cauldron. Hermione, on Harry's right, made a faint Hermione making a faint noise. Ron's quill stopped scratching. Snape's mouth, which had been very thin to begin with, became fractionally thinner. Then Snape, with great dignity, said, I have invented it just now. It is a custom of mine now. You will name it. Restful tea. Snape regarded the cauldron for one further beat. Restful tea, he repeated, with the cold weight he might have used for a fatal diagnosis. Very well. Restful tea it is. 15 points to Slytherin. He turned, his robes performing the small dramatic flair that, in the dungeons, was as habitual as a tide. And a warning to the rest of you that an exceptional potion is not the result of talent. It is the result of attention. Miss Addams is not better than you. She is simply less bored by you than I am. He swept past Harry without looking at him. Harry, who, on a normal morning, would have been the recipient of at least one cold side glance over a partly successful cauldron, was, instead, brushed past entirely, as if he were standing slightly to one side of Snape's day. He felt the unweighted absence of attention land on him like a small private blessing, and he closed his mouth, and he stirred his cauldron. Defense against the dark arts was Professor Lupin. Lupin was, at this stage of his Hogwarts career, a slightly tired man in a slightly threadbare robe who had not yet realized that he was about to become the most popular professor on the staff. He was setting up a small wardrobe in the front of the classroom, and the wardrobe was rattling, when the class arrived. Wednesday took her seat, front row, center, directly opposite the wardrobe, and folded her hands. Today, Lupin said gently, we'll be looking at boggots. Who can tell me what a boggot is? Hermione's hand shot up. So, without urgency, did Wednesday's. Lupin, with the diplomatic tact of a man who had spotted a small social knot and chosen to defuse it by smiling at both knot ends simultaneously, said, Miss Addams. A shapeshifter, Wednesday said. It takes the form of what most frightens the viewer. Ridiculous is the standard counter. It is a weak creature. I am surprised it is on a syllabus. I have killed 3. Lupin's eyebrows, which had been settled at the easy angle of a tired tolerant man, lifted by approximately 1/2 centimeter. You have killed 3 boggots. Yes, Professor. With ridiculous? With a small hammer, the first time. The second and third with ridiculous, once I had read the chapter. It is more efficient. Lupin took a small slow breath. He looked across the class. He saw Harry. He gave Harry a look that was almost imperceptibly the look of do these things really happen to you, or are they happening here because you are in this room? Harry returned the look with a small helpless shrug that said I have known her for 13.5 hours, please, I am still calibrating. All right, Lupin said. Miss Addams, then. Come up. She came up. She walked to the wardrobe. The wardrobe rattled harder. Lupin set his hand on the latch. Now, Lupin said. What you'll see is what frightens you most. It may be unexpected. Don't worry about it. Just say ridiculous, with the right turn of the wand, and it will turn, I know the spell, Wednesday said. Right. Yes. Of course. He opened the wardrobe. There was a pause. The wardrobe was empty. There was a longer pause. The class, all 20-odd third years, leaned forward in their chairs. The wardrobe was still empty. Lupin, who had been a professor for one day, looked, briefly, at his own opening of the wardrobe, as if it had let him down. He looked at the wardrobe. He looked at Wednesday. The wardrobe was empty. Miss Addams, he said carefully. There does not seem to be there is one, Wednesday said. It is inside. It is hiding from me. It is hiding from you. Yes, Professor. They do not generally hide. They generally hide from me, Wednesday said. It is one of my few professional accomplishments to date. Boggots have begun to hide from me. In the back of the class, Pansy Parkinson, who had been waiting all morning for an opportunity to undercut the new Slytherin, said, with malicious sweetness, oh, but Addams, how terribly convenient, be quiet, Parkinson. Excuse me, I will address you, Wednesday said, without turning, when you are useful. There was a small absolute silence at the back of the class. Pansy's mouth opened. Pansy's mouth shut. Lupin, deciding, with a tired professionalism, that this was the precise moment at which a good defense professor moved on, closed the wardrobe and tapped it once with his wand. The rattling resumed. "I shall coax it out, and we shall try again. Mr. Longbottom, perhaps you could." Neville stepped up, the wardrobe was reopened, and the lesson, by the small magical mechanism of the British professional habit of moving on, moved on, and Wednesday, returning to her seat, sat down with her hands flat on her knees and looked at Harry, across one chair, across one row, across the length of the classroom, with one small unspeaking acknowledgement. Harry, helplessly, returned it. Care of magical creatures was hippogriffs. Hagrid had a row of 7 of them tethered along the paddock fence, sleek, beak-bright, enormous, with each one's mood radiating from its eyes the way weather radiates from the sky. The class assembled at the fence. Hagrid gave his speech, the bow, the eye contact, the respect. Wednesday listened in silence. She was the smallest student in the class by some way. She was also the only student who, when Hagrid asked who wanted to be first, did not so much volunteer as simply step forward, without raising a hand at all, and walk to the fence. She did not bow to the first hippogriff. The first hippogriff, a great grey-feathered one with a yellow eye, stared at her. She stared back. Wednesday, ye have ter, he has to bow first." "Wah. He has to bow first." "That's not, Wednesday, that's not how it works." The student bows, the hippogriff responds, "Wednesday, ye're goin' to get hurt, lass, please, come back, he is going to bow first." The hippogriff stared. Wednesday stared. The hippogriff stared. Wednesday, who had been raised, since the age of 4, to lose no staring contest to anything that breathed, had not lost a staring contest in 9 years, the loss had been to a particularly committed snail, which she still considered, in private, a near thing, did not blink. The hippogriff blinked first. It bowed. It went down on its great pale knees in front of her with the slightly bewildered dignity of a creature that did not understand why it was doing so but was, on instinct, doing so anyway, and it lowered its long beaked head almost to the grass. Hagrid's mouth, which was already slightly open behind his beard, opened slightly more. Wednesday inclined her head 1/4 of an inch in response. "He will accept me," she said, to no one in particular, to Hagrid, to the paddock, to the lake on the other side of the paddock that, in the distance, gleamed grey under the morning. "His name is Buckbeak. I will be polite to him for the rest of his life. So will you." This was, technically, addressed to Hagrid. Hagrid said, in a small choked voice, Yeah, all right, lass, yeah, that's grand." The class, behind them, was a small wall of stunned faces. Draco, who had been positioning himself, by the laws of pure Malfoy reflex, near the front of the class so that he could, by the laws of pure Malfoy reflex, attempt to assert dominance over the new Slytherin, found himself standing exactly where he had intended to stand and feeling, for the second time in 17 hours, as if a chair had been pulled out from under him in slow motion. He cleared his throat. "Hagrid, Professor, I'd like to know," said Wednesday, without turning. "You will not approach until I have approached. The hippogriff is mine now." "You can't claim a hippogriff, I have decided," Wednesday said. Hagrid, behind her, was making the small wet snuffling noise Hagrid made when he was unexpectedly moved. The lake, at the end of the first day, was the kind of grey water that had not yet decided whether to be cold. The afternoon light over the forbidden forest had thickened into the pre-dusk color of an old coin. Wednesday led Harry down through the long grass to a flat stone at the water's edge. Harry was not aware she had decided in advance where the flat stone was, but Wednesday was extremely confidently aware, and she sat down on the stone with her hands flat on her knees. Harry sat down beside her, not touching, with a careful arm's length between them. The lake breathed. There was a long pause. "We will now have," Wednesday said, "what I have to assume will become the most useful conversation of our acquaintance." Right. You are calmer than I expected. I had time, Harry said. Today. Actually, no, I had no time, because I have spent the entire day watching you do things to my school, but I had moments. You have processed the announcement. I have processed most of the announcement. You wish to clarify. I wish to clarify. Clarify. He took a small breath. He had not been a person who took small breaths much, before this term. He was, briefly, surprised at himself. You said, in front of the whole hall, that I am yours. I did. And that we would demonstrate what you learned from your grandmother's third husband. I did. And that sounds like, look, I'm 13, you're 13, I am not getting married, Wednesday, I'm not getting engaged, I'm not, I have a defense against the dark arts essay, I am not proposing to you, Harry. There was a long pause. You're not. No. You said mine. I did. In some traditions, Hermione has been reading. Yes, all morning. She is reading the wrong tradition. Hermione is excellent. Hermione is reading the wrong tradition. Right. I am not proposing to you. I am not engaging you. I am not marrying you. The Addamses do not propose to children. We are not that sort of family. We do not, contrary to several of the more lurid biographies, betroth our infants. We did, briefly, in 1741, but it was a phase, and it ended badly. Harry, in spite of himself, did the laugh because the heir had nowhere else to go laugh that he had laughed in the carriage. It came out smaller this time. Then what did you do, he said. I have claimed you, Wednesday said, in the older sense. The sworn companion sense. The partner in violence sense. The Addams sense. We claim people the way other families claim houses. It is a public statement of intent to bring you into the family. Not as a husband. Not as a son. As an inducted member. A future Addams. By choice. By choice. By your choice. The claim is mine. The induction must be yours. Right. I cannot drag you into a family. No one can. To make an Addams of a person is to ask them, in private, whether they wish to become one, and to wait for the answer. You will have, by my mother's reckoning, until next Christmas to give yours. That is a relief, actually. It is meant to be. He let out a slow breath. The slow breath fogged a little in front of him, because the lake air, late on the first day of September, was already faintly chilly. He looked at her sideways. She was sitting in her perfect dense composure, with her hands flat on her knees, and the wind off the lake was lifting the very ends of her braids only barely, and the small silver clasps at the ends of her braids were catching the dimming light. Wednesday. Yes. Your grandmother's third husband. Yes. What did you learn from him? 8 knife throws. 2 improvised garrots. The proper way to address an English diplomat at a dinner party. How to set a fire that looks accidental in a building that has been fireproofed by magical contract. The aria from Carmen, note for note, in the original French. A small set of vows. The way to look at a man and make him think his own name. Harry was quiet. And the demonstration, he said. The knife throws. I will demonstrate the knife throws. He was, on this point, very specific. The rest are private and will not be required of you. They are mine. He told me to keep them in a drawer in my mind and only open the drawer when I wished to. Right. He was a good man. What happened to him? Grandmama outlived him. Grandmama has outlived all of them. It is one of her hobbies. Right. He looked at the lake. The lake breathed. Somewhere on the far shore, a small gull cried once and was quiet. So he said. I'm your sworn companion. Or, I am going to be, if I agree. Yeah. Yes. And what does that mean? It means that if you are attacked I will arrive. It means that if you are alone I will hunt for you. It means that if you are wounded I will find you a physician. It means that if you are mocked I will be visibly there. It means that if you are bored I will provide a small horror. It means that if you are afraid I will assess whether the fear is warranted, and if it is warranted, I will share it with you, and if it is not warranted, I will explain that to you. It means I have chosen you publicly so that nothing in this castle, in this country, in this hemisphere, may, going forward, lay a hand on you without first laying a hand on me. She paused. It does not, she added, mean what most of the boys at Nevermore Academy assumed it meant when I said it about Pugsley. Pugsley is my brother. We do not, that kind of claim, is not, Harry. Listen carefully. Stop trying to read the next paragraph until I have finished this one. Yes. There is no romantic dimension to my claim of you. Not at 13. Not at 14. Not, by my mother's quiet reckoning, before 16 at the very earliest. We are children. The Addamses do not, by family law, ask children to marry. We do, however, by family law, ask children to swear. It is a thing we do at 13 because 13 is the age at which we begin to mean what we say. If, when we are older, when you are older, you wish to ask whether there is, in addition to the oath of friendship, another category of thing, you may ask. You may not ask yet. I will not answer yet. The drawer in my mind is closed. I do not yet know what is in it. Neither do you. We will both find out at a more suitable hour. Until then we are partners in violence, and only that. Harry looked at her for a long moment. That is, he said, actually a lot more reasonable than what I thought you were saying in the hall. I am told, Wednesday said, that my public speaking is more dramatic than my private speaking. It is. I am working on it. Are you? No. He almost laughed. He swallowed it. He looked at the lake. He thought about all the things in his life that he had not been promised, that no one had ever offered him in plain language, that no adult had ever set down on a flat stone and said, here is what I will do for you, and here is the line beyond which I will not go, and he thought about the small dark 13-year-old beside him, and the small flat hand on her flat knee, and the small silver clasp catching the last of the lake light at the end of her braid, and he thought that he had perhaps, in the last 24 hours, been claimed in a manner more honest than any adult he could remember had ever managed. He held out his hand. She looked at it. What is this? It's a handshake, Harry said. I'm saying yes. To the swearing part. The companion part. Not the marriage part, the swearing part. I'm saying yes. She regarded the hand. We do not, in my family, shake hands. We exchange, a different gesture. But I will accept this in your tradition. She placed her small flat palm against his palm, the pressure exactly correct, neither too firm nor too soft, for the duration of exactly 1 second. She withdrew it. It is done, she said. Right. You are sworn. Right. There will be paperwork. Of course there will be paperwork. My mother will send it. Of course she will. He almost laughed again. He swallowed it again. He looked at the lake. Wednesday. Yes. What do we do now? Now, Wednesday said, we go to dinner. Then we go to your common room. Then we go to my common room. Then we sleep. Then we wake. Then we begin. Begin what? She was quiet for a moment. She tilted her chin up at the castle behind them, which sat on its great grey rock with the late September light running down its towers like dim water. There is a mystery here, she said. What mystery? I smelled it this morning on the 3rd floor. An old kind of magic. List magic. I have not encountered it before. It is the kind of magic my sister Wednesday would consider beneath her. Your Wednesday. Yes. So it is mine. He looked at her sideways. He looked at the castle. He could not, of course, smell anything from this distance, and he would not have known what to smell for in the first place, but he had, in the last day, learned to distinguish between the world that Wednesday saw and the world he had been taught was there, and he had begun to suspect, with the small careful resignation of a boy who had been the central character of a series of dangerous accidents since he was 11, that the world Wednesday saw was the more accurate one. Right, he said. All right. We start tomorrow. We start tonight. Wednesday. I am only joking. You are not joking, you have never joked in your life. I have decided to start joking. As a personal exercise. This was my first one. It did not land. I will try again. She stood. She brushed an invisible something off her skirt. She offered her hand down to him with the formality of an aunt offering her hand to a small dignified nephew at an old wedding. He took it. She lifted him up off the stone with strength that, for a 13-year-old girl who could not have weighed more than 90 pounds, was alarmingly more than 90 pounds worth. They walked back up the slope, together, in the cold blue light, the small dark girl in the not-quite Hogwarts uniform and the smaller-than-her boy with the bad hair, and behind them on the flat stone where they had sat the small print of 2 pairs of shoes was, for one quiet moment, perfectly aligned. The Slytherin common room, that night, was a low green-lit room beneath the lake, and Wednesday Addams walked into it as if she had been there before and had merely been waiting for the rest of them to arrive. She sat in the largest of the green leather armchairs, which was, by Slytherin tradition, the chair of the senior prefect. Marcus Flint, who was the senior prefect, came over to her. He cleared his throat. He was several years older than she was, several feet taller, and possessed of a jaw that had been described, by more than one Hogwarts opponent on the Quidditch pitch, as built for ramming. Addams, he said. Flint. That's my chair. It was. There was a long pause. Flint, who was not, by any of the relevant standards, an articulate man, stood and looked at the small dark girl in his armchair and processed, dimly, that he could simply pick her up out of it, because she was significantly smaller than he was, and he processed, dimly, that he was not going to do that, and he processed, dimly, that he had no idea why he was not going to do that. He cleared his throat again. Right, he said. I'll get another one. He fetched another armchair from across the room and dragged it over to a position approximately near her, and he sat down in it. The rest of the Slytherin common room, which had been observing this transaction in the small bright silent Slytherins observed transactions in, recalibrated itself. Wednesday folded her hands in her lap. She looked into the green firelight of the great low fireplace. You will all, she said, in her flat low voice, audible across the whole room because she had timed it that way, have heard by now about my announcement at the welcome feast. There was a low collective stir. I will say this once. I will not repeat. Harry Potter is under my protection. By the oath of my house. The oath is binding. The Addamses do not break oaths. Anyone in this room who lays a hand on him, or arranges for a hand to be laid on him, or fails to lay a hand on a hand that has been laid on him, will answer to me. I will not lecture you on the consequences. You will discover them in your own time. If you discover them slowly, the discovery will be educational. If you discover them quickly, the discovery will be brief. She paused. This is not negotiable. I will not be negotiated with on this point. If any of you would like to negotiate with me on other points, my evenings are largely free until Wednesday next, at which point I will be busy with a small private project. Good night. She stood up. She walked, through the greenlit room, past the Slytherin students who were not, in any sense, looking at her and were, in every sense, looking at her, and she climbed the spiral staircase to the third-year girls' dormitory, and the door closed behind her with the small definite click of a vault. Marcus Flint sat in his second-best armchair and stared at the fire. He said, eventually, to no one in particular, "I think we just got rearranged." Nobody disagreed. In the Gryffindor common room, at exactly the same hour, Harry Potter, sitting in his own armchair by his own fire, opened the heavy black envelope under his pillow, took out the letter from Morticia, read it again, and held it in his lap for a long while. The raven, Edgar, was perched on the back of his chair, watching the fire with great composure. Harry said, eventually, to the raven, "Edgar." The raven inclined its head 1/4 of an inch. "I think I just got enlisted," Harry said. The raven, with great dignity, did not disagree. Chapter 3, The Carved Names. The Hufflepuff girl's name was Tessa Howell. She was small for a Hufflepuff second year, who, as a class, tended to be small, and she had bright apple cheeks and a Welsh accent so soft you had to listen carefully for it, and on the third Tuesday of term she came down the dungeon stairs in her dressing gown at 5 in the morning with her hair sleep-flat and her right hand pressed to her mouth. She had been pulled. She had been pulled out of her bed by a thread of dream she could not now name, only that the thread had been thin and dark and had ended in a wall. The wall had been here, at the bottom of the dungeons, 3 corridors past the potions classroom, behind a tapestry of a hare being hunted by knights, behind which, until that morning, there had not been a wall at all. There had been a small disused antechamber with a leaking sconce and a rusted door. The dream had gone past the door. The dream had gone through the door. The dream had stopped at a slab. The slab was not there in waking. She had checked. She had pressed her palm against the rusted door. She had counted to 10. She had pushed it open. The antechamber on the other side was, by morning, only a small disused antechamber with a leaking sconce and a rusted door. The slab was not in it. It was, however, in her mouth. That was the worst part. She could feel her name in her mouth. She could feel the letters of her name in her mouth like 5 small pebbles tucked under the tongue, and when she tried to open her mouth and say her own name aloud, Tessa Howell, what came out was wrong. The first 2 syllables came out late. They came out as if her tongue were finding the shape of her name through a small heavy curtain, and behind the curtain her name was being held, gently, almost politely, but held, by something patient with a great many fingers. She had walked, in her dressing gown, in the dark, down the dungeon corridors to find a professor. She had not had her wand. She had not had her shoes. She had not had her glasses, and she was nearly blind without them, but the shape she had wanted to find was the shape of authority, and that shape was the same on every floor of every wing, blurred or not. She had found, at last, the door of Snape's office. She had knocked. She had knocked again. She had knocked a 3rd time. She had begun to cry, which was, in a second-year Hufflepuff in her dressing gown, not unprecedented but was, in Tessa Howell's particular case, the first time she had cried at school since first-year orientation, where she had cried over a sandwich. The door had opened. Snape had been in his dressing gown. The dressing gown had been black. Of course. He had looked at her, the cold formality of his face faintly disarranged by the fact that he had not actually had a chance to apply his daily expression, and he had taken in the shoeless feet, the lack of wand, the small choking shape of Tessa on her lips that came out wrong, and he had said, without any of the easy adult kindnesses some other professor would have produced, "Miss Howell. Speak. Now." She had spoken. Her name had come out wrong. She had spoken again. It had come out wrong. She had pressed her hand to her mouth. She had pointed back along the corridor. Snape had reached behind the door, drawn a long black wand from a hook there, and stepped past her in his dressing gown without bothering to put on shoes himself. He had walked the corridor in long fast strides. She had followed. At the rusted door, behind the tapestry of the hare and the knights, in the small antechamber, Snape had said, very quietly, "Lumen Revelio." The slab had come up out of the floor. It had not risen. It had not appeared. It had been there, underneath the floor, all along, 3 feet down, polished black stone with the warm dry leaf grain of dragon hide, and Snape's spell had simply turned the floor between them and the slab into a kind of clear water, so that one could see down through the worn flagstones to the slab beneath. The slab was crowded with names. The names were carved into the stone in narrow neat capitals, and they began at the bottom, the most recent, and went up, year by year, decade by decade, century by century, to the very top, where the top 3 names were so weathered they were nearly illegible. The slab was, by Snape's quick rough estimate, 2.5 centuries old. The name at the bottom of the list, freshly carved, with the faint pale dust of new stone still in the cuts, Tessa Howell. Snape stood for a long second. He said one word under his breath that he would not, in his classroom, have permitted any student to use. He turned to Tessa, who was, by now, holding her own elbows in the universal posture of a small cold child. "Miss Howell. You will go directly to the hospital wing. You will tell Madame Pomfrey that I have sent you. You will say nothing else to anyone else. You will sleep until you are sent for. Do you understand?" "Yes, Professor." "Try your name." She tried it. Tessa Howell. The letters came in the right order this time. The thing patient with a great many fingers had, briefly, set them down. Better. Good. Go. She went. Snape stood in a small antechamber in his dressing gown and stared down at the slab. The slab stared back. He read the names above Tessa Howell's. Margaret Owens, 1989. James Borgia, 1987. Lucia Wren, 1985. He went up the list. He kept going up the list. His expression did not change. He found his own name very nearly at the top. It had a thin line through it. The line had been put there a long time ago, in a hand that was not the same hand as the carving. Whoever had drawn the line had been allowed to do so, and the slab had accepted the line, and his name had become, within the rules of the slab, removed. He stood with his palm flat against his own mouth for a moment. Then he turned, and left, and went to wake Dumbledore. Wednesday Addams knew about the slab before lunch. This was not, as she explained later to Hermione, who was outraged on principle, a matter of eavesdropping. It was a matter of inheriting the family habit of being where information arrived. Her grandmother had once said, in front of the 7-year-old Wednesday, "Information, child, runs along the wall like water along a cornice. You learn where the cornice runs. You stand under it. You catch the drip." The cornice in Hogwarts ran past the gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office. Wednesday discovered this on the morning of the 3rd Tuesday of term, when she happened, by no accident at all, to be standing in the small alcove around the corner from the gargoyle at the moment Snape came up the corridor in fresh robes and gave the password. She listened. The password was Toffee Apple, which Wednesday filed under will be useful later. She did not enter the office. She did not need to. She stood in the alcove and waited the 8 minutes it took for Snape's voice, and then McGonagall's, and then Dumbledore's, to travel out through the wall the way old castles let old voices travel. She caught the words Howl, Hufflepuff second year, slab, name carved, removal of names, line through and, very faintly, the syllables of Snape's own name, which she filed. Then she walked away. She found Harry in charms. She did not interrupt the lesson. She stood in the doorway, with her hands flat at her sides, and looked at Harry until Harry, who had been at the back of the classroom paying carefully imitated attention to Professor Flitwick's lecture on the charm of slowed falling, felt the small precise weight of her gaze across 2.5 rows of third years and turned his head. Their eyes met. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. He raised his hand. Flitwick paused. "Yes, Mr. Potter." "Sorry, sir, I'm needed." "By whom?" "By," he glanced at the door. Flitwick followed the glance. Flitwick's small bright eyes settled on the very small dark shape in the doorway, and his small thin eyebrows lifted approximately 1/4 centimeter, and he said, with the magnificent diplomatic acuity of a man who had been a professor for 60 years and had a headmaster who twinkled, "Yes, of course, Mr. Potter. Off you go. Read the chapter." Harry packed his bag. Hermione, beside him, looked at him sharply. He gave her the small head tilt that, in their 3-year friendship, meant "I will explain at lunch." Hermione's mouth tightened. She would not let him have until lunch. She would have answers by the corridor. He left. Wednesday was already walking. Harry caught her at the staircase. "What is it?" "There has been an incident." "What kind?" "The kind I told you about at the lake." "The mystery." "Yes." "What happened?" "A second-year Hufflepuff has had her name carved into a stone slab in the dungeon. Her name comes out wrong when she says it. There are 212 other names above hers. The names are arranged by decade. 3 names at the top are nearly 250 years old. Severus Snape's name is on the slab. Someone drew a line through it 40 years ago and the slab accepted the removal." "Wait, what?" "That is the situation." "How do you know all this?" "I stood near the gargoyle." Wednesday, you can't just, you were eavesdropping." "I was standing. The eaves are merely where I dropped." Harry made a noise that was, faintly, the sound a small kettle makes about half a minute before its kettle moment. "You can't do that." "I can." "I did." "I will." "Be quiet about that part. Be loud about this part. A child is in danger. The danger is real. The professors will be slow. They will be slow because they are old, and they are kind, and they are bureaucratic, and they will spend 2 days drafting a memorandum. By then, the slab will have moved her name up. We will not have 2 days. We have, by my estimate, 11 days. We will use the 11 days. He stared at her. This is, Wednesday, this is exactly the kind of thing that adult professors deal with. They will deal with it. We will deal with it first. Why? Because they will deal with it slowly. Because it will entertain me. Because my sister Wednesday would consider this beneath her, and I am, regrettably, Wednesday, and therefore I am inheriting the case. You said that at the lake. About your sister Wednesday, I am only Wednesday in the family. There is no other Wednesday. I was making a small joke. It did not land. I will try again. Wednesday, wait. What? Did Snape's name being on it bother him? She paused for the first time in the conversation. She tilted her head a fraction of an inch. The small silver clasp at the end of her left braid caught a passing torch and threw a thin pinpoint of light onto the corridor wall. I do not know, she said. I was on the wrong side of the wall to read his face. Right. We will ask him. You are not asking Professor Snape if he was bothered by his own name being on a Wednesday. I will ask him with great delicacy. You don't have great delicacy. I have enough delicacy. For Snape. Wednesday, we will start in the library. The restricted section. After lights out. Bring Hermione. Bring Weasley. Bring food. Food? Hermione will resist us less if there is food. She does not know she will resist us less if there is food. She believes herself to be incorruptible. She is not. She is, actually. She is not. She is corruptible by good biscuits. I have to go to Charms, go. Read the chapter. Wednesday. Yes. What if we can't fix this? She looked at him. She looked at him for a long second, and the long second was the second she gave to questions that mattered, and in it Harry felt, with the small careful surprise that was becoming the new normal background hum of his life, that she was not, for once, only a small terrifying ink-dark 13-year-old, she was also a girl who had a baby brother and a small lit-from-within family and a mother who wrote on heavy black paper, and she was looking at him as if she were storing him. "We will," she said. "I have decided." The Gryffindor Common Room raid that evening, organized by the small efficient logistics committee of one Wednesday Addams, was the most elaborate event Hermione Granger had ever resisted while being entirely won over. "Absolutely not," Hermione was saying, when they convened in the corner by the fire after dinner, "absolutely not, Harry, this is exactly the kind of situation that professors deal with. We cannot just go into the restricted section without a signed permission slip. You know how Madam Pants, Wednesday, do not look at me like that, I am immovable on this point," Wednesday placed, with the small steady gesture of a woman setting a small ceremonial weight on a small ceremonial plate, a chocolate biscuit on the table. It was a Belgian biscuit. It was very dark. It had a small swirl of bitter orange in the center. It was the kind of biscuit that, in the right private hands, was used not as food but as small social currency. Hermione looked at it. "Where did you get that?" "My grandmother sends them. They are made in Antwerp by a small old man who has been baking them for 57 years and who will continue to bake them until he dies, which by my grandmother's quiet estimate is in 8 more years." Wednesday. "Eat it. We will discuss after." Wednesday. "Hermione." Hermione looked at the biscuit. Hermione picked up the biscuit. Hermione, with the careful concession of a girl who had been raised never to refuse food given politely, nibbled the corner. Her eyes closed for 1/2 second. "Oh," she said. "Yes. That is not a Hogwarts biscuit." "It is not. That is, I have read about Antwerp confectionery, but I have never, eat the rest." "We will discuss." Hermione ate the rest. By the time the rest was eaten, she was halfway to being convinced. By the time the discussion was finished, Wednesday explaining the situation in her flat low voice, citing the slab, citing the timeline, citing the small clean fact that an actual 11-year-old Hufflepuff was, at that moment, in the hospital wing because she could not say her own name properly, Hermione had reached the place she always reached when she was being argued out of a rule by a problem she could not in conscience walk away from. Her hands sat in her lap. Her mouth tightened. She made the small Hermione exhalation that meant "I cannot believe I am about to do this." "Fine," she said. "Fine. But we go after curfew is over at 9, not after lights out at 11, because there is a half-hour window between 9 and 9:30 before the prefects begin their rounds, and Madam Pants leaves the library at 9:20 on Tuesdays because she has a standing meeting with the kitchen elves about the new tea order." Hermione. "Yes, Wednesday. You are extremely useful." "Thank you, Wednesday. Continue." Hermione continued. The plan took 20 minutes. It was, by the time it was finished, more rigorous than any plan Harry had previously been part of and notably more rigorous than any plan Ron, who had been listening with the half-resigned expression of a boy who had given up on his life, had ever wanted to be part of. "And we're really doing this," Ron said. "We are. In the dungeons. After the restricted section. With Snape down there. Snape sleeps. Snape does not sleep. Snape sleeps occasionally," Wednesday said. "I have been observing him. He sleeps from approximately 3 in the morning to approximately 4:45. We will not be there at 3. There was a small silence. "You have been observing Professor Snape sleep," Hermione said. "His office light goes out at 3. It comes on at 4:45. I do not know what happens in between. I assume the worst of him." Wednesday. "Yes. That's a lot of observation. I am very thorough." The restricted section, at 9:40 in the evening on the third Tuesday of term, was a cold quiet rectangle of close-leaning bookshelves and faint yellow lamplight, with each book chained at the bottom to a low iron rail. The lamps had been turned down for the night. The chained books shifted, very faintly, against their chains, the way sleeping dogs shift in their kennels. Wednesday, holding a thin shielded candle in her left hand, stepped between the shelves. She knew where she was going. She did not bother to pretend otherwise. Third shelf from the back, 2 rows up, leftmost volume, she said quietly. Hermione. How do you, pay attention to where you are walking? The third volume on the second shelf, that one with the silver edge, is hexed against being touched at night. We will avoid it. How do you know that? My grandmother wrote it. Your grandmother wrote, Wednesday, that book is Codex Severe Lentorum, it's one of the most banned books in, my grandmother wrote it under a pseudonym, you will not find her name in the catalogue. Yes. Move on. The volume I want is 2 shelves further back. They moved on. Hermione, despite herself, despite the small fierce moral discomfort of being in a section of the library at night without permission, was, helplessly, thrilled. She was the kind of thrilled she had been when McGonagall had handed her the Time Turner 2.5 weeks earlier with the small dry suggestion that she not abuse it. Her hands were faintly trembling. Her eyes were very, very bright. The volume Wednesday wanted was a thin tall green book bound in dragon skin with the title etched in silver runes, concerning the magic of lists. She lifted it down. She did not open it. She handed it to Hermione. You read faster than I do. Open it. Find me Slytherin cabals. Find me dungeon slabs. Find me names that are carved into stone and ranked. Hermione opened it. The book was hand-lettered, and the lettering was the dense small Gothic of the early 18th century, and the language was a mix of Latin and English and a third thing that Hermione, with a small thrilled inhalation, identified as Aramaic transliterated into runes. She thumbed through 3 sections. She paused at the 4th. Here. List magic. Or, the stone ledger. She read it out, low and fast, with Harry crouched beside her holding the candle and Ron at the end of the aisle keeping watch. She read about the 1745 Cabal. There had been 7 of them. They had been 7th-year Slytherins. They had been bored, they had been ambitious, and they had been, in the small private way of 1745 Slytherins, cruel. They had quarried a slab of black stone out of the foundation of the dungeons. They had cut into it, with great precision, the first 7 names, their own. They had carved each name immediately below the 7, in a long narrow column. The column had been a ledger of school enemies, of slighted relatives, of inconvenient cousins, of professors who had once given them low marks. The slab worked like this. Every term, as the ledger filled, the names at the very top of the column climbed 1 position. The slab, by some old and not entirely accountable magic, drew on the people whose names were at the top, drew, specifically, narrative weight, the small accumulated cultural mass of being remembered, of being important, of having one's name said. The slab fed on it. The Cabal, in turn, fed on what the slab gave back. Each year, at the spring equinox, the slab released a small dense black bead of taken weight, which the Cabal divided among themselves and ate. Whoever's name reached the top of the column, was taken. Not killed in the dramatic sense. Removed in the slow sense. Forgotten by old friends. Lost from the school records. Their wand acted slightly off. Their name came out wrong in their own mouth. By the end of 1 academic year at the top, a person whose name had reached the very top would have been, by every recorded account of the slab, simply quietly gone from the school. Not dead. Not on the casualty rolls. Not missing in the way the Department of Mysteries logged missing. Reduced. Eaten, in the slow way. The Cabal had been broken in 1758, when one of them had broken with the others, a girl named Celine Black, of the Black family, and had refused her share at the spring equinox. She had been the 7th, and the slab had required all 7, and her refusal had broken the binding, and the Cabal had been driven out of the school, and the slab had been buried in the foundation of the dungeons. It had not been destroyed. It had been covered. The names already on it had continued to climb at the customary pace, 1 position per academic year, century after century. Whoever had drawn lines through certain names, Celine Black had been the first, after her break, had been able to remove them by ritual, but the ritual had required, the book said in its careful small Gothic, one of the 3 founder anchors and the consent of a living Black. Hermione, by this point in the reading, had become quite pale. Wednesday. Yes. This is centuries old. Yes. This is responsible for, there are centuries of missing, yes. And the slab is under the dungeons. Yes. And the slab, every academic year a name reaches the top, and, yes. And a girl is at the bottom right now. Tessa Howell. Yes. And, wait. The founder anchors, what does that, continue reading. Hermione continued reading. The founder anchors were 3 small relics, taken from each of 3 founders, and used by the Cabal to bind the slab to the school. Salazar Slytherin's tooth, kept in the Chamber of Secrets. Helga Hufflepuff's fingerbone, kept in the cellar beneath the kitchens. Godric Gryffindor's hilt fragment, a small broken end of the original pommel of his sword, buried under the Centaur's star circle in the Forbidden Forest. Rowena Ravenclaw, the book noted with a small private sniff, had refused to provide a relic, and had not, in 1745, been at the school in any case, having died several hundred years earlier. The Cabal had had 3 anchors and considered 3 sufficient. Removing all 3 anchors would unbind the slab. Removing only some would not. Right, Wednesday said quietly. That is what we will do. Wednesday, we can't, we can. We will. Continue. There's a defensive, the slab is defended. It has guardians, of course it does. What are they? Bone armor constructs. Animated by the slab. There are, 3 are described. A butcher's cleaver, 1 in the kitchen cellar. A drowned knight, 1 in the chamber. The third is, wait, a stag, in the forest. A great spectral stag with antlers of starlight, given the name Antlerflame. It will not allow the relic to be removed. It is described as patient. Old. Very old. As old as the slab. Wednesday took a small slow breath. That is acceptable. Wednesday, Hermione. We will manage them. Continue. The consent of a living Black. The book says, to draw a line through a name and have the slab accept it, requires the consent of a living member of the Black family. Celine Black drew lines through her own friends after she broke with them. Lines have been drawn through other names since, but only when a living Black was signing off, essentially. Or willing to. The slab remembers the Blacks. Wednesday went very still for 1/2 second. There is a Black at this school right now. There is not, Wednesday, there is no, wait. Wait. Sirius Black is on the run, he escaped Azkaban over the summer, he's somewhere in the country, he is a Black. He is a Black, yes, but he's a fugitive, he's a murderer, allegedly, he is a Black. Wednesday, Severus Snape's name had a line drawn through it. The line is approximately 40 years old. By the rules of the slab, the line required the consent of a living Black at the time it was drawn. 40 years ago, a Black at this school was, who? There was a pause. Bellatrix Black would have been at school, Hermione said slowly, but she would not have helped, oh. Yes. Sirius Black was at school 40 years ago. Yes. And, Sirius Black, was a friend of Harry's father, of James Potter, and of Lupin, and of, yes. Oh, Hermione said. Yes. Harry, who had been listening with the kind of careful blank stillness he applied to information about his parents that he had not been given before, swallowed once. So you're saying, what are you saying? I am saying, Wednesday said, that someone, possibly your godfather, possibly someone else, drew a line through Severus Snape's name on the slab 40 years ago. Snape's name was removed. He no longer climbed. He has lived, in the small particular way of a man who has been removed from the slab, for 40 years. He may or may not know this. He didn't know it until this morning, Hermione said, in the small precise voice she used when she had connected two facts in real time. He didn't know, Wednesday. He looked, Tessa Howell described him to me, before they sent her to bed. She said his face did something when he read his own name, she said his face did something, she said it was the only time she had ever heard him stop breathing. Yes, Wednesday said. He did not know. He knows now. She closed the book. She placed it back on the shelf, slid it home, and stood with her hand on the spine for a quiet beat. This is, she said, a great deal more interesting than I had expected. We will need allies. Allies. Several. Hermione, you are an ally. Thank you, I think. Harry, you are sworn already. Right. Weasley, Ronald, Weasley, you are also acceptable. Cheers. And we will, regrettably, require Severus Snape. Wednesday, Harry said. He will be useful. His name is on the slab. He cares. He is, by yesterday's standards, exquisitely uncomfortable. He will help. The trick will be to ask him in such a way that he is allowed to say yes. He won't say yes. He will say yes. I have decided. They were caught at midnight. It was, in retrospect, inevitable. Wednesday was small, but small was not invisible. Harry had an invisibility cloak, but a four-person under-the-cloak operation in the dungeon corridors after midnight by candlelight was a four-person operation, and the cloak had been built, regrettably, for two. They were in the small antechamber behind the tapestry of the Hare and the Knights, kneeling around the rusted door, with Hermione holding the candle and Ron whispering an entirely unnecessary running commentary about how he was going to die, and Wednesday performing the small wand pass that revealed the slab beneath the floor, when, with the slow patient inevitability of weather, Snape walked through the tapestry behind them. He was in his teaching robes. He was not, this time, in a dressing gown. He looked at the four of them, kneeling in the candlelight around the rusted door, and his face did not perform any new adjustments because all of the adjustments it had performed yesterday were still in stock and one of them fit precisely. Out. They got out. They stood in the corridor with their hands flat at their sides, Wednesday's hands flat at her sides, the others awkwardly imitating, and Snape looked at them with a face that had spent 28 hours making and discarding expressions for this exact moment. He paused on each one. Hermione, a glance, dismissive, accepting. Ron, a glance, weary, dismissive. Harry, a glance that lingered. Snape had a habit of lingering on Harry, and Harry had a habit of letting him. Then Wednesday. He paused longer on Wednesday. Miss Addams. Professor. You will accompany me. Yes, Professor. The rest of you, his gaze flicked over the others. You will return to your common rooms by the most direct route. You will not deviate. You will not speak of this corridor. You will not speak of what is in this corridor. If you do speak of what is in this corridor, you will spend the rest of your year in detention with Mr. Filch, and you will discover that Mr. Filch, when given a long enough detention, can be made to cry, and you will not enjoy this discovery. Go. They went. Hermione looked back once. Harry looked back twice. Wednesday did not look back. Wednesday inclined her head 1/4 of an inch to indicate that she had heard the dismissal of the others, that she accepted being separated from her sworn companion, and that she trusted, as a matter of family policy, that Severus Snape would return him to her in working order. Snape led her to his office. He did not, when they arrived, sit behind his desk. He sat in the smaller of the two armchairs by the small dungeon fire. He gestured her, with one impatient hand, to the larger one. Wednesday sat. She placed her hands flat on her knees. He looked at her. He looked at her for 9 seconds. He said, "Miss Addams. I will speak to you with great economy. I am tired." "Yes, Professor. I have read your transfer file. I have read your American file. I have read your family file. I have read, this evening, with extreme reluctance, your grandmother's file, which Albus keeps in the locked drawer of his desk for reasons he has never adequately explained. I now have, by reluctant necessity, a fuller view of you than I would prefer. Yes, Professor. You have, this evening, broken approximately 7 school regulations. 8, Professor. The last one was very small. I did not expect you to count it. I count all of them. Yes, Professor. I will not, this evening, be punishing you for breaking those regulations. Yes, Professor. Do not become accustomed to this. No, Professor. He pressed 2 long fingers against the bridge of his nose. Miss Addams. Why? Why what, Professor? Why are you in the dungeons in the small hours of the morning? Why are you reading a book by my office? Why are you, by every report I have received from every adult in this castle in the last fortnight, the single most disruptive 13-year-old to enter Hogwarts in living memory? Why? She paused for 1 beat. She gave him the same long second she had given Harry at the lake. Then, in her flat low monotone, she said, "Because I know about your name on the slab." The fire cracked. Snape did not move. He did not move for the longest stillness Wednesday had ever observed in an adult man. It was the stillness of a person who has been struck, in private, with the small clean blow of an enormous truth. He said, eventually, in his cold exact never contracted formality, "Repeat that. Your name. On the slab." 40 years ago a line was drawn through it. The line was drawn with the consent of a member of the Black family. The slab accepted the removal. You did not know, until this morning, that you had been on the slab in the first place. You do not know who drew the line. You do not know which Black consented. You do not know whether you should be grateful or whether you should be furious. You are, at this moment, both. You have not slept. You are not pleased to see me. You are also, in a small private corner of your mind, faintly grateful that someone in this castle knows. There was a very long silence. Snape did not move. The fire did its small private fire sound. "Miss Addams," he said at last, very softly. "How?" "My grandmother wrote the foundational book on the matter. I have read it. We will not discuss the book. We will discuss the slab. Miss Addams, Professor. I am 13. You are 43. I will speak with great delicacy." "That phrase," said Snape, "in your mouth, is alarming. I will accept that. Listen." He listened. "There is a child," Wednesday said. "Tessa Howell. Hufflepuff. 2nd year. Her name was carved into the slab last night. She is, at this hour, asleep in the hospital wing because she cannot say her own name correctly. By the rules of the slab, her name will climb 1 position per academic year. This is, by any reasonable accounting, intolerable. The slab was made by a cabal of bored 17-year-olds in 1745. It can be unmade by removing all 3 of the founder anchors that bind it to the school. There are 3 anchors. I know where they are. I am 13 years old. I am very small. I am very capable. I am asking, with great delicacy, whether you will help me." Snape did not move. He said, eventually, "Miss Addams. You are asking me, a member of staff, an adult, the head of your house, to conspire with a 13-year-old transfer student on the unauthorized removal of 3 founders' relics from the grounds of this school, the cellars of this school, and the deepest section of the Forbidden Forest." "Yes, Professor. Because a Hufflepuff 2nd year cannot say her own name properly." "Yes, Professor. And because my name was drawn off the slab 40 years ago by, Black. Yes, Professor. He looked at the fire for a long while. He said, eventually, serious. I do not know that yet. I suspect. Sirius, Black, did this for me. Possibly. Possibly someone else. The slab will tell us when we ask it. We must ask it gently. The slab is, by its nature, easily affronted. He looked at the fire. 40 years. Yes. 40 years yes. Why? She did not answer. She did not, by the family rule that one did not speak for another person's private mind, presume to answer. He sat for a long minute, with his thin long fingers against the bridge of his nose, with his face the closed thin mask he applied to himself in the small private hours when nobody saw him, except that tonight, in his armchair by the fire, with a 13-year-old American girl with 2 black braids and silver clasps watching him from the other armchair, the mask had loosened by, perhaps, 1/100th of an inch. Eventually he said, Miss Addams. Yes, Professor. I will help you. Thank you, Professor. With 3 conditions. Name them. 1. We move quickly, and only on nights I select. I will not have a Hufflepuff second year reach the second from the bottom of the slab. 2. We do not tell Albus until the second relic is in our possession. He will, if told too soon, become philosophical, and we cannot afford philosophical. 3. Your sworn companion, Potter, will participate, because he is, by your family's law, your partner, and because I will not have a Slytherin operation without a Gryffindor on it, on the grounds that if it fails the blame will be more evenly distributed. Acceptable. And there will be a 4th condition, Miss Addams. Name it. He looked at her very steadily. If, at the end of this operation, the line through my name on the slab disappears with the slab, if my old name comes back, and I find that I am, by the small recovered weight of it, different, I will require you to tell me, in plain language, what I have been missing for 40 years. You will not soften the assessment. I will not. Good. Professor. Yes. There is a 5th condition. Mine. Name it. You will not, during the operation, attempt to lecture my sworn companion on the inadequacies of his late father. You may continue to lecture him on the inadequacies of his potion-making. You may continue to lecture him on the inadequacies of his timekeeping. You may not lecture him on James Potter. He is mine. I will not have my sworn companion lectured on a man he never met by a man who never let him meet him. Snape, sitting very still, made the smallest possible exhalation a 43-year-old man could make and survive. Acceptable, he said, in a voice so dry it was nearly Latin. Then we are conspirators. We are conspirators. He extended his right hand across the fire. She extended her right hand across the fire. She placed her small palm against his long thin palm for the duration of exactly 1 second. She withdrew it. Good night, Professor. Good night, Miss Addams. She rose. She crossed the office. She paused at the door. She turned. There will be a letter from my mother for you in tomorrow's post. Miss Addams. Yes, Professor. Why? She approves of you. She has not met me. She approves of you on principle. You will discover, when you read the letter, that she has approved of you for some time. The letter will be silken. Try to enjoy it. Miss Addams. Yes, Professor. Go. She went. The letter arrived by Raven the next morning, while Snape was at breakfast. It was a heavy black envelope. The seal was a small hand, a very small hand, pressed into the wax. He read it at the staff table, with his pumpkin juice growing slowly tepid beside him. He did not finish the juice. The letter ran, Severus, I trust this letter finds you well, and a little less besieged than you fear. My daughter does not write us about every adult she encounters at Hogwarts, but she has written us about you, and I am, on receipt, charmed. You should know, by way of small courtesy, that we, my husband and I, have been aware of your name on the slab for a number of years. My own mother, who was a friend of Celine Black in the slow years after, kept a private list of the names she could see climbing, and we inherited the list, and your name was on it. We did not, at any point, attempt to intervene. To intervene from outside Hogwarts would have provoked the slab into faster behavior, and you would, regrettably, have suffered. We watched. We waited. The line that was drawn through your name 40 years ago surprised us. We are pleased it surprised us. Wednesday will, I assume, have already approached you. She is unsubtle in her subtleties. Please indulge her. She is, in our family's particular accounting, only just entering her useful years. With the small affection a stranger may presume, Morticia from Addams P.S., Gomez sends greetings. He has, on hearing about you, immediately committed himself to your duel of welcome upon our eventual meeting. You will not be permitted to refuse it. He is fast. Mind the left side. Snape, at the staff table, with his pumpkin juice growing slowly tepid, set the letter carefully down on the table beside his plate. He looked across the great hall. He found, with the small precise eye of a man who had been finding her across rooms for 2 weeks now, the small dark composed shape of Wednesday Addams on her small wooden stool exactly halfway between the houses. He inclined his head, 1/4 of an inch. She inclined her head, 1/4 of an inch. He took, after some thought, a second cup of pumpkin juice. He drank it. It was acceptable. Chapter 4. The sworn companion packed the astronomy tower at 2 in the morning, in late September, was the coldest official place in Scotland. It was colder than the lake. It was colder than the Forbidden Forest. It was, in fact, mathematically warmer than the dungeons by 1.5 degrees, but the dungeons had stone walls that held the cold inside them and made it cozy in the way a cellar is cozy, and the astronomy tower was an open thing on top of a cold rock with the wind off the highlands cutting across the parapet, and that kind of cold had a personality. Wednesday Addams approved of that personality. She approved of any cold with a personality. She had taken Harry up the tower 1 hour after midnight. She had taken him up not under the cloak, which had been the cloak's first complaint of the term, but with the cloak draped only over their shoulders like a thin formal shawl, and she had given him a low explanation as they climbed the spiral staircase, with the wind picking up at every revolution. Tonight, she said, we will formalize the pact. We will do it under the open sky because the pact requires witnesses and the sky is the only witness in this castle I trust. We will exchange a single drop of blood. Not the kind of blood that bonds against your will. The kind of blood that goes into the family ledger. My mother will inscribe your name herself, by hand, in soot. I will write to her with the date. It's a blood oath. Yes. Wednesday, are we sure is it legally binding in Britain? That was my line. I am borrowing it. Is it? I have no idea. It is. Britain is irrelevant. It is binding everywhere, by the older accountings. He stopped 1 step beneath her on the staircase. Wait. Wednesday. Wait. Just, wait. Walk me through this. A drop of blood. Where on me? How on me? And what are the rules? What happens if I don't know, what happens if I drink poison? Does it go into your blood too? Are we fused? She turned. She looked down at him from the higher step. The lantern in her left hand threw the small dark cathedral of her shadow up the curved wall. We are not fused. The oath is not biological. The oath is moral. It binds our intentions. If you wish to drink poison, you may drink poison. I would prefer you tell me first, so that I may select a poison of better quality. We will not share a body. We will not feel each other's wounds. We will not, to the great relief of the more lurid biographers, read each other's minds. It is an oath of care. It cannot be coerced by ritual. It can only be confirmed by ritual. If we did not already mean it, the cut would be a cut. The cut will be a cut tonight. The cut is also the seal. Right. You may still decline. Right. It is a real declination. I will not be insulted. I will be, there is a word, I will be vexed, but I will accept. The Addamses do not coerce oaths. Right. He came up another step. I'm not declining. Acceptable. They came up onto the parapet. The night was the kind of night that, in Scotland, is not a night so much as a long sigh between days, with the stars too clear and the cold too patient and the wind moving the loose end of Harry's scarf as if testing it. There was no moon, moon thin, half cold, only the faint thread of Sirius low to the south, and the Pleiades higher, and the great old wheel of Cassiopeia. Wednesday set the lantern down on the flat stone of the parapet. She turned to face Harry, the wind taking the loose end of one braid, the silver clasp at the end catching one dim lantern edge. She drew from a small dark inside pocket of her uniform a knife. It was tiny. It was the size of a finger. It was a ceremonial knife of some kind, with a thin silver handle worked in a single coiled snake of an oddly antique style. It looked Greek, or perhaps Anatolian. Wednesday held it loosely with her thumb against the flat of the blade, as if she had been taught to hold it that way since she had been old enough to be taught to hold a knife at all. This was my great-grandmother's, she said. It is older than the school. It has been in 3 duels and 7 oaths. The duels were not, by my mother's accounting, the knife's fault. The oaths it has all kept. All right. Give me your left hand. He gave her his left hand. The cut will be on the meat of the thumb. It will be small. You will not feel it for 2 seconds, and then you will feel it, and then you will not feel it again. The healing draught is in my pocket. I have brought it. The cut will not scar unless you wish it to. Most Addamses choose to keep the scar. You may choose otherwise. I'll think about it after. Acceptable. She held his hand. Her fingers were cold. They were exactly as cold as the parapet. The combination, the hand cold and the stone cold and the wind cold, produced in Harry a small absolute clear stillness in his chest, of the kind he had only ever felt before in moments of acute danger. He found that he was not panicking. He found that, in fact, he had not panicked once in the 4 weeks of term. He filed the discovery. She made the cut. It was tiny. It was, as promised, a beat of nothing and then a beat of clean cold pain and then a beat of nothing again. A single bead of blood gathered on the pad of his thumb, dark in the lantern light, and she pressed her own thumb gently to a corresponding spot on her own left hand, a small white scar there, already, from a previous cut Wednesday had not bothered to discuss, and rolled the small ceremonial knife against the meat of her thumb until her own bead of blood rose. She held her thumb out. She did not press it to his. You press, she said. Why? Because the oath is yours. The claim was mine. The seal is yours. I have made the offer. You make the acceptance. This is one of the symmetries of the ritual. Press. He pressed. His thumb met her thumb. The 2 beads of blood met. They sat for a half-second on the conjunction of their 2 thumbs, dark in the lantern light, with the wind moving across the parapet and the small thin thread of Sirius low in the south above the forbidden forest, and Wednesday spoke the words. Her voice, in the dark, was the same flat low instrument it always was, with the slow gravity of a small dark cathedral. I claim you. I do not own you. You belong to no one. The claim is the public statement of my intention to defend you, to find you when you are lost, to arrive when you are attacked, to mock you when you deserve it, to harbor you when you do not, to write you when we are apart, to remember you when you are forgotten, to share my family with you when you have none of your own, and to walk beside you when you are walking somewhere you should not walk alone. The claim does not include your body. The claim does not include your marriage. The claim does not include your future. The claim is companionship. I am, by the Addams ledger, your sworn companion. You will be, by the Addams ledger and by your own consent, mine. Say it. Harry, who had spent his life being told what he was by people who had never asked him, said it. I am your sworn companion. You are mine. The thread of Sirius brightened. It did, very faintly. Whether this was the oath, or the wind shifting the air, or simply the night becoming clearer the way night sometimes did at 2 in the morning above the forbidden forest, neither of them could have said. The beat of joined blood between their two thumbs went, very briefly, the temperature of warm milk. Wednesday inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. Harry inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. They lifted their hands apart. She produced, from a different pocket, a small flask of healing draught, and they each touched a drop to the cut, and the cut closed. Harry, in the wind, with a tiny scar already forming on the meat of his thumb, made a small involuntary breath out that was, faintly, half a laugh. Wednesday. Yes. That was actually beautiful. She did not respond at once. She said, eventually, yes. She put the small ceremonial knife back into her pocket. She did not look at him, or at the sky, or at the lantern. She looked, very steadily, at the dark line of the forbidden forest. The wind moved the loose end of her braid. The silver clasp caught the lantern light again. The line of her mouth was the line of her mouth. She did not smile. She would not. But Harry, standing 2 steps from her on the cold parapet of a tower he had never been on in October before, had the absolute small private certainty that he had, in some way that would not be visible to anyone else, made her happy. Snape called them to his office at 7:40 the next morning. He did not know about the parapet. He suspected. His expression, when they arrived in his office in their school robes with their hair still damp from the morning's brief shower and a small fresh pink scar each on the meat of their left thumbs, suggested that he had, with the practiced eye of a man who had spent 20 years observing the small private follies of adolescence, suspected very nearly the full pattern. He set down a roll of parchment on his desk. Sit. Both of you. They sat. I have, he said, in the cold exact never contracted formality that was his, spent the night reading the statute concerning magical adolescent foreign exchange students. Yes, Professor. I have also spent the night reading the statute concerning interhouse bonds between magical adolescents of a like calendar year. Yes, Professor. I have read both statutes thoroughly. I have read them in the original Latin, in the modern English translation, and in the heavily footnoted Welsh, on the grounds that the Welsh translators were often, by tradition, the most pedantic. I have read the footnotes. Yes, Professor. There is, in neither statute, any explicit prohibition on blood oaths between 13-year-olds. No, Professor. There is an implicit prohibition on blood oaths between 13-year-olds, which appears in 3 of the footnotes, 2 of the appendices, and the introductory paragraph of the Welsh. Yes, Professor. You have violated, by my reluctant accounting, no explicit rule. No, Professor. You have violated approximately 11 implicit ones. Yes, Professor. He pressed 2 long fingers against the bridge of his nose. Miss Addams. Yes, Professor. In your view, having now performed this oath, does this oath cover, for purposes of compliance with the operation we have agreed upon, the same obligations as a sibling bond under traditional Slytherin law? It covers more obligations. The sibling bond is more limited. The companion bond is more comprehensive. Acceptable. Yes, Professor. You have therefore not, by oversight or by inadvertence, weakened the operation. No, Professor. You have, in fact, marginally strengthened it. Yes, Professor. I will not pretend to be pleased. You are not pleased. I am exquisitely uncomfortable. Yes, Professor. Continue to be exquisitely uncomfortable on your own time. Be useful to me on mine. Out. They left. In the corridor, on the way to breakfast, Harry, who had spent half of the conversation looking at the floor of Snape's office, looked sideways at Wednesday. "Did you actually understand all of that," he said, "or was that all faff?" "I understood 8/10 of it. The other 2/10 were a small piece of professional theater. Snape is, in his hours, occasionally theatrical. We must allow it. Right. He likes us. He hates us. He hates us intensely. This is, in his particular case, a form of liking. I will explain at lunch." The first Slytherin-Gryffindor Quidditch match of the year was the following Saturday. It had been planned, originally, for early October, Slytherin's home opener. The Slytherin team, when they assembled in the pitch tunnel beneath the stands 15 minutes before the game, found, sitting in the front row seat of the Slytherin section, the small dark composed shape of Wednesday Addams. She was wearing a black and green scarf. Marcus Flint had had it delivered to her by an embarrassed third-year boy that morning. It was the only one of her clothing items, since she had arrived at Hogwarts, that conceded any color whatsoever, and Wednesday had received it the way one receives a small ceremonial gift, placing it across her shoulders with the gravity of a girl draped in a flag, and she had worn it down to the pitch. She had refused, however, to sit in any of the comfortable middle row seats the Slytherin prefects had insisted she occupy. She had taken, instead, the very front row, the seat closest to the pitch, the seat that the older Slytherins disdained because it was too close to the field spray. She had selected this seat because, from this seat, she could see Harry Potter's face during the game. Harry, on the Gryffindor side, when he glanced across the pitch in the warm-up flight, had seen her at once. She was a small dark cathedral in the Slytherin front row, exactly opposite his goalkeeper. She did not raise her hand. She did not raise her chin. She did not need to. She had told him, that morning at breakfast, across the open polished floor, from her small wooden stool, "I will see the game from the front row. I will not call to you. I will be there." He had not, until that morning, ever played a Quidditch match in which he had a single person, anywhere in the world, watching him from the front row solely on his account. He found he could feel her there in his peripheral vision as he flew. The match began. Marcus Flint started it, as he started all Slytherin matches, with a deliberately illegal opening shoulder charge. The referee, Madame Hooch, with her bright yellow eyes, caught it, blew her whistle, restored possession to Gryffindor. The match thereafter unfolded along the standard Slytherin-Gryffindor lines, which is to say, fast, brutal, refereed with great patience, with the Slytherin beaters hitting bludgers in a pattern that was 3% over the legal limit and the Gryffindor chasers passing in a pattern that was 4% over the imaginative limit. Wood, in the Gryffindor goal, was barking instructions. Angelina was managing the chase line. Fred and George were having, by their own later assessment, a moderately good Saturday. Harry was hunting the snitch. The snitch was being slippery. It was, in the third 20-minute window of the game, with the score at 120 Gryffindor to 100 Slytherin, that Crabbe and Goyle, who had been instructed by Flint and possibly also by a third party in the audience that Wednesday Addams had not yet got around to identifying, decided to perform the small unsanctioned blocking maneuver that, in interhouse matches, was technically called running interference and that, by every other person present, was called fouling Potter. They came at Harry from both sides. Crabbe's broom was on his left. Goyle's broom was on his right. Their bats were lowered. They were going to bracket him and crush him and then claim, on review, that they had been pursuing a bludger which had not, in fact, existed. Harry saw them coming. He prepared to dive. He did not have time to dive. From the front row of the Slytherin stands, with her hands flat on her knees and a small black and green scarf at her throat and no apparent change of expression at all, Wednesday Addams lifted her wand. She did not stand. She did not aim. She made the small efficient circular motion of a girl who had been throwing knives since she was 4, the wrist flick of a hand that knew exactly what shape it wanted the world to take, and she said one word under her breath. Glacium. Crabbe's bat froze to his hand. Goyle's bat froze to his hand. Crabbe's hand, in turn, froze to his broom handle. Goyle's hand, in turn, froze to his broom handle. The two Slytherin beaters, mid-charge, 20 feet above the pitch on either side of Harry Potter, found themselves attempting to lift their bats up to strike, and discovering, with the small dawning horror of a person who has just discovered that his bones are politely unavailable, that their bats, and their hands, and their broom handles, had all decided in the same moment to become a single piece. They flailed. They tried to let go of their brooms. They could not. They had become parts of their own brooms. Their brooms, mid-charge, on the trajectory of fouling Potter, kept going. They went past Harry on either side at full speed, locked into their own postures, with their bats raised in the half-foul they had committed themselves to, like two large clay statues launched on broom-shaped sleds. They overshot. They circled. They could not steer because they could not move their hands. They drifted, with the slow useless rotation of two unhappy puddings, out over the lakeside of the pitch, where Madame Hooch, with the easy professional efficiency of a referee who had seen most things, blew her whistle, summoned a school broom on each, mounted, intercepted them, and brought them back to the ground in two heavily managed descents. The Gryffindor section roared. The Slytherin section, after one beat of stunned reflexive booing, fell, with the small bright silent Slytherins observed transactions into a low careful muttering. Wednesday, in the front row, lowered her wand. She placed her hands flat on her knees. She did not look at Crabbe. She did not look at Goyle. She did not look at Harry. She looked, with the same flat steady gaze, at the pitch. Harry caught the snitch 14 minutes later. It was, by general consensus afterward, the easiest catch of his Hogwarts career to date. The Slytherin team, with both beaters on the ground and the surviving chasers playing with the small distracted expression of men who were now playing against a third opponent who was not technically on the pitch, had not recovered the play, and Harry, sliding into a clean dive across the pitch, had closed his fingers around the small bright wing of the snitch with the relieved precision of a boy who had had an exceptionally instructive morning. The Gryffindor team won 280-100. The Slytherin team trudged down the pitch tunnel afterward in the silence of a defeated army. Flint did not, as Flint usually did, kick the wall. Flint walked to the changing rooms with the small thoughtful expression of a man recalculating his entire November. Crabbe and Goyle were taken to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, having spent 10 minutes attempting every counter-charm in her repertoire and discovered that none of them functioned, sent word, by a sour first year, that the freezing on the two boys was not in any of the standard textbooks and that she required the casting which to attend. The casting which attended. She arrived at the hospital wing in her school robes with the small black and green scarf still at her throat and her hands flat at her sides. Madame Pomfrey, taking one look at her, looked at the patients, looked back at Wednesday, looked at the patients, looked back at Wednesday, looked at the ceiling for 2 seconds, and said, in a clipped voice, "Miss Addams. Release them, please. In a moment. Now, please. In a moment. I would like to speak to them first." Crabbe, on his bed, with his bat still inexplicably welded to his hand and the bat still inexplicably welded to the half-empty broom handle laid across his stomach, made a small wet whimpering noise. Goyle, on the next bed, was crying with the silent fixed tears of a large 14-year-old boy who had not had a parent recently enough. Wednesday stood at the foot of the two beds with her hands flat at her sides. The small black and green scarf at her throat moved with her breath. Crabbe. Please, Goyle. Please, listen to me. They listened. I will release the freezing in approximately 4 minutes. 4 minutes is a small price for what you attempted today. You will, in those 4 minutes, listen to me. You will, after I release you, do exactly what I am about to tell you. Do you understand? They nodded as best they could. You will, between now and the end of the academic year, never lay a hand on Harry Potter. Not in friendship. Not in jest. Not in the kind of incidental dormitory shoving that 13-year-old boys engage in. You will not lay a hand on him in the corridor. You will not lay a hand on him in the Great Hall. You will not lay a hand on him on the Quidditch pitch under any pretext, including the official one. You will not lay a hand on him on any school trip, in any classroom, in any common space. If you lay a hand on him, you will discover that the freezing was the small one. The next thing will not be the freezing. The next thing will be the kind of thing my grandmother does. My grandmother does worse things than the freezing. Do you understand? They nodded. Good. Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey, who had not, in all her years at the hospital wing, been used by a patient as her secretarial second, compressed her mouth into a thin line and said, with the patience of a woman counting to 47, "Yes, Miss Addams. You may release them now. Finite glacium. My word will not work. The freezing is mine. You will need to say it. You are an able witch. You will be able to. Try once." Madame Pomfrey raised her wand. She said, "Finite glacium." The freezing released. Crabbe's hand came off the bat. Goyle's hand came off the bat. The bats came off the broom handles. The broom handles, no longer attached to anything, fell with two small dignified clatters to the floor. Crabbe and Goyle, weeping, did not move. "Out of bed in 3 minutes," said Madame Pomfrey, who was, by now, ready to be alone with her patients. "Both of you. Now, Miss Addams, please leave my hospital wing." "Yes, ma'am." Wednesday left. Harry, who had been in the corridor and had heard the small tail end of the speech, did not say anything until they were down the staircase and outside the hospital wing and on the 3rd floor, at which point he stopped at a window and pressed his palm flat against the cold stone for a moment. He said, "Wednesday." Yes. That was, Wednesday, that was really cold. It was. They are 14. They are. They are not very bright. And they were following Flint's orders. And, they are. They were. They are also third-year boys whose mothers and fathers will, in 15 years, be raising the fists they are raising today against people who cannot defend themselves. They will not be unbecoming. They will not grow out of it. They will become Death Eaters or auctioneers, depending on the available economy. I have taught them, this morning, that there is, in their small dim corner of the world, one girl who will break their hands if they raise them at her companion. They will, in 15 years, remember the morning. They will hesitate. The hesitation is the gift. He looked at her. He looked at her sideways for a long beat. "You think a lot," he said, "about 15 years from now." "Yes." "Why?" "Because I have been told, by my grandmother, that 13 is the year at which you begin to plant the things that will be there at 28. I am 13. I am planting. I am extremely thorough. Right. Are you angry with me?" He considered. The wind from the open window moved the loose end of his Gryffindor scarf. He thought about Crabbe in the hospital wing with his hand still flexing the air where the bat had been. He thought about Goyle weeping with the silent fixed tears of a 14-year-old who had not had a parent recently enough. He thought about the 4-minute mercy in which Wednesday had let them feel exactly how cold she could be before she let go. He thought about all the times in his life he had been the one weeping in the hospital wing with the silent fixed tears, and about how every adult in those moments had been, kind, or absent, or both, and how no one had ever said, on his behalf, "If you do this again, I will break your hands." "No," he said. "Acceptable. Wait. Wait. I might be a little angry. I haven't decided. You may decide later. The offer remains open." "Right." Draco Malfoy approached Wednesday on the Monday morning after the match. He did not approach her in the common room. He did not approach her in the corridor. He did not approach her, properly speaking, anywhere a Malfoy would normally approach an equal, which is to say openly, with witnesses, with the small private satisfaction of having one's words overheard by people who would later report them to one's father. He approached her at the bottom of the spiral staircase that led down from the Slytherin third-year girls' dormitory, at 6:58 in the morning, in his school robes, with his face the color of a thin sun on a slow morning, with his hair flattened by, Wednesday calculated, for separate runs of an ivory comb against an unyielding cowlick. He stood on the third step. He looked at his shoes. He cleared his throat. She waited. She did not, by family precedent, assist him. The Addamses did not assist people in the act of asking for things they did not want to ask for. The asking was the price. The asking was, as Wednesday's father had once put it over dinner with the small sideways smile that his mustache implied, the small portion of self that one trades for the chance to be helped. Draco said, eventually, Addams. Malfoy. Could I, you may. Addams, he said, in the small impatient hiss of a boy who had not yet given up on dignity, I don't even know how to, how does one even, there is, my name. Yes. My name is on the slab. There was a small absolute silence. He had not said it loudly. He had said it with the small clean panic of a boy who had spent the entire weekend pacing the dormitory. She regarded him. She regarded him for a long beat, the long beat she gave to questions that mattered, and in it, for the first time in their 3 weeks of acquaintance, the small dark cathedral of her face produced, not a softening, not a smile, never a smile, but a small 1/4 inch lowering of the chin that meant, in the small dictionary of Wednesday Addams's face, I have heard you. I will not laugh. Continue, she said. It's, Addams, I don't, Pansy said. Pansy heard from Tracy who heard from a second-year Hufflepuff whose name is on the slab as well, Tessa Howell, and she said the slab keeps a ledger and that Slytherin families that signed in are higher up, and where on the slab is your name. Hi, Addams. Pansy said, she said she saw, third from the top. Third. From the top, Addams. Third from the top. Yes. That is what we feared. What does we mean? Who is we? She did not answer. He looked at her. He looked, in that small clipped Malfoy way that had been hammered into him by years of his father, at the corridor behind her, at the long dim line of the dungeon corridor with its slow torches. He made the small Malfoy calculation that, by his accounting, he had several enemies, no real friends, and one available girl who had, by public family law, claimed Harry Potter, and who therefore might, by the same family law, have a great deal more access to information about the slab than he did. He compressed his mouth. He said, with the most painful possible exhalation, Addams. I am asking. For your help. She paused. She let the pause sit. The pause sat. The pause was the shape of every cold morning that had ever passed between a Malfoy and an Addams since the 17th century. Wednesday allowed it. Wednesday was very good at allowing pauses. Then she said, in her flat low monotone, with the precision of a girl who had been taught all her life to take exactly what an asking was worth and no more, I will help you, Malfoy. On a single condition. Name it. You will, this evening, in the common room, in front of every Slytherin from first year to 7th, stand up and declare, without prompting, without prefacing, that my chosen companion Harry Potter is under Addams' protection, and that any Slytherin who lifts a hand against him will be lifting it, by your personal endorsement, against the house. You will say this clearly. You will say it in your own voice, without crying, without sneering, without using the word father even once. You will say it as a Slytherin and as a Malfoy. You will, in the same speech, formally extend the protection to yourself by association, and you will, by saying so, except that your protection from the slab will be conditional on your continued public good behavior toward my companion. Do you accept these terms?" Draco's mouth opened. Draco's mouth shut. Draco's mouth opened again. He found himself, briefly, performing the small Malfoy reflex of looking around for the witnesses he was used to performing for, and finding, in the empty staircase, that there were none. He found, briefly, the smallest and most unfamiliar feeling he had ever encountered in his life, which was the feeling of being alone in a corridor with a girl asking him to be, for once, exactly the size he was. He said, "Addams." Addams. "Father will, your father will not hear of this," Wednesday said, without inflection, "until I have decided he should. Your father will, by my private estimate, be one of those who comes to hear of it last. This is one of the small kindnesses I am extending to you. Decide." He stared at her. He stared at her for the longest stare he had given anything in his life that was not the small mirror in the boys' lavatory in which he sometimes practiced the small Lucius sneer. The stare did not work. Wednesday did not blink. Wednesday did not waver. The small ink-dark cathedral of her stood, hands flat at her sides, on the third step below his, with the lantern light very faintly catching the silver clasp at the end of her left braid. He swallowed. He said, "I accept. You will say it tonight. Tonight. After dinner. 8:23. I will signal you. You, 8:23. 8:23. The fire will, by my calculation, have settled by then, and the common room will be at its most receptive. Right. You may go." He went. He climbed the staircase slowly, with the small stunned posture of a boy who had not been raised to bargain in good faith and had just, against every Malfoy instinct, done so. Wednesday watched him go. When the stair curve had taken him from view, she inclined her head 1/4 of an inch to the empty staircase, in private acknowledgement of the small unusual difficulty of what he had just done, and she walked, with her hands flat at her sides, to breakfast. She did not tell Harry about the conversation. She did not tell Hermione. She did, at the staff table that morning, allow Snape, across the open polished floor, to see the small 1/4 inch incline of her chin she gave him when matters were proceeding as planned. Snape, with his thin long fingers around his pumpkin juice goblet, inclined his head 1/4 of an inch in return. At dinner that evening, at 8:23 on the dot, in the greenlit Slytherin common room, with the seventh-year prefects assembled by the long table and the first years tucked behind the second years by the fire and Marcus Flint in his second-best armchair and Pansy Parkinson on the long couch with her ledger of new grievances open on her knees, Draco Malfoy stood up. He cleared his throat. He did not, at any point during the next 68 seconds of speech, use the word father. He delivered, in the small clipped Malfoy diction he could not entirely escape but could, with effort, refine, the small public sentence Wednesday had requested. He sat down. The common room sat with him. There was a very small absolute silence. Then Marcus Flint, in his second-best armchair, sighed an enormous Slytherin sigh that he had been holding in for nearly an hour, and said, to the room at large, "Right. That's done, then. Potter's off the boards. Anyone touches him, you'll be answering to Malfoy, which means you'll be answering to me, which means I'll be answering to her." He tilted his head to indicate Wednesday on the largest green leather armchair, who was reading a book and not looking at the room, "and I am, as a matter of policy, not answering to her again. Are we clear?" "We're clear, Marcus." "Good. Get on with the chess." The chess resumed. Wednesday did not look up from her book. Although Thing had not arrived yet, and would not for another 24 hours, and so could not, technically, witness this, would later, on hearing the story from a small Slytherin first year whose handwriting he had begun to compliment, tap the mantel 3 times in approval. It was on the Tuesday following the match that Thing arrived. Wednesday's mother had written, on heavy black paper, 3 days earlier, the following short letter: "Wednesday, I am sending Thing. He has been climbing the walls of the manor in his small offended way since you departed, and Gomez and I are agreed that he will be more usefully placed at Hogwarts. He will be sent express coffin post on Tuesday. Mind he is settled into a warm dark place at once. Pugsley sends his regards. Pugsley has been bitten 3 times this week by the Aunt Esmeralda's nose. He is in good spirits. Mother, the coffin post had arrived on Tuesday at 3:15 by direct underground line, which was a service the Addams family had used for 2 centuries and which the Hogwarts postroom, which dealt, as a rule, with owls and the occasional regretful seagull, had not previously been required to accommodate. The arrival had been heralded by a low knock from the floor of the postroom, which had been investigated by the postman, who had located, in a small disused corner of the postroom basement, a flagstone that had not been there in the morning. The flagstone had a small silver ring set into it. The postman, with the air of a man who had been warned about this kind of thing once during training, lifted the ring. The flagstone hinged up. Beneath the flagstone, in a small velvet-lined cavity in the dirt, was a small lacquered black box, approximately the size of 2 stacked books. The postman had carried the box to the Slytherin common room at 4:20. He had not, on principle, opened it. Wednesday had received the box at the common room entrance with the perfect equanimity of a girl who had been expecting it, had signed for it on a small black ledger with a quill the postman had no memory of producing, and had carried it into the common room. She had set it down on the long low table by the fire. She had unlatched it. She had lifted the lid. Thing had unfolded. Thing was a hand. Specifically, Thing was a left hand, severed cleanly at the wrist. The wrist did not, however, look in any way distressed by the severance. The wrist looked, in fact, neat and content, with 4 fingers and a thumb, with a small scar at the base of the index finger from an incident in 1957, and with a faint precise polish at the nails that suggested the kind of careful private hygiene of a creature with very few possessions and intense self-respect. It unfolded from the lacquered box with the slow practiced articulation of an old gentleman emerging from a long carriage journey. It paused on the rim of the box. It tapped the wood 3 times, 3 quick raps, like a small private code, and then sprang lightly to the table. It walked, on its fingertips, with the spry quick scuttle of a small dignified spider, in a careful circle around its new environment. The Slytherin common room, which had been mid-conversation, stopped. A 7th year called Mortimer Bowl, who had been bored and was leaning on the mantel, stood up. "What, on earth, is that?" "That," Wednesday said, "is Thing." "Thing." "Yes." "It is a hand." "Yes." "It is moving." "Yes." "It does not have a body." "Correct." "Wednesday, be quiet, Mortimer. Thing has just traveled 3,000 miles by coffin post. He is tired. He requires a small dark warm place. He requires, by family precedent, the right-hand side of the mantelpiece. I will install him." She installed him. Thing established himself on the right-hand side of the mantelpiece, beside a small old marble bust of a forgotten Slytherin headmaster, and he made a small soft 3-finger pad of himself there, with his thumb folded back like a small alert ear, and he rapped the marble 3 times with his index finger in his characteristic signature rhythm. Tap 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 tap, and then went still. He had arrived. He would not, for the rest of the year, be moved from that mantel, except when he wished to be elsewhere. Within a week, all of the Slytherin common room would speak in low voices when they passed the mantel. Within 2 weeks, Mortimer Bowl would, in a private moment that no one would witness, leave a small piece of fudge on the mantel beside Thing, and Thing would, in the morning, neatly fold the wrapper into a small square. Thing had been there before any of them. Thing would be there after. It was Wednesday night, the night after Thing's arrival, that Wednesday sat by the fire in the Slytherin common room with the small marbled bust beside her and Thing curled tap-tapping on the mantel above and a thin black candle on the low table in front of her, and she opened, on the table, Concerning the Magic of Lists. She had borrowed the volume. This was, in the strict accounting, theft. This was, in the looser accounting, the kind of theft Madame Pants permitted in cases where, in Madame Pants's private estimation, the book in question had been borrowed by a girl who, in Madame Pance's private estimation, was the only person in the school who could be trusted with it. Madame Pance had, that morning, while shelving, found a small note tucked between 2 volumes in the restricted section in a long elegant hand. The borrowing of Concerning the Magic of Lists, Volume 3, will not interfere with the proper care of your library. It is in clean hands. Thank you. W. Addams. Madame Pance had read the note. She had pocketed it. She had not raised the matter with Dumbledore. Wednesday read. She read the chapter on the founder anchors twice, the chapter on the Cabal members 3 times, and the appendix on the slab's predicted behavior 4 times. She made small careful annotations in her own pocket notebook, in a small neat hand, with a small green ink pencil her father had given her on her 9th birthday with the instruction use this when you mean it. She meant it. By midnight, she had a plan. By midnight 15, she had 3 plans. By midnight 30, she had narrowed the 3 to 1, with the second held in reserve and the third filed under if the second fails. She closed the book. She closed her notebook. She extinguished the candle. She rose. She placed her hand briefly on the mantel beside Thing. Thing tapped her wrist once in acknowledgement. She climbed to the third-year girls' dormitory. She slept. She slept the slow flat sleep of a 13-year-old who had, that day, watched her sworn companion play Quidditch from the front row, paralyzed 2 beaters mid-foul, frightened a hospital wing matron, lectured 2 unconscious bullies, accepted delivery of her family hand, planned a 3-part heist, and not, at any point in the day, smiled. She did not smile in her sleep either. She slept the way she lived, composed, dense, dark, dry, alert at the edges, with one eye on whether the room intended to surprise her. The room did not. Outside the dormitory, in the long dim corridor of the 3rd floor, Edgar the Raven, on his nightly rounds, passed the door once, twice, 3 times. He paused at the door. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. He moved on. He had a Gryffindor to check on, before dawn, on the 7th floor. Harry was awake when Edgar arrived. He had been awake since 1. He had not been pretending to be awake. He had not been doing the thing he had taught himself to do at the Dursleys, the thing where he lay on his back and stared at the ceiling and made his breathing the slow shape of a sleeper while the rest of him stayed up and thinking. He was, simply, awake, with his glasses on, with his defense essay open on his knees, with the lamp on the bedside table turned low enough that Ron, 3 feet away, did not stir. He was thinking about Wednesday on the parapet. He was thinking about the small hot beat of joined blood on the conjunction of their 2 thumbs. He was thinking about the scar on the meat of his left thumb, which had healed almost flat and which he had nevertheless decided, in the small private corner of his mind that decided such things, to keep visible. He was thinking about Draco. He had not heard, until that afternoon at lunch, about Draco's speech in the Slytherin common room. Hermione had told him, Hermione, who had heard it from Faye Dunbar, who had heard it from a Slytherin first year called Astoria Greengrass, who had been impressed enough to tell 3 Ravenclaws about it on the bridge between classes the next day. Harry had not known what to do with the news. He had been Malfoyed at by Malfoy for 2.5 years, by way of his shoes, his hair, his father, his absence of a father, his mother, his choice in friends, his blood, his glasses, his scar, his broom, his height. He did not know what to do with the small public sentence in which his Hogwarts enemy had stood up and said, in the small clipped Malfoy diction he could not entirely escape, that any Slytherin who lifted a hand against him would be lifting it against the house. He had been thinking about it all afternoon. He was still thinking about it when Edgar landed on the windowsill outside the dormitory window, made a small dignified PRRK against the glass, and waited. Harry slid out of bed. He opened the casement. The wind off the lake was cold. Edgar walked from the sill to the bedside table with the polite formality of a small black butler, and set down, beside Harry's wand, a single folded piece of black paper. The paper was sealed with a small wax thumbprint. It was not from Morticia. The handwriting on the front was not the long slow elegant hand that he had begun, in 3 short weeks, to recognize as Wednesday's mother. It was a smaller, slightly more angular hand, the kind of hand that wrote with a steel nib pen that had been used hard for many years. The address on the front read, simply, Harold Potter, by Edgar. He broke the wax. The paper inside was a single short sheet, dark gray rather than black, with the ink a deeper blue-black. The note read, Harold, this is your first letter from Wednesday's father. Wednesday's mother does the welcoming. I do, in my fashion, the watching. I do not yet know you. I expect to, by Christmas. In the meanwhile I wish to tell you only 3 small things, which I will keep short, because my wife informs me that long letters from old men terrify children. 1. My daughter is, as you have begun to suspect, not entirely on the surface of this earth. She is held to it by the gravity of a small private universe she has invented since she was 3. Other people, until now, have been allowed to visit. You are the first she has chosen to share it with. Do not, by any small carelessness, treat this lightly. 2. Wednesday is, in the matter of public theater, formidable. Wednesday is, in the matter of private quiet, 12 years old and places I should not, as her father, describe to you. She will not show you those places for some time. When she does, you will not, please, mention that you have seen them. She is, in those rooms, very breakable. 3. My wife has written you twice. She has written you of welcome. She has written you of approval. She has not yet written you what I am writing you now, which is the small old truth my own grandfather wrote me when I was a boy and had been chosen, in a similar way, by his oldest niece. Here it is. I will not soften it. You have been chosen. The chosen do not, in our family, drift away. The chosen become, in time, members. The membership has, in many of its rooms, a brief and ferocious cost. The cost will not be asked of you tonight. The cost, when it comes, will be asked in plain language and with great courtesy, and you will, in plain language and with great courtesy, be allowed to refuse. We do not coerce. We do, however, give you advance warning, because Wednesday has chosen you publicly, and the public has, between the lines of its watching, already begun to wonder what your terms will be. You may begin to consider them. Good night, Harold. Mind the staircase to the 7th floor lavatory. The 3rd step has a small habit of trying to bite ankles. Gomez Addams. Harry read the letter twice. He read it slowly the 2nd time. He folded it. He put it under his pillow with the first letter, the one from Morticia. He looked at Edgar, who was standing on the bedside table in the small contained dignity of a butler who had completed his duties. Thanks, Edgar. Edgar inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. Tell, you can't tell him anything, can you? You're just a raven. Edgar inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. Harry, sitting on the edge of his bed in the low lamplight, in the warm dim of a dormitory full of sleeping boys, with his defense essay open and forgotten on his knees, looked, for a long moment, at the wall in front of him. He said, eventually, to no one in particular, in the small dry voice he used when he was making decisions in front of himself, right. All right. I'm in. Edgar did not respond. Edgar, on the bedside table, set his small dark head against his shoulder and went, with the perfect composure of a butler off duty, briefly to sleep. IG Chapter 5, Bone Theft. The cellar beneath the Hogwarts kitchens had not been opened, by official record, since 1841. By the unofficial record, that is, the record kept by the house elves, which was the more accurate of the 2 records and which the Hogwarts staff did not, as a rule, know existed, the cellar had been opened approximately every 14 months since 1841 by various combinations of curious 6th years, drunk professors, and one regrettable groundskeeper. None of these openings had been welcomed. The house elves had, in each case, removed the intruder from the cellar with the careful firm hospitality of people who understood that the cellar was theirs, that the cellar had been theirs since the school was founded, and that the cellar contained, among the casks of pumpkin spirit and the rows of pickled onions and the great brass-bound vats of school treacle, one small iron reliquary that was none of the school's business. The reliquary was the size of a thick Bible. It sat on a low stone plinth in the back of the cellar, in a small alcove cut into the rock, illuminated by a single thin candle that had been burning, by all available accounting, for 912 years. The reliquary's lid was sealed with 3 small iron locks. The locks had no keyholes. Above the reliquary, painted on the wall of the alcove in the warm sloppy hand of a wizard who had been, at the time, in his 60s and slightly drunk, was a small portrait of a stout cheerful woman with apple cheeks and a brown plaited braid coiled at the nape of her neck, singing. The woman was Helga Hufflepuff. She was singing one of the founder's old Badger songs. She had been singing it, by all available accounting, for 912 years. She had a very nice voice. She did not stop singing for anyone. Wednesday Addams stepped through the open trapdoor into the cellar at 1:03 in the morning, with Harry directly behind her, Hermione directly behind Harry, Thing in the small inside pocket of Wednesday's blazer, and Snape, to the general bewilderment of everyone present, bringing up the rear, having insisted, against his own better judgment, on accompanying them. The trapdoor had not, at any point in the operation, been locked. That was the first of the small troubling efficiencies of the night. "It is not locked," Hermione had whispered, when they had located the door, beneath a sack of flour in the far corner of the main kitchen, after the last house elf had retired, and Wednesday had simply lifted the brass ring and the door had hinged up. "Wednesday, it is not locked." "No. It should be locked." "Yes." "Why isn't it locked?" "Because the house elves do not believe in locks. They believe in being asked. We have not, technically, asked. But we have been polite about not asking. They appreciate that. How do you? I came down here yesterday afternoon. I had tea with the senior house elf. Her name is Madge. She approves of me, although she finds me, in her phrase, unsettling. She will not interfere with us tonight. She has, however, requested that we be careful with the onions. The onions are personal to her. Right. Move. They had moved. The cellar was warm. That was the second of the small troubling efficiencies. Cellars in Scotland were not, as a rule, warm. They were, as a rule, cold the way Scottish cellars were cold, which is to say with the slow patient cold of stone that had not, in any of its memory, been visited by the sun. This cellar was warm. It was warm with the kind of warmth that the Hogwarts kitchens above pushed gently down through the floor, the warmth of bread, the warmth of stew, the warmth of 912 years of cooking, and the warmth had soaked into the stone the way honey soaks into a slice of dark bread. The cellar smelled of old wood, of last year's apples, of warm pickled onions, of distant rosemary, of the faint sweet smoke of a candle that had been burning, by all available accounting, for 912 years. Wednesday inhaled, once, with great seriousness, and produced the small 1/4-inch lowering of the chin that, in the small dictionary of her face, meant "I am content in this room." "This room," she said quietly, "is very acceptable." "It is acceptable," Snape agreed, behind her, in his cold exact never contracted formality. "Move." "Yes, Professor." She moved. They moved together, the 4 of them and Thing, down the long low stone aisle of the cellar, past the rows of casks. Someone, in the 18th century, had carved a small dignified face into each cask, and the faces watched them go past with the small mild interest of casks who had nothing better to do, past the great brass-bound vats of school treacle. The vats hummed faintly, in the way warm sweet things hum. Past the rows of pickled onions in their pale tall jars. Wednesday inclined her head 1/4 of an inch at the onions, in deference to Madge, to the small alcove cut into the rock at the back of the cellar. The single thin candle was burning. The reliquary was on the plinth. Above the reliquary, in the warm sloppy hand of the wizard who had painted her, Helga Hufflepuff was singing. Her voice was a low rich Welsh contralto. She was singing one of the founder's old Badger songs, the one that went over the hill and into the den, into the den, over the hill and into the den, my little ones, my little ones. She had a very nice voice. She did not stop singing for them. She did, however, look at them. She looked at Wednesday first. Her singing did not pause. Her brown plaited braid, coiled at the nape of her neck, did not move. Her bright apple cheeks remained bright. She simply, between the verses of the Badger song, allowed her painted eyes to settle on the small dark composed shape of Wednesday Addams, and she allowed those eyes to remain there for the duration of one phrase of the song. Wednesday looked back. She did not blink. The founder, in her painted alcove, kept singing. The founder, in her painted alcove, after some 30 seconds of mutually unblinking observation between herself and the small dark composed 13-year-old in the not-quite Hogwarts uniform, did the smallest possible thing a founder's portrait could do without abandoning a song that had been ongoing for 912 years. She lowered her painted chin a quarter of an inch. Wednesday, in response, lowered her own chin a quarter of an inch. The founder kept singing. Snape, behind Wednesday, very quietly said, "Miss Addams. What? It is acceptable. She is allowing us." "That is not, Miss Addams, that is Helga Hufflepuff, she is a founder, she is also, by the small private accounting of the house elves whose welfare she invented, the most reasonable of the four. She will allow us, because we are doing what she would have done. She will, however, not stop singing. She finds the singing soothing. She has been singing for 912 years and she will not, on principle, be interrupted by the small intentions of a 13-year-old American girl. We will work around her. Right. Hermione. Yes. The locks. Hermione stepped up to the reliquary. She knelt. She set her wand tip a quarter of an inch from the first of the 3 small iron locks. The locks had no keyholes, only a small worn-down patch of iron at the center of each, where, over centuries, a thumb had been pressed many times. "They are not key locks," Hermione whispered. "They are seal locks. They require the thumb impression of a, wait. Wait." She read the small inscription that ran around the base of the plinth. The inscription was in Latin. Hermione, who had read Latin since she was 9, parsed it in 3 seconds. "It requires," she said quietly, "the thumb of one who has, in the prior 24 hours, sworn an oath. The reliquary recognizes oath blood. It will not open to a casual hand. It will open to, wait, Harry." Harry stepped forward. "My thumb." "Your thumb." "The cut from the parapet, Wednesday, that cut, did the blood, it went into the ledger," Wednesday said. "My mother has, by now, inscribed his name. The reliquary will, by the small efficient mathematics of these things, recognize the oath. He will open it." "Right." Harry knelt. He pressed the meat of his left thumb, the small healed scar, for nights old, faintly pink, against the worn patch of iron on the first lock. The lock made a small dry click. It did not click open. It clicked recognized. The reliquary made the small reassuring exhalation that things make when they have decided to be cooperative. He pressed the second lock. The second lock clicked. He pressed the third. The third lock clicked. The lid of the reliquary lifted a quarter of an inch. There was a small absolute silence in the cellar. Helga Hufflepuff, in her alcove, sang on. Wednesday lifted the lid. Inside the reliquary, on a small bed of unbleached wool that smelled faintly of rosemary and warm wax, was a single small bone. It was a finger bone. It was the proximal phalanx of a left index finger, by Hermione's quick precise observation. It was approximately 3 centimeters long. It was, against the unbleached wool, almost the same color as the wool, the color of warm cream. It had a tiny inscription on the side, a single rune, deeply cut, in the founder's old hand. The rune was the rune for home. Wednesday looked at the bone for a long moment. She did not, even now, smile. But the small dark cathedral of her face produced, in the candlelight, the smallest possible softening of the line at the corner of her mouth, and Harry, who had been observing her face with growing scientific care for 4 weeks, registered the softening with the small private accuracy of a man taking the temperature of a difficult patient and finding, against expectations, an improvement. She lifted the bone, with the gravity she had given to receiving the sorting hat, between thumb and forefinger. She turned it once in the candlelight. She set it carefully in a small silk-lined pocket of an interior compartment of her blazer that no Hogwarts uniform was, by the publicly available accounting, supposed to have. She closed the reliquary. She lowered the lid. She placed her own thumb, briefly, on the worn iron patch of the central lock. The lock did not click. The lock did not need to click. The reliquary had been opened by one oath blood. It would, by the small efficient mathematics of these things, close by another. She rose. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch toward the painted founder. The painted founder inclined her painted chin 1/4 of an inch in return. She kept singing. It was on the way out that the construct arrived. It came up out of the floor of the cellar between the 4th and 5th row of pickled onions, with the slow patient inevitability of a thing that had been called. It was not, at first, a construct. At first, it was a long thin thread of pale white dust, rising out of a hairline crack in the flagstone like the smoke off a wet wick. The thread grew. It rose to chest height. It thickened. It separated into legs, into arms, into a torso, into a head. It was not made of dust. It had only used the dust to assemble itself. By the time the assembly was complete it was made of bones. Not human bones. Not exactly. They were too long. They were too narrow. They were the bones, Hermione realized with a small precise sickening recognition, of animals, sheep's bones, ox bones, the long thin bones of birds, wired together with a fine cold black wire that did not exist anywhere else in the cellar. The construct stood 8 feet tall. In its right fist it held a butcher's cleaver. The cleaver was not made of bone. The cleaver was made of iron, and the iron was very old, and the edge had been kept honed by the same patient mathematic that had kept the candle burning for 912 years, and the edge was, at this exact moment, brighter than the candle. The construct turned its skull head toward them. It did not have eyes. It had 2 small holes where the eyes had been, and the holes were full of the same patient ancient dust. It made one slow grinding step toward Wednesday. Snape moved. He moved faster than Harry had ever seen him move. Snape was, on most mornings, the slow drifting shape of a man who had not yet decided whether to be annoyed, and his wand was up in the small precise fast arc of a former duelist. Reducto. The reductor curse hit the construct in the center of its sheep-ribbed chest. It blew out the entire front of its torso. It did not slow the construct. The construct kept walking. The hole in its torso reknitted in real time, the long thin animal bones rotating around the cold black wire as fresh ones rose up out of the floor crack to replace the broken ones. The cleaver did not waver. Snape said one word that Harry, even at 13, recognized was not in any of the textbooks. Hermione, with the small precise speed of a girl who had read the book first and read it most carefully, said quietly to Wednesday, "Wednesday. The wire. The bones don't matter. The wire. If we can cut the wire it will fall apart. It is the wire that is animating it. The wire is the binding. How do we cut the wire? It is goblin forged. It is silver iron alloy. We need cold steel. Or, Wednesday, with the small steady mathematic of a girl who had been throwing knives since she was 4, reached into her uniform. She drew her great-grandmother's small ceremonial knife. Hermione looked at it. Hermione opened her mouth. Wednesday said, "It is older than the school. Wednesday, it is cold steel. By every reasonable accounting. It was Anatolian. It was forged before the Latin word for silver iron existed. It will cut the wire. You, Wednesday, you can't throw a fingerknife through an 8-foot construct. I can. The construct was, by this point, 4 steps away. It raised the cleaver. Wednesday, with the same wrist flick of a hand that knew exactly what shape it wanted the world to take, the same wrist flick she had used at the Quidditch match a week earlier on Crabbe and Goyle, sent the small ceremonial knife in a single bright underhand arc directly at the construct's throat. The knife caught one of the small cold black wires at the joint of the neck and the collarbone. It severed it. The construct's head, no longer attached to the rest of the construct by anything but a thin rim of animal cartilage, fell. It did not roll. It dropped, with the small surprised dignity of a head that had not, in 900 years of cellar guardianship, anticipated this particular outcome. It hit the flagstones with a small dry talk. The cleaver, still in the construct's right fist, came down. It came down on empty air. Harry, with the small efficient reflex of a seeker, had pulled Hermione 2 steps backward, and Snape, with the small efficient reflex of a man who had spent 20 years in violent rooms, had pulled Wednesday 2 steps backward, and the cleaver buried itself, edge first, 3 inches deep into the cellar flagstone with the sound of a single iron bell. The construct, headless, with the cleaver in the floor and the front of its torso still half-knitting, stood for a single absolute beat. Then Thing, who had been waiting in the inside pocket of Wednesday's blazer for exactly this beat, sprang. Thing went from the pocket to the construct's shoulder in 3 small efficient leaps. Thing did not have the strength to dismantle a 400-pound construct. Thing had the precision to find, on the back of the construct's neck, between the 3rd and 4th vertebra, the small fine knotted loop where the cold black wire had been tied off when the construct had first been assembled in 1745. The knot was the size of a small thumbnail. The knot was the binding. Thing untied the knot. It took Thing 7 seconds. 7 seconds was a long time, for a hand without a body, in the middle of a half-knitted construct that was, in real time, attempting to grow itself a new head. But Thing was very thorough. Thing had been a Hogwarts 3rd year for 2 days now and was, by his own small private accounting, beginning to settle. The knot came untied. The cold black wire, no longer tied off, released along its full length with the long sigh of a long pent-up string. The animal bones, no longer held to one another by anything, fell. They fell in the slow surprised manner of bones that had not expected to fall, in a long clattering shower across the cellar flagstone. The cleaver, still buried in the floor, was the last thing to fall. The construct's hand, no longer animated, opened around the handle, and the construct's bone hand dropped to the floor with the small final talk of an empty plate. Thing landed lightly on the cellar floor. He brushed himself off in the small dignified manner of a hand who had performed his civic duty and was now off duty. He tap-tapped, tap-tap-tap-tap-tap, on the flagstone in his characteristic signature rhythm. The cellar was, for the first time in some minutes, quiet. Helga Hufflepuff, in her alcove, sang on. They got out of the cellar. Snape went up the stairs first. He did this with the bristling competence of a man who had not, in this particular evening, been required to do anything obviously life-threatening, but who had, at age 43, decided he was the adult and would therefore go up the stairs first. Hermione, with her hand pressed flat over her mouth in the small private effort of a girl trying not to react to the adrenaline in her own bloodstream, went second. Harry, with the cleaver in his right hand, they had agreed, by silent consensus in the cellar, that the cleaver was coming with them, went third. Wednesday went last. She paused, on the cellar threshold, with one hand on the trapdoor. She looked back, once, at the painted alcove with the singing founder. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. The painted founder inclined her painted chin 1/4 of an inch in return. She did not stop singing. Wednesday closed the trapdoor. By 2:20 in the morning they were on the lake side of the castle, in the long damp grass below the small stone retaining wall, sitting in a row of 4 with the cleaver across Harry's knees and the small fingerbone of Helga Hufflepuff in a small silk-lined pocket of Wednesday's interior blazer compartment, and Thing perched companionably on Wednesday's shoulder. The lake breathed. There was a very long pause. Hermione, in the small careful voice she used when she was processing a thing she had not previously thought she would have to process, said, "Wednesday." "Yes." "You, through a knife." "Yes." "Through the air." "Through a construct." From approximately 4 meters." "Wednesday." "Yes." "You, what?" "I have been throwing knives since I was 4. I throw approximately 20 per evening, in season. Spring is the most challenging season. The leaves disrupt the wind. I have, since the age of 7, missed 7 shots. 3 of those misses were intentional. I have hit, by my own count, 443 constructs over the years. None of those constructs, however, was as old as tonight's. Tonight's was the oldest of my career to date. I shall log it. You shall log it. My grandmother keeps the family ledger. I shall write to her. She will appreciate it. Hermione made a sound that was not quite a word. Snape, 2 seats down on the grass, with his robes damp where the dew had begun to settle, did not look up. He said, eventually, "Miss Addams." "Yes, Professor." "The fingerbone." "Yes, Professor." "You will keep it." "Yes, Professor." "You will not, on any account, hand it to me for safekeeping. I am, by virtue of the slab, an interested party. The bone is safer with the uninterested. You are the most uninterested party in this group." "Yes, Professor." "I will keep it." "Good." There was another pause. The lake breathed. Somewhere up at the castle, the bell in the clock tower, which had been silent since midnight, gave its long slow chime for 2:30. They were running on the small Lent time of the dawn. Wednesday, with her hands flat on her knees in the grass, looked sideways at Harry. He had not, since the cellar, said much. He was looking, with the cleaver across his knees and the small healed scar on the meat of his left thumb half curled around the cleaver's handle, at the surface of the lake. The surface of the lake was the long flat black of a Scottish lake at 2:30 in the morning, with a single thin silver line where the high castle lights touched it. She did not, by the careful protocols of her family, interrupt him. He said eventually, "Wednesday." "Yes." That construct was, it was a real thing. It was, that cleaver, that thing, it was trying to kill us. "Yes." "And the slab is going to send more of those, isn't it? With the next 2 relics." "Yes." "How many more?" 2. 1 per anchor. The slab does not, by my reading of the book, send all its constructs at once. It is patient. It will send the 2nd one in the chamber. It will send the 3rd one in the forest. The 3rd one, Antlerflame, is, by the book's small careful warning, larger and older than tonight's. The chamber's one is, different in character. It is, in the book's phrase, the drowned knight. It moves slowly. It does not breathe. Wednesday. "Yes." "Why are you doing this?" There was a long pause. She did not answer at once. She looked at the lake. She looked at the high castle lights. She looked at the thin silver line where they touched the water. She looked, after a long while, at Harry. "You have been alone in a small dark space," she said, "and learned to make it your kingdom." He looked at her sideways. "So have I," she said. "Most people scream in the dark. We listen." There was a long silence. The lake breathed. Hermione, 2 seats down, with her hand still pressed flat over her mouth, looked very steadily, with great love, at the back of Harry's head. She did not say a word. The Morning Post arrived in 2 installments. The first installment was a small silver-edged envelope sealed with a single dignified hand thumbprint in black wax, addressed in the long slow elegant hand of Morticia from Addams to Mr. Harold Potter, Gryffindor Tower, on his Hogwarts breakfast. The second installment, which arrived a moment later, was a heavy black envelope sealed with the same thumbprint, addressed in the same hand to my daughter, Wednesday Friday Addams, on her Slytherin breakfast. Wednesday opened hers in the open polished space exactly halfway between the houses, on her small wooden stool. Harry opened his at the Gryffindor table, with Hermione watching from the corner of her eye and Ron, beside him, with his mouth full of porridge. Wednesday's letter was, by the small private mathematic of her mother, a complete record of the previous 24 hours at Addams Manor. It was full of small careful instructions on the keeping of Helga Hufflepuff's finger bone. Morticia recommended an inside pocket lined with unbleached silk, the same silk Wednesday's blazer had already been lined with. By a coincidence Wednesday declined to call a coincidence. Small careful instructions on the management of Snape. Morticia recommended, with great gentleness, that Wednesday allow him a margin of small private fury, on the grounds that small private fury was, in his case, the same instrument as love, and small careful instructions on the management of Harry. Morticia recommended, with great gentleness, that Wednesday, when describing the cellar to Harry over the next several days, refrain from referring to the construct as trivial, on the grounds that a 13-year-old boy who had not previously seen one would need to call it big in his head for some time, and would be small inside for some weeks afterward, and would require time. It also contained one short paragraph, at the end, that Wednesday read 3 times. Wednesday, your father and I have spoken to the headmaster about the holidays. Harry will spend the winter break at Addams Manor. We have sent the headmaster the relevant correspondence. We have also sent the small custodial paperwork his aunt will require to release him. The aunt has been written to. The aunt will not refuse. She has not yet been told why. She will be told what she needs to be told. Bring nothing breakable except your heart. Wednesday folded the letter. She set it carefully on top of her small wooden stool. She looked, across the open polished floor, at Harry. He had just finished reading his own letter. Morticia had, in his copy, written him the same short paragraph in the same long elegant hand, and he was looking at her with the expression of a 13-year-old boy who had not, before this autumn, ever known with any certainty where he would be at Christmas. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. Snape, at the staff table, watching this small public exchange, made the small involuntary muscular adjustment of a man who, between his pumpkin juice and his porridge, was beginning to suspect that he was, for the rest of the year, going to be more than usually exquisitely uncomfortable. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch, on his own private account, at the small dark composed 13-year-old American on the small wooden stool exactly halfway between the houses. Wednesday inclined her head 1/4 of an inch in return. The great hall, around them, went on with the slow rolling clatter of its ordinary breakfast. A bell rang for first class. The post owls and Edgar and one regrettable seagull rose, together, in a long warm spiral, and made their way out through the high windows into the cold grey morning. Snape stopped Wednesday in the dungeon corridor that afternoon between potions and charms. He did not ask her into his office. He did not motion her to one side. He simply slowed his stride, fell in beside her, and walked her 4 steps along the corridor before speaking. Miss Addams. Yes, Professor. There is a matter. Yes, Professor. Of my name. Yes, Professor. On the slab. Yes, Professor. A line drawn through it. 40 years ago. By a member of the Black family. You have suspected, since our first conversation, who? Yes, Professor. I have suspected since our first conversation as well. I have not, in any of the intervening days, said the name aloud. I have, in those days, performed the small private calculation of whether the name, said aloud, would be useful. I have arrived, with reluctance, at yes. I will say it now. I will say it once. I will not say it again until you and I are alone. Yes, Professor. He paused. He looked, briefly, at the far end of the corridor, empty, and at the near end of the corridor, empty, and at the ceiling. The torches in the dungeon corridor had been recently repitched. They burned, in the afternoon, with the warm thick orange of fat-soaked wicks. The shadows the torches threw were the same shadows that had been thrown on these walls for 912 years. Sirius Black, he said, very softly. Drew the line. Yes, Professor. We were, 15. Black and I were not friends. We had never been friends. I was a Slytherin who knew too much about curses. He was the heir of a black house that wanted nothing to do with me. He hated me. I hated him. The hatred was, by the standards of 15-year-old wizards, competitive. It involved hexes. It involved corridor ambushes. It involved, on one memorable occasion, a willow tree. Yes, Professor. I do not know, to this hour, Miss Addams, I do not know, why he would have drawn the line through my name. I do not know how. The slab requires the consent of a living black. He was a black. He was alive. He was, at the time, also 15, and 15-year-old blacks did not, by tradition, draw lines through Slytherin's slab in benefit of Slytherins they hated. He should not have done it. He should never have done it. He did it. He did it. And I have, this last week, been required to reconsider, every interaction I have had with that man since. Yes, Professor. I do not know what to do with this knowledge. No, Professor. I have come to no conclusion. No, Professor. I will arrive at one. I will arrive at one in my own time. You will not, in the meanwhile, mention Sirius Black to me except when the operation requires it. You will not mention him to your sworn companion. He will, in the natural course of things, find out about him on his own time, in his own way, by his own hand. I will not be the source. You will not be the source. Are we agreed? Agreed, Professor. Good. There was a long pause. He walked her 4 more steps. Then he said, in the small dry voice of a man who had decided to ask, against his own better judgment, one further question, Miss Addams. Yes, Professor. Your mother's letter to me. The first one. Yes, Professor. There was a postscript. Yes, Professor. Your father. My father, Professor. Greets me. From America. Through her hand. Commits himself to the duel of welcome. Yes, Professor. On meeting. Yes, Professor. The left side. He is fast on the left side, Professor. He is even faster on the right. He has been fast on both sides since the age of 19. I see. I will, in due course, write him a small accompanying note about you. Miss Addams. Yes, Professor. Do not write him a small accompanying note about me. I will write him a concise small accompanying note about you, Professor. I will keep it to 1 sheet. Miss Addams. It will be flattering, Professor. Miss Addams. It will be flattering, accurate, and concise, Professor. He will receive it with all the seriousness of a man receiving a small concise letter from his daughter. Snape, in the dungeon corridor, pressed 2 long fingers against the bridge of his nose. He continued walking. He did not, by any reasonable accounting, slow. He said, eventually, Miss Addams. Yes, Professor. You are, at the present hour of this term, the single most disruptive 13-year-old to enter Hogwarts in living memory. Yes, Professor. I have, this afternoon, in the small private corner of my mind that decides such things, accepted that. I will accept it for the remainder of the year. You will not, in return, become any more disruptive than you presently are. Is this agreed? That is not, in good conscience, an agreement I can make, Professor. Miss Addams. I am extremely thorough, Professor. I will, as the year progresses, become slightly more disruptive. Miss Addams. I will, however, announce the increases. Miss Addams. In advance, Professor. With great courtesy. By small heavy black envelope. To your office. Snape closed his eyes for one absolute second. He opened them. He continued walking. That, he said, is acceptable. Acceptable, Professor. That evening Hermione, alone in the Gryffindor common room with Crookshanks asleep on her lap, sat by the fire with her notebook open and a small black sugar quill in her left hand and wrote out, in the small precise handwriting that she used for important notes, a single dated line at the top of a fresh page, October the 7th, 1993. Wednesday Addams threw a knife. Through a Hogwarts cellar. Severed a goblin-forged wire on a 248-year-old construct at 4 meters in approximately 0.4 seconds. With a finger knife. While reading Tacitus in her head. I did not see the Tacitus. She told me afterward. She is not a normal third year. She is not a normal Slytherin. She is not, in any of the histories I have read, a normal Addams. She is, I am beginning to suspect, with all of the cool care I can muster, the precise person Harry has needed for 10 years. I am not, in this notebook, going to say it any other way. I will, from this evening, conserve my objections and apply them only to the small operational matters where I can genuinely help. Hermione J. Granger. She closed the notebook. She set it on the side table. Crookshanks, on her lap, opened one slow yellow eye and looked at her with what she was, with the small careful precision of a girl who liked to be accurate, prepared to call approval. Yes, she said quietly to the cat. I know. I know. She blew out the lamp. Chapter 6, The Chamber and the Tooth. There is, beneath Hogwarts, a place that the school's official architectural plan does not acknowledge. It is not absent from the plan because the plan is incomplete. The plan is, by a wide professional consensus, the most thorough magical architectural plan in Western Europe. It is absent because the plan was, on the morning the chamber's existence might have been added to it in the year 1003, refused permission to acknowledge by Salazar Slytherin himself, who appeared in person to the cartographer concerned, a slight balding Welshman called Owain, and said, in his slow Anatolian accented Parseltongue, which Owain, by the small accident of having had a Greek mother, partially understood, no. You will not draw this. You will not draw this on any map that any descendant of yours produces. You will not draw this for 14 generations of your line. If you do, my creatures will hear of it. They have very long ears. They will, in due course, hear it from you. Owain had not drawn it. His sons had not drawn it. His grandsons had not drawn it. His great-grandsons had not drawn it. His descendants had, by the 14th generation, forgotten there was anything not to draw, which was, in Salazar Slytherin's small private opinion, the correct outcome. The chamber had remained, accordingly, unmapped, in the long warm dim under the school, with its great grey basilisk skeleton on its long stone floor, and its great ribbed columns rising into the long warm dim, and its great drowned silence that did not so much answer back to footsteps as forget them entirely. The basilisk skeleton, in the year 1993, was the most complete basilisk skeleton in the United Kingdom. That is to say, it was the only one. It was, on the 17th of October, lying on its side, where Harry Potter at 12.5 had left it after he had killed it with a sword. It would not, on this evening, remain on its side. They went down at 11. They went down, Harry, Wednesday, Hermione, Snape, through the second-floor girls' lavatory, with Moaning Myrtle, in her cubicle, performing a kind of running narration that no one had asked for and that everyone, with the small careful patience of people on a mission, allowed. It's very exciting, Myrtle was saying, as Harry knelt by the basin and located the small thin snake carving on the side of the central tap. I can't remember the last time I had this many visitors in one autumn. It's like a party, it really is, a little gloomy party with my little gloomy friends, and Myrtle. Yes, Wednesday. Be quiet now, please. Sorry, Wednesday. Sorry. She was quiet. Myrtle had, since the second day of term, developed a kind of helpless devoted respect for Wednesday Addams that Hermione, watching from beside the cubicle, had, in her notebook, classified under the heading Addams effect, spectral. Myrtle, who had spent 50 years finding new ways to irritate Hogwarts, had been irritated, at exactly the right oblique angle, by Wednesday's complete failure to register her as alarming, and had, in the long boredom of being not frightening to Wednesday, become quietly attached to her instead. Wednesday allowed it. Wednesday allowed most things that did not waste her time. Harry hissed at the tap. He had not done it since he was 12. He had been, in the weeks of preparation, slightly worried that he would not be able to do it again, that the small reflex of Parseltongue, which lived somewhere between his throat and his lungs and which he did not, technically, control, had, in the year and a half since the chamber's first opening, atrophied. It had not. It had merely been waiting. He hissed at the tap. The tap heard. The tap responded. The basin and the floor surrounding it folded back, with the same slow opening mouth motion he remembered from 12, into a long dark pipe leading down into the warm dim under the school. They went down. Snape, in his teaching robes with the small precision-cut interior linings that he had had a Diagon Alley tailor so that summer, went down with the absolute dignity of a man who would not, on principle, be seen to take pleasure in sliding down a slime-coated tunnel under a girl's lavatory. He did not, however, escape the slime. He arrived at the bottom of the slide with a streak of pale lavatory pipe residue down the entire left side of his robes. He did not speak of it. Hermione, behind him, arrived with a streak down the entire right side. Harry arrived with a streak across his back, which was the way one arrived in pipes if one had any sense. Wednesday arrived with the slime evenly distributed across her uniform, in the manner of a girl who had not bothered, on the way down, to perform any small aristocratic flinching, and who had, on landing, brushed off no more of the slime than she had decided required brushing, on the grounds that the rest was, by her small private accounting, atmospheric. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch at the long dark passage that ran ahead of them. "Acceptable," she said. "Move," Snape said. They moved. The long dark passage that ran ahead of them was the same passage Harry remembered from 12. It was lower than he remembered, because he was, at 13, 2 inches taller. It was warmer than he remembered, because the warmth from the kitchens above did not, despite all the architectural opinion to the contrary, stop at the floor of the dungeons. It kept going down, in the slow patient way of warmth, and it had been seeping down here for 912 years. It smelled the same, which is to say it smelled of warm stone and old water and the dry distant smell of a snake that had, even 900 years in the past, smelled clearly of snake. There was a small skeleton in the passage where one had not been before. It was a rat skeleton. It was extremely small. It was, in Hermione's quick precise estimate, the size of a thumb. It had been arranged, by some patient hand that had not been Harry's at 12, on a small flat stone at the side of the passage, in the kind of small careful display one made of a small specimen one had decided was instructive. There was a small thin candle beside it. The candle, against any reasonable expectation, was lit. Wednesday slowed. "This is new," she said. "It's not new," Harry said. "Or, wait, yeah, it's new. I didn't leave that there. Someone has been down here since you were last." "Wednesday, no one's been down here. The chamber's locked. I'm the only Parselmouth in the school." "You are not." There was a small absolute silence. Snape, behind Hermione, said in his cold exact never contracted formality, "Miss Addams. There is a second Parselmouth at Hogwarts." "There is. I am not aware of one." "You are aware of one as of approximately 7 days ago." "Whom?" "Me, Professor." Hermione, behind Snape, made a small involuntary sound. Wednesday continued in her flat low monotone. "I have been teaching myself Parseltongue. I have been teaching myself since I arrived. I have made satisfactory progress. My grammar is, by Harry's assessment, acceptable. My accent is, by Harry's assessment, perhaps Anatolian. I do not know what perhaps Anatolian means. I will discover, in this chamber, whether the gentleman concerned approves of my accent. I have selected the lessons for this evening accordingly. The rat skeleton is mine. I came down on the 7th, after the cellar, and arranged the small specimen, and lit the candle, on the strict understanding with the gentleman of the chamber that I would be returning with 3 guests and 1 quiet excavation. He has not refused. He has, in fact, lit the candle himself. The candle was, when I left it, unlit. He has approved of the lesson. Miss Addams, move, Professor. We are expected." The great central chamber, when they came through the snake arch, was lit. This was the first surprise. The chamber had been, on Harry's last visit at 12, lit only by the small green torches at the far end behind the giant stone statue of Salazar Slytherin. It had been lit, then, like a tomb. It was lit now like a study. The torches along the long-ribbed columns were burning. There were 11 of them. They were each the warm steady gold of a torch that had been freshly trimmed by an attentive housekeeper. There were also, set out in a small careful semicircle in front of the great central stone floor, 4 old wooden chairs. The chairs were of an early 11th century pattern. They had been carved by Hermione's small precise assessment, the same hand that had carved the small dignified faces in the kitchen cellar's casks. The chairs were waiting. In front of the chairs, at the center of the chamber, was the basilisk. It was not on its side. It had, in some quiet manner Harry could not have described, been rearranged. The long curve of its skeleton had been straightened, the head propped on a small heap of stone, the great toothed jaw closed politely against the floor. The hollow socket at the front of the upper jaw, where, by Hermione's quick precise reading of the small inscription in concerning the magic of lists, the second founder anchor was kept, had been turned to face the chairs. In the eye socket of the basilisk's skull was a candle. The candle was lit. "Hello," said a voice. It was the voice of an extremely old man speaking Parseltongue. Harry, who had been understanding Parseltongue without any difficulty in his head all his life and who had, on this evening, been bracing himself for the small private possibility that the gentleman of the chamber might be present in some form, did not jump. He turned. He set his hand briefly on Wednesday's elbow. Wednesday inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. The voice was coming from the basilisk's skull. Specifically, it was coming from the second eye socket, the one without a candle in it. From that socket, in the warm dim, a long thin pale figure had begun to emerge, in the manner of smoke emerging from a chimney, slow, patient, with the small dignified self-arrangement of a man emerging from a long carriage journey. The figure rose to a height of perhaps 6 feet. It had the long Anatolian face Hermione would, 6 hours later, in her notebook, attribute to a small unpublished portrait in the Black family vault. It had long black hair pulled back from a high pale forehead. It had 2 small black eyes. It was, by every reasonable accounting, a ghost, although ghost was not, by the standards of the chamber, quite the right word. It was something older and quieter than a Hogwarts ghost, and the air around it did not have the cold spike a Hogwarts ghost carried with it, only a faint dry distant smell of an Anatolian summer evening some 900 years ago. It was Salazar Slytherin. He was, by his own small private accounting, not entirely Salazar Slytherin. He was the echo Salazar Slytherin had left of himself in the chamber when he had walked out of Hogwarts in the year 1015, on the small careful theory that he would, by leaving an echo, retain a small private oversight of the building he had built half of and the secrets he had carved into half of it. He was not pleased to be addressed by strangers. He was, on the small private metric of who do I find interesting tonight, sufficiently interested to permit it. He looked at the 4 visitors in his chamber. He said, in his slow Anatolian Parseltongue, 2 boys. 2 girls. 1 the boy I have been told about. 1 the boy I have not been told about. 1 the girl I have been told about. 1 the girl I have not been told about. Speak. Harry, who could understand him but who could not, technically, deliver an opening address in Parseltongue without preparation, opened his mouth, and Wednesday, beside him, with one small flat hand placed briefly on his forearm to indicate that she would handle this, stepped forward. She bowed. Not a low bow. Not a formal bow. The smallest possible bow that could be called a bow, a fractional incline of her whole body from the waist, for degrees, perhaps 5, in the manner of a 13-year-old who had been taught, at the family knee, to honor an elder. She straightened. She said, in Parseltongue, gentlemen. I greet you. I have been a guest in your school for 1 month. I have not yet been a guest in your chamber. I have come to remedy that. I have brought my companions. I have come to ask for a small thing. I will ask in your language, although my accent is not yet correct, because I have decided that it is the polite way to ask. May I speak? The ghost stilled. He had been, by his own small private accounting, prepared to enjoy an exchange with a Parselmouth boy. He had not been prepared to be addressed in Parseltongue by a not quite Parselmouth Anatolian accented small dark 13-year-old American girl. He had, in his 912 years of eco-residency, encountered 3 Parselmouths and approximately 214 casual visitors. None of them had spoken to him in his own language. None of them had bowed to him with the small private 4-degree incline of an elder greeting in the precise old Anatolian style. He looked at her for a long beat. He inclined his ghostly head 1/4 of an inch. He said, in Parseltongue, speak. She spoke for 11 minutes. She did not, in her speech, ask immediately for the tooth. She did not ask in her first paragraph, or in her second, or in her third. She spoke first about the slab, its origins, its 1745 cabal, its current victim, the small Hufflepuff second year called Tessa Howell who could not, 2 weeks earlier, say her own name correctly. She spoke second about Snape, the line drawn through his name 40 years before, by a black, in a moment of small private grace that had not, in any of the days since, made sense to him or to anyone else. She spoke third about the cabal's bastardization of Salazar's own old magic, the way they had taken the small private architecture of Parseltongue binding and turned it into a small dirty ledger of school enemies, and she paused, between the 3rd paragraph and the 4th, to look at the ghost in the chamber with the small clean honesty of a child telling a great-grandfather that his name was being used by people he would not wish to associate with. The ghost listened. Salazar Slytherin had not, in 912 years of eco-residency, been listened to about anything that mattered to him by anyone who was not, at the time, attempting to use him for an agenda. He had been listened to by Tom Riddle, who had, at 16, sat in this same chamber and listened to him with the long careful patience of a young man who had decided in advance what conclusions he wanted from the conversation. He had not enjoyed it. This conversation was different. The small dark 13-year-old American girl who was talking to him was, by his own small private accounting, telling him the truth. She was telling him a truth he had not, in 912 years, been told. The truth was that his name had been cheapened by a small cabal of bored teenagers who had taken his elegant binding magic and turned it into a small dirty ledger, and that the ledger had been at work, slowly, with the small patient appetite of a slab, on his school, for 2.5 centuries, without his knowledge. He had not known. He, the echo of Salazar Slytherin who had been left precisely so that he would know things like this, had not known. He listened. She finished her 11 minutes. She said, in Parseltongue, gentlemen. I am asking for the tooth. There was a long silence. The ghost looked at her. He looked at Harry. He looked at Hermione. He looked at Snape, with one small dry beat of recognition for a Slytherin head of house. He looked again at Wednesday. He said, in Parseltongue, the tooth is bound to the slab. Yes, gentlemen. The slab is, by these accounts, not what I intended it to be when I bound my elegant Parseltongue architecture into the foundation of this school. No, gentlemen. The cabal of 1745 was not, by any of these accounts, of my approval. No, gentlemen. You ask for the tooth in order to unbind the slab. Yes, gentlemen. You will give me one assurance. Name it, gentlemen. He paused. He looked, for a long beat, at Harry, who was standing very still, with the small healed scar on his thumb and the basilisk fang scar from 12 at his wrist still faintly visible above his sleeve, with the cleaver Wednesday had insisted he keep tonight slung in a small worn leather sheath at his hip, and Salazar Slytherin made the small soft Parseltongue exhalation of a man recognizing, with quiet ancient pleasure, an old enemy who had defeated him. He said, in Parseltongue, you will not, by the tooth I am about to give you, harm the boy beside you. You will not, by the tooth I am about to give you, harm any of his chosen kin. The tooth is mine. The tooth retains my opinions. I will bind into it, before I give it to you, the small constraint that, in your hand, by your wand, by your voice, by your direct instruction, it cannot be used against him or his. Do you accept this constraint? Wednesday looked at the ghost. She looked at him for a long beat. She said, in Parseltongue, I accept it, gentlemen. I had not planned to harm him. I am now structurally prevented. The constraint is welcome. I will not, in any of the days of my life, have to remind myself of it. It will remind me. The ghost inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. He gestured, with one long pale hand, toward the hollow front socket of the basilisk's upper jaw. The hollow front socket of the basilisk's upper jaw produced, with the small obliging mathematics of a chamber that had been waiting for this evening, the second founder anchor. The tooth was the size of Harry's thumbnail. It was matte black. It had a single small rune deeply cut into one side. The rune was the rune for self. It was, by every reasonable accounting, 1100 years old. Wednesday stepped forward. She lifted the tooth out of the socket with the small precise grip of a girl handling a small private knife. She turned to the ghost. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. The ghost inclined his head 1/4 of an inch in return. She turned. She placed the tooth in the same small silk-lined pocket of her interior blazer compartment that already held Helga Hufflepuff's fingerbone. The pocket warmed, faintly, against her ribs, as the two anchors recognized one another. It was on the way out of the chamber that the drowned knight arrived. It came up out of the floor of the chamber, not in the long-ribbed central aisle but in the side aisle along the western columns, with the slow patient inevitability of the cellar construct, only quieter. It did not, as the cellar construct had, rise as dust. It rose as water. A long thin column of dark green water rose out of a crack in the stone, gathered itself in mid-air to perhaps 8 feet, and grew, around the water, a knight. The knight wore armor that was, by Hermione's quick precise assessment, of a 13th century English style, slightly modified by, in her phrase, a great deal of being underwater. The armor was the warm green-black of armor that had been at the bottom of a lake for 8 centuries. From the slits of the helmet, 2 thin streams of dark water trickled gently down the breastplate. The knight had no face. It had only the helmet. The helmet had only the slits. The slits trickled. In the knight's right hand was a sword. The sword was made of cold green water. It was, however, very sharp. It moved. It moved toward Wednesday. She, who had her hands flat at her sides and the 2 founder anchors warm in her pocket, did not move. She did not, by every reasonable accounting, need to move. She did not move because, on her left side, Snape moved. He moved with the small precise fast arc of a former duelist who had not, in this particular operation, been required to do anything obviously life-threatening, and who had, at age 43, decided he was the adult and would therefore, on this point, finally, be obviously life-threatening. He cast, Harry, who knew Snape's casting voice better than he knew any other voice in Hogwarts, registered with the small private surprise of a boy who had not previously heard Snape happy, 3 spells in 2.5 seconds. The first spell froze the water in the knight's sword. The second spell shattered the frozen water. The third spell, and this was the one Harry would, for years afterward, remember, was a small precise invocation of Aquam Tur, an old uncommon Latin countercharm that did not exist in any third-year textbook and that took, by Hermione's quick precise assessment afterward, a fluency in conversational Latin and a defense against the dark arts mastery of approximately ministry instructor level. Aquam Tur directed the drowned knight's own animating water out of the armor, back along the path it had risen, back down through the crack in the floor, back, by Snape's small precise direction, to the source. The armor, no longer held up by water, fell. It fell with the same long clattering shower the cellar construct had performed, only louder and wetter, in a heap of warm green-black plate pieces on the floor of the chamber, with a single dark green wet trail leading from the heap to the crack in the floor by which the water had returned to the lake. Snape lowered his wand. He had not, at any point in the casting, moved his face. He turned. He nodded to the 4-degree incline Wednesday had used at the start of the evening at the ghost of Salazar Slytherin. The ghost, by the small old gallantry of an Anatolian gentleman, inclined his ghostly head 1/4 of an inch in return. Snape, who had not, in 900 years of his own private opinion on his house founder, ever once been on the bowing end of an exchange with him, did the smallest correct return bow he was, on principle, willing to perform. He turned. He led them out. The pipe back up was, by general assessment afterward, easier than the pipe down, because they were lighter, they had, between them, fewer expectations than they had carried in, and because Snape, by some small magical trick of his own that the others had never seen him perform, had quietly cleaned each of them of the long lavatory pipe slime they had collected on the way down, in the 17 seconds while no one was watching him. They arrived back in the second-floor girls' lavatory at 1:14 in the morning. Myrtle, in her cubicle, said, "Well. Did you?" "Yes, Myrtle." "Wednesday." "Yes, Myrtle." "You're back." "I am back." "Oh, good." She was quiet then, in her cubicle, in a way that Myrtle had not been quiet in 50 years. Wednesday, with her hands flat at her sides and the 2 founder anchors warm in her interior pocket, inclined her head 1/4 of an inch at the cubicle. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch at Harry. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch in return. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch at Hermione. Hermione inclined her head 1/4 of an inch in return. Hermione had begun, in the last week, doing the 1/4 inch incline without entirely registering she had begun. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch at Snape. Snape, who had not, in his life, been inclined at by a 13-year-old 4 times in one evening, lifted, with the smallest possible movement of his shoulders, an inch of dignity. He returned the incline, exactly to the same depth, with the cold formality of a man who had decided, in the cellar 2 weeks earlier, that he would be a conspirator with this girl for the duration of one operation and not, on any account, for a minute longer, and who had begun, on this evening in the chamber, to suspect that the operation was going to last considerably longer than he had budgeted. Morticia from Addams arrived at Hogwarts on the Saturday following the chamber. She arrived with Gomez. They arrived flew into the headmaster's office, with the small thin curl of green smoke that announced their arrival, at 2:03 in the afternoon, with the gentle precision of 2 people who had taken flu seriously since they had been engaged. Morticia stepped out of the fire in a long black silk dress with a high collar and a thin black veil. Gomez stepped out behind her in a black suit with a small white silk pocket handkerchief, twirling a small black cane between 2 long fingers as he stepped, with the easy grace of a man who had not, in his life, encountered a fireplace he did not consider an opportunity. Dumbledore stood, behind his desk, with the small particular bright twinkle in his eye he kept for unusual visitors and serious occasions. He bowed. Morticia bowed in return, a 4-degree incline of her whole body from the waist, in the same Anatolian elder style her daughter had used in the chamber. Gomez did the small theatrical full bow of a man who had been told, since he was 3, that bows were one of the central pleasures of being a man. Headmaster. Mrs. Addams. Headmaster Dumbledore. Mr. Addams. Mon Dieu, what an extraordinary office. Gomez was already moving, in the easy quick light way of a man assessing every available object in a new room for its dueling value. Are these, headmaster, are these original goblin-forged sconces along the wall there, and is that a carpet from the Second Age of Toledo, may I ask, Mr. Addams? Yes, headmaster. You may, indeed it is, please do not duel my carpet, it is, regrettably, original, and irreplaceable. On my word as a gentleman, headmaster. I will not duel your carpet. Today. Morticia, with the small silken affection in her voice that she reserved for her husband, said, Gomez. Yes, cara mia. The duels of welcome can wait until after tea. Yes, cara mia. Tea, headmaster. Tea, Mrs. Addams. I have, in anticipation, requested the kitchens to send up the small particular pot of jasmine you and I had at the Pyrenees Conference of '79. You remembered. I would not, Mrs. Addams, dream of not remembering. Morticia did not, in response to this, smile. The Addamses, by family precedent, did not smile. She did, however, allow a small silken softening of the line at the corner of her mouth, of precisely the same shape Harry had observed, several times now, in her daughter, and Dumbledore, who had, at 112 years old, become quite expert at reading small silken softenings, inclined his head 1/4 of an inch in acknowledgement. Morticia took tea with Snape that afternoon. She did this in his office. This was, by general staff assessment afterward, the most extraordinary 40 minutes any of the Hogwarts professors had passed through that year, and likely several of the years previous. Snape had not, when consulted, agreed to the tea. He had been informed of it by an owl that morning that had arrived from approximately 3 meters away, in the staff dining hall, by Wednesday, who had, Snape had learned to his small dry private horror, been, by this point in the term, intercepting the interstaff post-owls of the small interstaff messages directed at Snape, and replacing them with her own. The owl note had read, Severus, my mother and father arrive this afternoon. My mother would be honored if you would take tea with her in your office between 2:30 and 3. She will be silken. I have, in advance, briefed her on which subjects you will find acceptable. She will not ask about James Potter. She will not ask about the Cabal. She will ask, with great delicacy, only about dungeons, undertakers, the keeping of preserved animals, and your preferred brand of black ink. Please be exquisitely uncomfortable for the full duration. Snape had not replied to the note. Snape had not, by any reasonable accounting, agreed to the note. At 2:30, however, the door of his office opened, and Morticia Addams entered, with a small silver tray on which sat a small black glazed teapot and 2 small black glazed cups, and 1 small black glazed plate of small black biscuits, and Snape, who had spent the previous 2 hours filing his expression for the engagement, rose from his chair behind his desk with the cold exact never contracted formality that was his, and offered her the armchair by the dungeon fire. She sat. She crossed her ankles. She placed the small silver tray on the small low table between the 2 armchairs. She lifted the teapot. She poured the first cup. She set it, with the small precise care of a woman who had been making tea for 2½ centuries. The Addams matriarchs, although mortal, lived long, on the side of the table nearest Snape's armchair. She poured the second cup. She set it on her own side. She said, in the silken low voice that was hers, Severus. Mrs. Addams. Please. Morticia. We have been in correspondence for 3 weeks now. We are, I believe, beyond the formal address. Morticia. Thank you. Mrs. Morticia. Yes, Severus. You did not, in any of our correspondence, mention you would be visiting in person. No. You did not. I did not. Why not? Because, Severus, I have learned over many years that if I tell a thoughtful man in advance that I will be visiting him in person, he will spend the intervening days arranging his face. I prefer to arrive while his face is still his own. Ah. There was a long pause. He drank. The tea was the small particular jasmine, brewed exactly to the temperature it had been brewed at the Pyrenees Conference of '79, which Snape had not, at the time of that conference, attended. He could tell, however, by the way the steam came off the cup, exactly what conference she meant. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch in acknowledgement of the choice. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch in return. "Your dungeons," she said. "My dungeons. They are exceptional. They are the standard Hogwarts dungeons, Mrs. Morticia. They are not. They are an exceptional set of the type, kept with exceptional care. I have visited dungeons across 9 countries, Severus, and none of them is as well aired as yours. You have, I take it, the small private practice of opening the south flue once a month." Yes, I do. It is the practice my own grandmother kept in her cellar. We are, in this matter, of one mind. Yes. There was another pause. He drank again. "Your preferred undertaker," Morticia said. I beg your pardon. Your preferred undertaker. The man who would, in the event you required his services, be your selection. We are not discussing your impending death. We are discussing only your aesthetic preference. You may answer in the spirit in which the question is asked, which is the spirit of 2 professionals comparing notes on a small private matter. Snape, with great dignity, with the cold exact never contracted formality that was his, said, "Mason Frobisher, of Knockturn Alley." Frobisher. Yes. Old school. Yes. His grandfather did my own grandmother, in 1903. He did. I will, Severus, be writing him this evening to tell him you have selected him. He will be honored. Mrs. Morticia. He has not yet been required. No. Not yet. He will, however, appreciate the small advance notice. He is, by trade, a man who is rarely informed in advance. I see. It is a small courtesy I extend to undertakers. I have extended it to many. I see. There was another pause. He drank. She drank. Snape, who had, in his life, been flirted with twice, both occasions had been brief, both occasions had been at the same disastrous Christmas party in 1985, did not, technically, recognize the proceedings of the afternoon as flirting. He recognized them as something stranger and stranger as the minutes went on, a kind of slow careful silken professional respect, conducted between 2 adults who had no romantic interest in one another but who had each, in their separate private lives, learned to love small precise quiet things, and who were, this afternoon, in his dungeon office, comparing their respective lists. She inquired about his preferred brand of black ink. He inquired about her preferred binding for the family ledger. She inquired about his policy on the keeping of preserved animals. He inquired about her recipe for cyanide honey cake. They drank the small particular pot of jasmine to the bottom. She left, at 3 minutes past 3, with the small silver tray balanced on one slim arm. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch at him at the door. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch in return. The door closed. Snape, alone in his office, with his pumpkin juice goblet still set out beside his desk lamp from breakfast, sat in the armchair by the fire for a long quiet beat. He did not move. He did not speak. He looked at the empty teacup on the small low table. He said, eventually, to the empty teacup, "Good Lord." The teacup, with the small composed silence of a small black glazed teacup that had been used to serve tea to 12 undertakers, 3 poisons masters, and 1 Severus Snape, did not respond. Gomez Addams, meanwhile, was attempting to duel Remus Lupin. He was being, by Lupin's later assessment, polite about it. He had pursued Lupin only as far as the bottom of the staff staircase, and he had used only one of the 2 canes he kept tucked into his suit, and he had restricted himself, by his own small private courtesy, to attempting to disarm Lupin rather than to draw blood. Lupin, in turn, had restricted himself to the use of his open hand and a single small wandless shielding charm, and to the patient repetition of the phrase "I am very honored, sir, but please, no." It took 11 minutes. At the end of the 11th minute, Lupin, who had had 2.5 hours sleep the night before and who was, by his own quiet assessment, not at his sharpest, said, "Mr. Addams. Please. Gomez, my dear professor. Gomez. Please. I am not a man, I am not the duelist your daughter described in her letter." "My daughter described you in a letter?" "Yes." "As what?" "As the one professor at Hogwarts you should not, on any account, attempt to disarm, I believe was the phrase." Gomez paused. He looked at Lupin. He looked at the small slightly threadbare robe of the man in front of him, with the small worn-down patches on the elbows where Lupin had been leaning on his desk for 2 months grading essays. He said, in the small bright voice of a man who had just understood, "Oh. You, ah. I see. My daughter is fond of you." I would not put it that, I will not duel you, Professor Lupin. Thank you. I will, instead, treat you to a bottle of small private brandy from my cellar at Christmas. By Edgar. We will arrange a small private tasting at the manor. You will not, on any account, refuse. I would not, Mr. Addams, Gomez. Gomez. I thank you. Don't mention it, my dear professor. You did very well. You held the staircase. Very few men I have welcomed have held the staircase. I shall log it in the small private ledger. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. Lupin, in the dim of the staff staircase, with one hand on the banister and his open palm still faintly tingling from the last shielded blow, inclined his head 1/4 of an inch in return, with the small bewildered politeness of a man who had been attacked, kindly, by a small extraordinarily fast Spanish gentleman in a black silk suit, and who had not, in his life, had a more memorable Saturday. That night, in the Gryffindor common room, with a small new pink Christmas card from Pugsley standing on the side table, a card that read, in a small careful 8-year-old hand, "Harry. The room is ready. The roses are biting again. I have warned them. Come soon." Pugsley, and with Hermione across from him by the fire and Ron on the rug with Crookshanks asleep on his foot, Harry sat for a long while reading the small parchment Morticia had handed him at 3:30, before she left, in the corridor outside the Great Hall. The parchment was a single sheet, folded once, sealed with the small wax thumbprint. It read, "Harold, the Third Anchor. The Forbidden Forest. Antler Flame. You will be the one, by my daughter's plan, to provide the Patronus. Your father's stag will know the construct stag. They will, between them, fight the antler binding without harming the forest. My daughter will, in the same instant, cut the knot. You will, in the same instant, hold the line. You have, at 13, only just learned the Patronus charm. I am told by your Professor Lupin, with whom I had a brief but warm conversation in the corridor, that your form is your father. I am told the form is bright and full and complete. You will not, when you cast it, be afraid. You will be tired. You will be young. You will be, by every fair description, in over your head. You will cast it anyway. You will cast it because my daughter will be on one side of you and Hermione Granger will be on the other side of you, and Severus Snape will be behind you, and Edgar will be above you, and Thing will be on your shoulder, and because your father will, by the small honest grace of the spell, be in front of you. It will be enough. It will be just enough. I have, in my long life, learned to read small enough quantities of just enough magic from a great way off. This is one of them. Do not worry. With the small affection a no longer stranger may presume, Morticia Harry folded the letter. He set it carefully under his pillow. He looked, for a long beat, at the small new pink Christmas card from Pugsley. He looked, then, at Hermione across the fire. He said, eventually, Hermione. Yes, Harry. How's your Patronus? Mine. Yeah. It's an otter. I had it the first time last week, with Professor Lupin. It's a small otter. Why? Just, keep practicing it, would you? All right. She did not, that evening, ask why. She was, by Hermione's small careful private accounting in her notebook, beginning to understand that there were several questions in this autumn that one did not ask Wednesday Addams or her sworn companion, and that one simply trusted, with the small careful precision of a girl who had been adjusting her trust month by month, that the answers would arrive. She trusted. She picked up her Patronus textbook. She practiced. Chapter 7, The Forest and the Forging. The Forbidden Forest, in the second week of November, was the kind of cold that no one had thought to warn the new transfer about. Wednesday Addams had not, on this point, required warning. She had been raised in a house with 12 uninsulated chimneys, a north-facing ballroom, a glass conservatory that had not been heated since 1903, and a back garden whose summers were so brief that the staff had been instructed to consider all 4 other seasons one continuous winter punctuated by smaller winters. She arrived at the edge of the forest at 9:15 in the evening on the appointed Tuesday with a slightly thicker version of her usual not-quite Hogwarts uniform, a small black wool wrap thrown across her shoulders, the small ceremonial knife in her sleeve, Helga Hufflepuff's finger bone in one pocket, Salazar Slytherin's tooth in the other, the Anatolian elder greeting bout tucked into her muscle memory, and thing in her interior blazer pocket. She did not look cold. She did not, by any reasonable accounting, feel cold either. She had, at 13, the small private metabolism of a girl who treated the cold the way other 13-year-olds treated breakfast, which is to say as a small renewable resource that one took, each morning, without complaint. The forest's particular cold, the cold of the highlands in November, with the thick wet edge of the lake on one side and the great dim wet weight of the forest on the other, was, by her own quiet assessment, interesting. It was the first cold she had encountered, in 3 months of being in Scotland, that contained as one of its central ingredients an opinion. Harry, beside her, was wearing 4 jumpers. He was wearing them under his school robe and over his thermal vest and was, by every reasonable accounting, no longer recognizable as Harry Potter and was, instead, recognizable as a small bear-shaped boy with the face of Harry Potter. He had taken his glasses off to wipe them on the inside of the 3rd jumper. He was putting them back on. He was, for the small private record, slightly afraid, and also slightly excited, and also slightly sorry to have a head full of jumpers, and he was not, by any reasonable accounting, going to mention any of this. Hermione, beside Harry, was wearing 3 jumpers and 1 extra mitten. The extra mitten was on her left hand. Her right hand was bare. Her right hand was bare because she would, in the next hour, need to cast a Patronus, and she had not, in her 3 years at Hogwarts, found a mitten that did not interfere with wand articulation. Snape, behind the 3 of them, was wearing the same black robe he had been wearing all term. He had not bothered with extra layers. He was a Slytherin head of house. He had standards. Draco Malfoy, in front of them, was wearing his standard school robe and a thin tartan scarf that was, by Hermione's quick precise assessment, considerably more expensive than the standard school scarf and considerably less warm. He was wearing it because, on the morning of the appointed Tuesday, he had remembered that he was a Malfoy. He was, by his own small private accounting, prepared to die of frostbite rather than be seen, by the 4 people behind him, in the kind of practical scarf his mother would have packed him. He was also, by his own small private accounting, almost certainly going to die of frostbite. He had elected to come anyway. He had elected to come because his name was, on the slab in the dungeon, second from the top, and because Wednesday Addams had, in front of the entire Slytherin common room 3 weeks earlier, sworn his protection to the operation, and because his father had not, by his quiet small private estimate, yet noticed anything was happening. He was an asset. Wednesday, at the edge of the trees, looked at each of them in turn. She did not, by family precedent, make small motivational speeches. She said only, "We go in. We do not run. The forest does not like running. We walk. If something pursues us, we walk faster. If something pursues us faster than we can walk, we kill it. We do not, on any account, leave the path until I say. The path will, by my arrangement with the centaurs 3 nights ago, be lit by a thin silver line. Look down at your feet. The line is on the ground. The line is the path. The line will, by my arrangement, fade if we step off it. Stay on it. Walk." She walked. They walked. The trees took them. The forbidden forest, in the second week of November, contained on its forest floor, at the level of 3 centimeters above the moss, the thinnest possible silver line. The line was a centaur spell. The line had been given, on the 3rd night of the previous week, by Forenza, in exchange for 1 small white bone from the cellar, a sheep's rib, by Forenza's careful assessment, of the kind Wednesday's grandmother had been carrying loose in her pocketbook on the morning Wednesday had been 10 years old and had asked, with great seriousness, for one of her grandmother's lessons. The grandmother had given her 3. The bone had been one of the souvenirs. Wednesday had not, in 3 years, found a use for the bone until the night she had walked, alone, to the edge of the forest, lit a small thin candle on a moss-covered stone, and waited. Forenza had come. He had taken the bone with both palms. He had inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. He had given her the line. The line led, in the warm dim under the trees, 300 meters northwest, deep into the forest, to a small clearing that was, by Forenza's careful description, the small private clearing in which we draw the star circle. The hilt fragment is beneath the star, in the precise center, 3 feet beneath the moss. Bain will object. Bain will object to everything. You will be polite to Bain, and patient, and you will not, on any account, allow your sworn companion to laugh. He is young. He laughs in the wrong places. Wednesday had assured Forenza that her sworn companion did not, in any practical sense, laugh. Forenza had inclined his head 1/4 of an inch in return, and disappeared up the slope. They reached the clearing at 10:12. The clearing was a small circular hollow in the trees, perhaps 15 meters across, with the moss soft underfoot and the canopy high overhead and the small bright cold November moon a thin crescent visible at the highest point of the canopy break. The moss had been, by centaurish patient art, drawn into the long faded shape of a 5-pointed star, the points of the star reaching the edges of the clearing. The star was very old. It had been drawn, by the small careful inheritance of the centaur herd, on the same patch of moss for 900 years. In the center of the star, 3 feet beneath the moss, was Godric Gryffindor's hilt fragment. It was, in Hermione's quick precise summary from her notebook, the broken end of the original pommel of his sword, 3 inches across, copper gold bronze alloy, very old, with a single rune cut into the surface, the rune for stand. Bain was in the clearing. He was standing on the south point of the star with his great dark flank to the moonlight. He had not been there when they had stepped into the clearing. He had become there, in the soft way a centaur became there, in the half-second after Wednesday's small flat shoe had touched the moss. He looked at her. He said, "You are not welcome." His voice was the deep slow voice of a great calm winter sea. Wednesday stopped on the line. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. She said, in the same small flat low monotone she used for ghosts and hats and McGonagall, "Bain. I greet you. I have not yet finished asking. When I have finished asking, you may answer." There was a very long silence in the clearing. Bain regarded her. He had been the senior bull of the Hogwarts herd for 43 years. He had been spoken to with deference by professors, with respect by Dumbledore, with friendliness by Hagrid, which had been, by Bain's small private assessment, a small offense he had decided to forgive, and with various forms of cowed politeness by approximately 200 students. He had never, in any of those 43 years, been spoken to by a small 13-year-old American girl with the small flat private weight of a sentence that meant kindly do not interrupt the elder. He looked, briefly, at the South Star Point. Then, with the small slow gravity of an old bull who recognized, against all his expectations, that he had encountered a small flat patient force he had not, in his life, met before, he inclined his head 1/8 of an inch. It was the smallest possible incline a centaur could make. It was, however, an incline. He said, "Ask." She asked for 11 minutes. She did not, in those 11 minutes, ask immediately for the hilt fragment. She spoke first about the slab, its origins, its 1745 cabal, its current victim, the small Hufflepuff second year called Tessa Howell who had, by this point in the term, been moved up one position on the slab and was sleeping badly. She spoke second about the previous 2 anchors, Helga Hufflepuff's fingerbone retrieved with the small painted founder's grudging blessing, Salazar Slytherin's tooth given with constraints by the small Anatolian gentleman of the chamber. She spoke third about Godric. She spoke about him with a small unexpected respect that she had, by her own private accounting, not previously thought she would be able to summon for a founder she had read of as the brash one. She had, in the 3 days since the chamber, read 7 of the biographies Hermione had brought her, and had revised her opinion. She spoke about him as a brash man who had also been an honest man, and as an honest man who had, in his last living hour, dictated, by all available accounting, a small short instruction that the hilt of his sword should be kept, after his death, by people who would draw it only against people who knew they were being drawn against. She spoke about the cabal as people who had not, by this small short instruction, been entitled to draw it. She paused, between the 3rd paragraph and the 4th, to look at Bane with the small clean honesty she had given to Salazar in the chamber, and to the painted founder in the cellar. Bane listened. He listened the way centaurs listened, with the small deep gravity of a great calm winter sea. He did not look away. He did not, by any small movement of his great dark flank, indicate any reaction to anything she said. He listened. She finished her 11 minutes. She said, "Bane. I am asking for the hilt fragment." There was a long silence. Bane regarded her. He said, "The hilt fragment is beneath the star. It has been beneath the star for 900 years. Centaurs do not surrender what has been beneath the star for 900 years. Centaurs do not, by any of our traditions, hand small ancient relics to small American 13-year-olds. No. And yet you ask. Yes. Why? Because I do not need you to hand it to me, Bane. I need you to step off the star. I will, with my companions, dig for it. We will take it ourselves. Your tradition will not be broken. You will, by every centaurish reckoning, have not surrendered it. You will have only stepped, for 1/4 of an hour, off the south point, and turned your face to a particular small distance up the slope. You will not have seen what occurred at the center. Centaurs are, by the long careful traditions of your herd, permitted to not see. It is one of the central pleasures of being a centaur. I am asking only that you exercise that pleasure tonight. There was a longer silence. Bane regarded her. He inclined his head 1/8 of an inch. He said, "Acceptable." He stepped, with the slow grave dignity of an old bull, off the South Star Point. He turned his face, with the slow grave precision he had used to listen to her, to a particular small distance up the slope. He stood. He did not, by any reasonable accounting, see them again for the remainder of the operation. The hilt fragment was 3 feet beneath the moss. They dug with the small folding spade Hermione had brought. Hermione had brought it because Hermione had, since she was 9, kept a small folding spade in her school bag against the possibility that she would, on a Tuesday, need to dig 3 feet beneath a moss. The possibility had, until this Tuesday, never arrived. Hermione was very pleased, with the cleaver Wednesday had brought. Wednesday had brought it because the cleaver, since the cellar, had begun to feel left out of the operations. And with Draco's hands, Draco, who had not been raised to dig, dug with the small grim Malfoy efficiency of a boy who had decided not to be the slow one. They reached it at 10:36. It was the broken end of the original pommel of Godric Gryffindor's sword. It was 3 inches across. It was the worn copper-gold-bronze alloy of an early 11th century English forge. It had a single rune deeply cut into the surface, the rune for stand, and the rune was, against the moss and the cold and the small thin moonlight, faintly warm. Wednesday lifted it. She placed it, with the same small precise grip she had used for the cellar's bone and the chamber's tooth, in the same small silk-lined pocket of her interior blazer compartment. The pocket warmed, faintly, against her ribs, as the 3 anchors recognized one another. They straightened. They put the moss back, as carefully as they could. They stepped off the star. They turned to walk back along the silver line, and Antlerflame arrived. It came up out of the moss at the north edge of the clearing in the slow patient inevitability of the previous 2 constructs, only larger, and slower, and with a far older breath. It was not made of dust. It was not made of water. It was made, in some quiet ancient manner, of moss and antler and stone, the moss of the forest floor, the antlers of every stag that had died on the grounds in 900 years, and the small pale stones of the forest's old streambeds. The construct's body was the shape of a stag. It was bigger than a stag. 8 feet at the shoulder. 12 feet to the top of the antler rack. The antlers were, by Hermione's quick precise assessment, 34 points, slightly asymmetrical, of varying eras, with the oldest antler tip dating from approximately 1140 and the newest from approximately 1972. The construct had no eyes. It had 2 small holes in the moss sandstone of its skull where the eyes had been. The holes were full of the same patient ancient dust as the cellar constructs had been, but the dust here was not pale, it was a dim soft gold, as if it had once been touched by the small bright phoenix feather of a wand that Harry Potter had not, until this minute, known had ever been near the forest. Antlerflame regarded them. It made one slow grinding step toward Wednesday. Wednesday did not move. "Harry," she said, in her flat low voice. "Yeah." "Cast." He cast. He had been holding the wand at his side for the entire walk-in. His hand, despite the 4 jumpers, was warm. His mind, despite the cold and the long Tuesday and the small flat panic that was sitting in his chest, was clear. He had been practicing the Patronus charm with Professor Lupin in his office for 2 hours every Sunday since the 2nd week of term, and he had, on the morning of this Tuesday, in the empty Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with Lupin watching from his desk, cast a complete one for the first time. It had been the form Lupin had described. It had been prongs. He had not, at the time, cried. He had nearly cried. He cast it now. He thought of the small flat bead of joined blood on the conjunction of his thumb and Wednesday's thumb on the cold parapet of the astronomy tower in late September. He thought of the small warm fingerbone of Helga Hufflepuff in the small silk-lined pocket of an Addams blazer he had now seen open 3 times and would see open more. He thought of the small black tooth with the rune for self. He thought of the small new pink Christmas card from Pugsley on his bedside table. He thought of Morticia's letter under his pillow. He thought of Gomez's letter under that, of Snape behind him, of Hermione beside him, of Wednesday in front of him with her hands flat at her sides. He thought of all the small 1/4-inch inclines of one quiet year, and of the great dim shape of his father he had never met. He thought of his mother. He thought of the small warm certainty that, in this clearing in the Forbidden Forest in the 2nd week of November, he was not, for once in his life, alone. He cast. Expecto Patronum. The stag came out of his wand. It came out at full size. It came out at full brightness. It came out without the small reluctant hesitation it had occasionally produced in Lupin's office. It came out at a clean fast canter, and it galloped, with the small bright sure stride of a stag that had been a stag in a previous life, directly at the great moss and antler and stone construct in the middle of the clearing. The construct turned its great head. The 2 stags met in the air between them. What happened then was, by Hermione's later assessment, the most extraordinary single thing she had ever seen, and would, by her later assessment, remain so for the next 8 years. The 2 stags did not, in any small simple way, charge. They did not, by the small ordinary mechanics of stag charges, lock antlers and lift one another off the moss. They did something stranger and older. They recognized Harry's Patronus, which was the spectral form of his father James Potter, who had not been a stag in any of his living years but had been a stag in every one of his animagus years, recognized the construct as the great patient gathered shape of every stag that had ever died on the grounds at Hogwarts. The construct, in turn, recognized the Patronus as one of its own. The Patronus dipped its bright shoulder. The construct dipped its dim shoulder. They came together at a long slow angle and locked the great asymmetrical 34 points of the construct's antler rack into the bright clean 10-point spread of the Patronus's antlers, with the small precise mechanic of a key fitting into a lock that had been waiting 900 years for it. They locked. They did not move. They held the lock, in the cold dim of the clearing, with the small silver line on the ground and the moonlight on the canopy break and the warm shape of every stag that had died at Hogwarts in 900 years now bound, for a moment, to the bright shape of a single stag who had not, in any of his animagus years, died on the grounds. In that lock, the construct could not move. In that lock, the construct was, by every reasonable centaurish accounting, still. Wednesday, with the small flat absolute precision of a girl who had been throwing knives since she was 4, moved. She did not throw the small ceremonial knife. She had, on the cellar evening, used it on a goblin-forged wire and had nearly lost it. She had decided, on the cellar evening, to keep it close in future. She had brought the cleaver instead. She walked to the construct. She walked the long curved walk of the construct's great moss-sandstone neck, around the great curve where the spectral antlers locked, to the place at the back of the construct's neck where, by Hermione's reading of the book, the small cold gold knot of the binding had been tied off when the construct had first been assembled in 1745. The knot was the size of a small thumbnail. The knot was the binding. She did not have to climb. The construct was 8 feet at the shoulder, but the back of its neck, when she reached it, was, in the small mechanic of the lock, exactly at her chest height. She was the precise height of the binding knot. She raised the cleaver. She did not, by her own small private accounting, need to use the cleaver. She could have untied the knot with thing, as she had in the cellar, in 7 careful seconds, but she was, on this particular evening, conscious that the construct was the third and last anchor guardian of 900 years, and that the small honest courtesy of a 13-year-old to a creature that old was to perform the unbinding in a fashion the creature would, in its final moment, recognize as deliberate. She brought the cleaver down. She struck the knot, once, with the exact precise downward arc she had been taught at the age of 7 by her grandmother's third husband, who had, in the small careful chapter of his own life, been the family's foremost cleaver instructor. The knot parted. The construct, no longer bound, dissolved. It did not collapse. It did not clatter to the ground in pieces, as the cellar construct had. It dissolved with the small slow gracious decay of moss returning to forest floor and antler returning to the soft soil and stone returning to the streambed. The moss settled in a soft brown carpet across the clearing. The antlers, all 34 points, settled in a long slow neat row across the moss, by some small last courtesy of the construct's own arranging. The pale stones rolled, in a soft slow ring, to the edges of the star. The small dim soft gold of the eye-holes lifted, briefly, in the cold air, and Harry, with the small involuntary sharpness of a boy who recognized phoenix light when he saw it, felt, for 1/2 second, with the small private clarity of a feeling he would not, afterward, attempt to describe to anyone, that something he had not previously been told about was being told to him now. Then the gold dispersed. The 2 stags, the spectral Patronus and the now dissolved construct, turned their heads, in a single shared movement, and met one another's eyes. The Patronus inclined its bright head 1/4 of an inch. The construct's dispersed gold inclined, in the air, 1/4 of an inch. The 2 heads, with the small dignified courtesy of a son and a father, dissolved together. The clearing was quiet. It was Draco who broke the silence. He had been standing, throughout the unbinding, at the small private posture of a boy who had spent his life learning when not to speak. He had not, by his own small private accounting, expected to be moved. He was, on this point, in error. He said, in a small dry choked voice, "Potter." Harry, with his wand still half raised, with the small bright phantom warmth of the Patronus still in the line of his arm, turned to him. Draco was not crying. Draco was, by every reasonable accounting, not crying. Draco's eyes were faintly wet, but Draco's eyes were faintly wet because the cold air had come down from the canopy break and the wind had shifted, and any boy's eyes would have been faintly wet in this corner of the forest at 10:38 in the evening on this particular Tuesday, and there was, by every Malfoy precedent, no other explanation for them. He said, "Your father." "Yeah." He was a stag." "Yeah. My father has, on 3 occasions in my life, described your father to me." Potter, I do not have a word for what I, you don't need one, Malfoy. Potter. I know. Draco was quiet then. He stood, with the cold thin tartan scarf at his throat and the thin small flush in his cheeks, in the small steady old money posture of a boy who had been raised, since the age of 3, to know that there were, in the small careful Malfoy lexicon, no words for what he was, at this moment, feeling. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch to Harry. Harry inclined his head 1/4 of an inch in return. Hermione, behind them, made the small involuntary sound she made when she was trying very hard not to make a sound. Snape, behind Hermione, did not make any sound at all. He had, however, when Harry glanced sideways at him, lowered his own head 1/4 of an inch. His eyes were, briefly, unreadable. They returned to the castle along the small silver line. The line had, by Wednesday's prior arrangement with Firenze, faded smoothly behind them as they walked, so that no trace of their passage would, by the dawn, be visible to anyone who might come investigating after the centaur's next moot. They reached the edge of the forest at 11:11. They came up the long grass slope to the small disused side postern by the Defense Against the Dark Arts wing. Snape had, in advance, arranged the unlocking of the postern by means of a small note left under Filch's mug at 6 in the evening, and they entered the castle through it. They walked the long warm corridor up to the dungeons. In the dungeons, at the small antechamber behind the tapestry of the Hare and the Knights, they laid the 3 anchors out on the rusted door of the small disused room above the slab. Helga Hufflepuff's fingerbone. Salazar Slytherin's tooth. Godric Gryffindor's hilt fragment. Wednesday placed them in the precise small triangle Hermione had drawn out, in her notebook, in the small careful diagram of an unbinding ritual she had spent 3 days deriving. The triangle's apex pointed downward into the floor, where the slab was. The triangle's base lay across the rusted door. Wednesday raised her wand. She spoke a single word. She did not, by her own small private accounting, know whether the word would work. The word had been written in her grandmother's hand in the margin of Concerning the Magic of Lists, with the small careful annotation "Try this." The VA was Vesper Addams, Wednesday's grandmother, who had died, by a generous reading of her own death certificate, 16 years before, but who had, by the small private accounting of the family, never been entirely gone. Wednesday had taken her grandmother's advice on most things and had been correct to do so. She trusted, tonight, that the word would work. She spoke it. The word was old. It was older than the slab. It was, by Hermione's later small careful research, the small private word that Celine Black had spoken in 1758 when she had refused her share of the Cabal's small black bead of taken weight and had walked, the next morning, out of the dungeons with her wand still in her hand and her name still on the slab. The word had not, in its previous use, worked. It worked tonight. The 3 anchors lifted, in a small slow precise lift, off the rusted door. They hung, 3 feet in the air, in the precise small triangle, with the apex pointing downward. They turned, in unison, with the small slow precision of 3 watch hands. They glowed, at the same moment, with the small warm light each founder had carried in the small private corner of his or herself that had been founder. The light of the cellar's bone was the soft gold of Helga's painted apple cheeks. The light of the chamber's tooth was the deep slow Anatolian evening dim of Salazar's long pale face. The light of the forest's hilt fragment was the warm clean copper gold bronze of an early 11th century English forge, with the small dim soft gold of every stag that had died on the grounds of Hogwarts in 900 years. The three lights met, in the small triangle, above the rusted door. The rusted door dissolved. The floor beneath the door dissolved. The slab, 3 feet beneath the dungeon flagstone, lifted. It rose, with the slow patient gravity of a slab that had been waiting 2.5 centuries to do this, into the small empty space where the rusted door had been. Its surface, the long crowded column of 247 names ranked top to bottom, glittered, briefly, in the warm light of the 3 founder anchors. Tessa Howell's name was at the bottom. Severus Snape's name was near the top, with a faint old line through it. Draco Malfoy's name was second from the top. The wraiths arrived. There were 7 of them. They came out of the slab like long thin pale smoke rising from a cold candle. They were the cabal of 1745, the original 7 seventh-year Slytherins who had carved the small slab in the foundation of the dungeons and had quarried the small dirty mathematic of taking weight from school enemies and dividing it among themselves at the spring equinox. They had been dead, by Hermione's quick precise summary, for 2.5 centuries. They had not, by any reasonable accounting, gone anywhere in that time. The slab was their small dirty afterlife. They rose from the slab in the dungeon antechamber and they saw, for the first time in 2.5 centuries, the 4 people who had come for them. They saw a small dark composed 13-year-old American girl with her hands flat at her sides and her grandmother's small ceremonial knife in her sleeve. They saw a small bear-shaped 13-year-old boy with the small healed scar on the meat of his left thumb. They saw a slightly thrilled 13-year-old with a wand in her right hand and a notebook in her left and a small precise expression of "I have prepared for this." They saw a 13-year-old in a slightly damp tartan scarf with the small clipped Malfoy diction and the small dawning humiliation of a boy who had not previously realized he was on the same side as the other 3. And they saw, behind the 4 of them, a 43-year-old in a black robe with the cold exact never contracted formality of a man whose name had been on their slab for 40 years before someone had drawn a line through it. They charged. The fight in the small dungeon antechamber lasted 4 minutes and 17 seconds. It was, by Hermione's later small careful summary, the most thoroughly choreographed thing she had ever participated in, and would, by Hermione's later small careful summary, remain so for several years to come. They had, in the previous fortnight, planned every shape of it. Hermione had, in the previous fortnight, memorized every minor curse and counter-curse of the 17th and 18th centuries, drawing on the small reading list Wednesday had given her from her grandmother's library. Harry had, in the previous fortnight, practiced 4 further Patronus castings with Professor Lupin. Snape had, in the previous fortnight, walked, on 3 separate evenings, down to the dungeon antechamber, alone, and stood at the rusted door for half an hour each evening, talking, very quietly, in the small cold formality he had used in his classroom for 2 decades, to the cabal wraiths through the door, telling them, in great precise detail, exactly what was coming to them. The cabal had not, by general assessment, been adequately prepared. Wednesday fought with the cleaver. She had been throwing knives since she was 4. She had, since the cellar, expanded her repertoire to cleavers. Her grandmother's 3rd husband had not, technically, taught her cleavers. Cleavers had been the small private adjustments she had made on her own, in the 4 nights between the cellar and tonight, in the small disused girls' bathroom on the 4th floor that she had been using, by quiet arrangement with Moaning Myrtle, as a private armory. She used the cleaver with the small precise downward arc of a girl who had decided, in advance, exactly which wraith would dissolve first. The first wraith dissolved. Harry fought with his wand and the Patronus. The Patronus came out faster the second time. It came out, on the 3rd casting, in the precise warm bright shape of his father, and it charged through the small dungeon antechamber in the warm bright sweep of a small 10-point stag, and the cabal wraiths, who had not, in 2.5 centuries, encountered an honest Patronus, recoiled. 2 wraiths dissolved. Hermione fought with the 17th and 18th century minor curses she had memorized in the previous fortnight. She used them with the small precise speed of a girl who had been waiting, since she was 11, for an evening on which her studious eccentricities would, against all the small mocking eye-rolls of years, be the deciding factor. Her Sicarum hit one wraith in the throat. Her Ferrum Globus hit another in the chest. Her Pluvia Pulvis dropped a third into a small precise heap of dust. 3 more wraiths dissolved. Draco fought with his wand and the small clipped fast aristocratic ferocity of a boy who had been raised, since he was 3, to fight with the small clipped fast aristocratic ferocity of a Malfoy, and who had, against all his expectations, found a use for it tonight. His curses were not, by any reasonable accounting, gentle. He hit the 6th wraith with a stupefy that, by Hermione's later assessment, would have, in a school duel, earned him a detention. The wraith, against all his expectations, did not recover from it. The 6th wraith dissolved. The 7th and last wraith, the woman who had been Celine Black's small dirty cousin in 1745, the one who had taken Celine's refused share at the spring equinox and had risen, on the night of that share, the next morning to write the small enabling memorandum that had set the slab on its long patient afterlife, turned, in the last second of the fight, to Snape. She charged him. Snape was the only one of the 5 of them she had recognized. His name had been on her slab. He met her, in the cold formality of his Resposition duelist stance, with the small precise fast wand art he had used in the cellar 2 weeks earlier, with the small precise sharp Latin of an old uncommon curse that did not exist in any third-year textbook. He spoke the curse. The wraith, who had been, in 1745, a 17-year-old girl with a small bright cabal of friends, dissolved. She did not, in the dissolving, scream. She, against all reasonable expectation, nodded, 1/4 of an inch, in his direction, with the small dignified courtesy of a small bright cabal girl who had, after 2.5 centuries of small dirty afterlife, been at last met properly, and dissolved. The slab cracked, in the air, with one short clean talk. The 247 names on the slab lifted, in a long warm grey shower of ash, off the surface. The ash rose, in a slow patient drift, toward the dungeon ceiling. The ash, against the cold dim of the dungeon, dispersed. Tessa Howell's name dispersed. Draco Malfoy's name dispersed. Severus Snape's old erasure dispersed. The slab itself, no longer holding anything, sank, with the slow patient gravity of a slab that had served its purpose and had not, in any of those 2.5 centuries, wanted to, back into the foundation of the dungeon. The dungeon flagstone reassembled above it. The small antechamber, with the tapestry of the hare and the knights at its entrance, was a small ordinary disused antechamber again. It would stay a small ordinary disused antechamber, by Hermione's later careful summary, for the rest of the school's history. Dumbledore arrived in the antechamber at 11:32. He was, by his own later quiet acknowledgment, too late. He had been informed, by Phineas Nigellus Black in the headmaster's office portrait gallery, of the operation in real time. He had, with the small private grace of a headmaster who had known, since the morning of the second Tuesday of term, that he was in the middle of an unusual year, declined to interrupt. He had, however, drifted down to the dungeon in his pearl and violet dressing gown a few minutes before the end of the fight, and had stood in the corridor outside the tapestry, listening, with his hands clasped behind his back and the small still bright twinkle in his eye, until the slab had cracked. He came in. He looked at each of them in turn. He looked at Wednesday last. He said, "Miss Addams." "Headmaster." "You are well." "Yes, Headmaster." He looked at Tessa Howell's vanished spot on the dungeon floor, for a long beat, and at Draco, for another, and at Snape, for a long third, and then at the small precise triangle of 3 founder anchors, which had, with their work complete, drifted gently down to rest on the rusted door of the antechamber. He said, eventually, 20 points to Slytherin. "Yes, Headmaster." "And 20 to Gryffindor." "Yes, Headmaster." "Mr. Potter." "Yes, headmaster. You should sleep. Yes, headmaster. Miss Granger. Yes, headmaster. Excellent work with the minor curses. I have not seen a pluvia pulvis cast that cleanly in some time. Thank you, headmaster. Mr. Malfoy. Yes, headmaster. Your stupefy was, by an unusually broad margin, in excess of the third-year syllabus. I shall not, however, on this evening, be deducting any points for it. Thank you, headmaster. Severus. Yes, headmaster. You are well. There was a long pause. Snape looked at the small dispersed shape of the Cabal girl who had recognized him, at the end, with a small 1/4-inch incline. He looked at the small reassembled flagstone in the dungeon floor above the no longer slab. He looked, briefly, at Wednesday Addams. He looked at Dumbledore. He said, I am as well, headmaster, as a man may reasonably be on a Tuesday. That is, Severus, almost an admission of pleasure. It is not, headmaster, an admission of pleasure. It is nearly. It is nearly, headmaster. I shall accept that. Snape inclined his head 1/8 of an inch. Dumbledore inclined his own 1/4 of an inch in return. That night, in the Gryffindor common room, with the fire burned low and the cleaver propped neatly against the wall by the hearth and the small bright phantom warmth of the Patronus still in the line of his arm, Harry sat with the 3 letters from Morticia and the 1 letter from Gomez and the small new pink Christmas card from Pugsley spread out on the side table beside him, and he looked at them for a long while. He did not read them. He simply looked at them. Crookshanks, on the rug, opened one slow yellow eye and looked at him with the same expression Hermione had been wearing in the dungeons. Harry, with the small careful precision of a boy who liked to be accurate, looked back. He said, eventually, to the cat, yeah. I know. I know. He blew out the lamp. Chapter 8, Christmas at Addams Manor. Enid Sinclair's letter arrived 3 days before the winter holidays, and it arrived in a glittery purple envelope, because Enid Sinclair did most of her important corresponding in glittery purple envelopes. The envelope was, by Hermione's quick precise estimate, made of the kind of magenta paper Enid had been making her own at Nevermore Academy, the kind of magenta paper Enid had been making her own with the same small precise patient passion with which other people made croissants. The paper was thick. The glitter was the kind of glitter that did not come off on the hands. The glitter had been pressed into the paper by a small bright Sinclair press in Vermont that Enid's mother kept, against Enid's father's objection, in the conservatory. The envelope was addressed in the 8-color rainbow gel pen handwriting Enid had been refining since she was 9. It read, on the front, Wednesday Addams, Slytherin, Hogwarts, Scotland, UK, this is urgent. It was, by every reasonable accounting, not urgent. Enid's letters were never, by every reasonable accounting, urgent. Enid wrote urgent on her letters the way other people wrote fragile. It was a small affectionate warning. Wednesday Addams received the letter in the open polished space exactly halfway between the houses, on her small wooden stool, at 8:23 in the morning, on the Friday of the last week of term. She read it in silence. She did not read it quietly. She read it, by Hermione's later small careful assessment from the Gryffindor table, in a kind of slow appalled stillness, as though every paragraph of the letter were a small bright detonation in a room she had decorated with great care, and as though the detonations were, against her every preference, in the precise places she had decorated. The letter ran, Wednesday. Wednesday Addams. It is your old roommate and best friend Enid Holland Sinclair writing you from Nevermore, which by the way has been a literal ghost town without you, and I am not saying that to be metaphorical, I am saying that because 3 of the ghosts left with you. Okay, so I have been getting your letters, and yes, okay, I have read between the lines and also straight across the lines, and I have notes. First, you wrote me on October 4th and you mentioned, very casually, in the 3rd paragraph, in approximately 10 words, that you had selected small bear-shaped boy with untidy hair and an interesting scar to be your sworn companion. Wednesday. Wednesday. You cannot just drop that in the third paragraph and then move on to a paragraph about a cellar. You cannot. I have rights. I am your roommate. Second, you then wrote me, on October 19th, and you told me, with even fewer words, that you had performed an astronomy tower blood OATH with the small bear-shaped boy with the untidy hair and the interesting scar. At midnight. In Scotland. Wednesday. Wednesday you blood-oathed him. Wednesday that is like so intense I can't. Third, I want you to know that I have been telling literally every outcast at Nevermore about this. Every one. Eugene was so excited he stung himself. Bianca said, and I quote, Wednesday took England. Wednesday took England in 2 months. Yoko said, I never doubted her for a second, but Yoko always says that, you know how she is. Ajax. Ajax was sad. Ajax was sad, Wednesday. He said, she didn't even say goodbye to me before she did it. And I had to explain to him that you did say goodbye to him. You said goodbye to him on the morning you left for Hogwarts, on the front steps of Nevermore, very flatly, in like 5 words, and you also said, and I quote, Ajax, if you damage Pugsley's bicycle while I am away I will make the surface of your eyeballs itch from a distance of 3,000 miles. And Ajax did not, in fact, damage Pugsley's bicycle. So you did, by Ajax's own metric, goodbye him. So that's resolved. Fourth and most urgent, but also like, for real Wednesday. Wednesday Addams. Wednesday Friday Addams of New Jersey. This letter is a formal request. I demand to know, as your best friend, as your roommate, as the person who has shared a bathroom counter with you for 2 academic years and has organized your sock drawer behind your back on 3 separate occasions, is this a romance? Is it? Is it? Wednesday. Wednesday please. Wednesday I am asking. As your friend. As your sister by roommate pact. Wednesday does the bear-shaped boy know he is your boyfriend? Tell me. Please. By return Raven. I will not survive the holidays without knowing. All my love from Nevermore Enixoxo P.S. Bianca says she will eat me if I do not also include the small fact that the whole of Nevermore is taking bets on whether you have already taken him to meet your mother. Wednesday Addams folded the letter. She folded it carefully. She folded it once. She folded it twice. She said it, with the small precise gravity she used for important corresponding, on her small wooden stool beside her plate. She looked, across the open polished floor of the great hall, at Harry Potter. He was halfway through his porridge. He had not, on this morning, opened a letter of his own. He had been, by every reasonable accounting, simply having his porridge in the warm dim of the Gryffindor table with Hermione beside him and Ron across from him, and he had looked across, on the small reflex he had developed over the term, when Wednesday's eyes had crossed the floor. He met her eyes. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch in return. She raised, in her small left hand, the glittery purple envelope. Across the open polished floor, with the small bright glitter catching the candlelight, she mouthed, in her flat low monotone, which, even mouthed, in the warm dim of the hall at breakfast, carried the small clean weight of a girl who had just received a letter from her best friend and intended to handle it with great seriousness, the single word, Enid. Harry, with porridge halfway to his mouth, looked at the glittery purple envelope. He looked, very steadily, at Wednesday. He set the porridge down. He said, very quietly, to Hermione beside him, Hermione. Yes, Harry. Enid Sinclair. Yes, Harry. Has Wednesday's roommate from Nevermore just written her about us? About me? Yes, Harry. And Wednesday is she's going to reply, isn't she? Yes, Harry. Should I be worried? Mildly, Hermione said. Wednesday's reply will be very firm. Wednesday's reply will be the kind of reply that I would, for my own private well-being, very much like to read. But But the Enid end of the reply, Harry, is going to be unmanageable. Right. Don't worry about it. Right. He did not, for the rest of his porridge, look back at the small wooden stool. He did, however, with a small careful precision he had developed since September, feel the small steady warmth of Wednesday's attention from across the open polished floor. She was, by his small precise estimate, drafting the reply in her head. She would, by his small precise estimate, send it by Edgar at lunch. She would, by his small precise estimate, send it with the firm flat finality with which she sent all important things. She did. The reply, when Enid Sinclair received it 11 hours later in the magenta-painted corner of her bedroom at Sinclair Manor in Vermont, ran, Enid. 1. He is not bear-shaped. He is small and slight and wears too many jumpers. The jumpers create the bear-shape illusion. You are not to repeat the bear-shape language. He is, on most days, a fox shape with glasses. 2. The oath was not romantic. The oath was a sworn companion pact. It is the pact our family has always made at 13. You know this. You have seen Grandmama swear them at our family gatherings. It is the same oath. It is not new. It is not, by any reasonable accounting, marriage. It is not engagement. It is not, by my mother's quiet reckoning, even pre-engagement. We are 13. Romance, if any, will be considered later. Not before 16, by my mother's quiet reckoning. Possibly not at all. The drawer in my mind on this point is closed. Harry's drawer is, by his own accounting, also closed. Both drawers may, in their own time, be opened or not opened. Neither will be opened on the timetable of outcasts at Nevermore taking bets. 3. Tell Bianca to direct her appetite at someone whose oaths are her business. 4. Tell Yoko I never doubted myself either. 5. Tell Ajax I have not yet decided whether to make the surface of his eyeballs itch from a distance of 3,000 miles. I will consider it during the winter holidays. I will write him in January. 6. Harry will be at the manor for Christmas. My mother and father have arranged it. He has not been told he is being inducted. He has been told, with great delicacy, that he is being invited. He is, by my reading of him, slowly noticing that the invitation is also an induction. He will, by my reading of him, accept. He will be the first inductee in 17 years. The family is, by my mother's quiet reckoning, pleased. 7. You may write me about him as often as you like. You may not write him directly until you and I have had a conversation in person about your handwriting, which is, in his particular case, going to require some restraint. You glitter too generously. He has not been raised with glitter. He will need time. With my regards, Wednesday. P.S. He does, in the small flat private corner of my mind that decides such things, make me lower my chin 1/4 of an inch more often than other people. This is, in my family, the equivalent of what you would, in yours, call smiling. Do not, on any account, tell him this. He would correct it. W. Enid Sinclair, in the magenta-painted corner of her bedroom at Sinclair Manor in Vermont, read the postscript 4 times. She read the postscript a 5th time. She read it a 6th. She put the letter down on her bed. She lay flat on her back on the bed and looked at the ceiling. She said, eventually, to the ceiling, Wednesday Addams has a crush. She said this very quietly. She said this with all of the small careful precision of a girl who had been Wednesday's roommate for 2 academic years and who had, in those 2 academic years, never once seen Wednesday lower her chin 1/4 of an inch for anyone who was not, at the time, family. She sat up. She picked up her own gel pen. She began to write the next letter. It would, by Edgar's calendar, arrive at Hogwarts the following Tuesday with 3 pounds of small glittery purple stickers, 2 of which Harry would, against his own private judgment, find adhered to the back of his defense essay until the spring. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 3 minutes past 11 on the morning of December the 22nd. Wednesday and Harry sat together in the front compartment. This was, by Hermione's later small careful assessment, the first overt public acknowledgement of the pact in a school context. The whole train saw them get on the same compartment. Hermione and Ron and Neville sat in the next compartment along. Hermione had brought, in her trunk, a copy of Concerning the Magic of Lists, with Madame Pance's silent permission, a copy of Funeral Rites of the Seven Empires. Wednesday had lent it to her in the last week of term, with the small flat instruction return it by Easter. The small folding spade, she had decided to keep it, as a small private memento, and a small magenta paper Christmas card she had been working on for Enid Sinclair, whom she had not yet met but whom she had, by way of Wednesday's small careful descriptions, begun to consider a fellow scholar. The train pulled out. The compartments settled into their long warm rolling rhythm. Wednesday read, for the first 90 minutes, Tacitus. Harry, beside her, read, for the first 90 minutes, nothing. He looked, with the small careful precision of a boy who had been thinking about it for 2 weeks, at the country running past the window. He was going home for Christmas with the Addamses. He was not going home to the Dursleys. He had not, for any Christmas of his memory, gone anywhere for Christmas. He had, on the occasion of the first Hogwarts Christmas, stayed at Hogwarts. He had, on the occasion of the second, stayed at Hogwarts as well. He had not, in his life, packed a trunk that had been going somewhere. The packing of the trunk, 3 days earlier, had been one of the more disorienting acts of his year. He had packed it, in the end, with Wednesday's careful supervision. She had walked him through it with the small flat patience of a girl who had been packing for important visits since she was 4. That. Yes. That. No, fewer jumpers. We have heating. We have terrible heating, but we have heating. That. Yes. The cleaver, yes. The cleaver comes. The cleaver is yours, now, and it will impress my father. That. Yes. The black wool. Acceptable. He had packed. He had double-checked, at Wednesday's small flat instruction, that the cleaver was in fact wrapped in the small unbleached silk Morticia had sent for the purpose. He had triple-checked, at his own small private instruction, that all 4 of Morticia's letters and the one from Gomez and the small new pink Christmas card from Pugsley were in the inside pocket of his trunk. They were. He was, in the warm rolling rhythm of the front compartment, on his way. Wednesday set down Tacitus at 12:42 and looked at him sideways. You are quiet. Yeah. Quieter than usual. Yeah. You are afraid. No. Yes. No. I don't know. I'm okay. I haven't gone anywhere for Christmas. I've stayed at Hogwarts both years. I've never had, I'm not afraid. I'm just, sorting things out. Sort them out, then. Yeah. He sorted them out. He sorted them out by looking at the country running past the window and breathing, slowly, the small careful slow breaths he had taught himself at the Dursleys. The country was, against the December dim, the long flat brown of England between London and the north, with the dark thin lines of bare hedges and the small bright Christmas-lit smudges of villages and the occasional one cow standing in the middle of a field with no apparent purpose in life. He said, eventually, Wednesday. Yes. Your family, what should I, be yourself. That is not actually useful, Wednesday. I know. Wednesday. Be small. Be polite. Eat what is placed in front of you, unless it moves. If it moves, eat it after you have introduced yourself. Address my mother as Mrs. Addams until she requests otherwise. Address my father as Sir until he requests otherwise. He will request otherwise within the first hour. He requests otherwise of everyone within the first hour. Address my brother as Pugsley in all cases, he prefers it. Address my Uncle Fester as Uncle Fester if you wish to be liked. He likes new people who use the uncle immediately. Address my grandmama as grandmama, with the same emphasis. She will, on hearing it, examine your teeth. Allow her to address cousin Itt with a small nod. He does not, technically, speak English, although he understands it well. Do not, on any account, address Thing, who will be there ahead of you and who will be on the right-hand side of the dining room mantel, where you may, if you wish, leave him a small piece of toast in the morning. Right. There is also Lurch. Who is Lurch? He is the family butler. He is 9 inches taller than my father. He has been with the family since approximately 1922. He is a man of few words. He will, by the standards of the household, take to you very quickly. He may, in the first hour, offer you his hand for a handshake. You should accept. You may be picked up by approximately 3 inches in the air during the handshake. This is normal. He will not, in any other way, mishandle you. Right. There is also the moat. The moat. The moat. There is a moat around the house. The moat has piranhas in it. The piranhas have names. The piranhas are friendly, but they are, by their own small private accounting, busy. You will not, in any of the days of your visit, be required to enter the moat. You may, if you wish, be introduced to the piranhas from the small footbridge. They are family. They are family. They are family. Their names are Diego, Innocent, Anita, Raposo, Yolanda, Aurora, Ferdinand, and Cassandra Augusta. Cassandra Augusta is the oldest. She has been with the family for 67 years. She is the one closest to the footbridge. She likes to be addressed in Spanish. You, your piranhas, speak Spanish. They understand it. They do not, technically, speak it. They communicate by a small precise pattern of bubbles. I will translate. Right. The garden, finally. The garden has carnivorous roses. The roses are mine. They have not bitten anyone in 3 years. They will, however, be excited to meet you. They will, by Pugsley's report in his Christmas card, be biting again at the moment. He has warned them about you. They will, by his report, refrain. You will not, however, on any account, put your face directly into a rose. Lean in slowly. Allow them time to smell you first. Right. There is also the conservatory. Wednesday. Yes. How long is the list? The list is short. I have been summarizing. Right. She set Tacitus down across her knees. She turned her small dark cathedral of a face to him, in the warm rolling rhythm of the front compartment, with the small thin December light coming in through the carriage window and the small silver clasp at the end of her left braid catching it. She said, in her flat low monotone, Harry. Yeah. You will be all right. You will be small and polite. You will eat what is placed in front of you. You will allow Lurch to lift you by 3 inches in the handshake. You will, on the second evening, be inducted. You will not, in advance, be told the words of the induction. You will be asked, in plain language and with great courtesy, whether you accept. You will, by my reading of you, accept. You will then be a small slight fox-shaped Addams. You will go on, the next morning, with your life. You will, however, never again be a small slight fox-shaped boy with the small thin name Potter and no other names. You will have, by Christmas night, the small additional name Addams in the family ledger, in my mother's hand, in soot. You will not, by family tradition, ever go anywhere alone again. I will be one of the places you go. The family will be the rest of the places. You will, by family tradition, always have somewhere to go. He looked at her. He looked at her for a long beat. He said, eventually, in the small dry voice he used when he was making decisions in front of himself, right. All right. The train rolled on. Addams' manner was, by the small careful descriptions Wednesday had given Harry over the term and by the larger careful descriptions Morticia had given Harry in 3 of her letters, exactly what he had been led to expect, and at the same time, considerably more than he had been led to expect. It rose, against the small wet evening sky of southern New Jersey, in the small grim composed manner of a house that had been built, in 1761, by a Belgian undertaker who had retired from his trade with the small private intention of building, with his savings, the single most uncomfortable house in the New World. He had succeeded admirably. He had built 3 towers, none of them quite vertical. He had built a long sloping roof that, in the right December light, gave the impression of a great dark wing closed over a small ribbed creature. He had built 16 windows, all of which had, by some small careful trick of the glass, faintly different shapes. He had built 1 front door, which was the size of a small barn. He had built 1 front porch, which had, at the corners, 4 stone gargoyles that the Belgian undertaker had carved himself, 3 of which were of the gargoyle's standard mournful expression and the 4th of which was, by the small inscrutable joke of the Belgian, smiling. The Addamses had bought the house from the Belgian's estate in 1841. They had not, in the intervening 152 years, changed any of it. They had only added, by small careful patient additions, the topiary garden of carnivorous roses, the small private graveyard around the back, the moat, in 1907, the piranhas, in 1907 also, 6 months later, the small private observatory at the top of the tallest tower, in 1924, the small private dungeon in the cellar, in 1933, by Grandmama, with the small understanding instruction that nobody was to ask, the conservatory of carnivorous plants, in 1949, cousin ITT, in 1953, in a manner. The family did not, by precedent, discuss, and the small private piranha feeding footbridge, in 1962, after the loss of 3 friends of the family in 5 years. The carriage from the train station, drawn by 2 black horses Wednesday's father had sent to meet them, pulled up at the small private gate at the end of the carriage drive at 4 minutes past 5 in the evening, in the soft thin dusk of the 22nd of December. Wednesday stepped out first. Harry stepped out second. He looked, in the soft thin dusk, at the small grim composed shape of the house, and at the small slow patient curl of mist rising from the moat, and at the small dim soft yellow light of the windows, and at the slim dark composed shape of Morticia Frump Addams standing on the front porch in a long black silk dress with her hands folded calmly in front of her, beside the slim quick black-suited shape of Gomez Addams with his small black cane in one hand and a small lit cigarillo in the other. And behind both of them in the great barn-sized front doorway, the very tall very still 9 inches taller than Gomez shape of Lurch. Morticia stepped forward. She did not, by family precedent, hug Wednesday. The Addamses did not, by family precedent, hug except at the small particular family moments where hugs were called for, and even then, the hugs were the small careful brief hugs of a family that did not consider hugs the central instrument of affection. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch at Wednesday. Wednesday inclined her head 1/4 of an inch in return. She looked, then, at Harry. Harold. Mrs. Addams. Morticia. Please. We are, I believe, past the formal address. Morticia. Yes. Thank you. She inclined her head 1/4 of an inch at him. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch in return. Morticia, with the small silken affection in her voice that was hers, said, "Come in, child. The house is glad." She gestured at the great barn-sized front door. Harry, with his trunk in his left hand and the small inside pocket of his coat still warm where Edgar had ridden on his shoulder for the carriage ride and was now perched on the railing of the porch in the small composed dignity of a butler off duty, stepped, with Wednesday slightly ahead of him, across the threshold of Addams Manor. The house was glad. He could feel it. He could feel it the way he had been able to feel, in early September, the small thin curl of warm Hogwarts air against his cheek when he had stepped off the boat on his first night and walked up through the great oak doors of the great hall and been, for the first time in his life, in a place that had a room for him. The Hogwarts gladness had been the gladness of an old castle pleased to receive 1,000 small inheritors at once. This was a different gladness. This was the gladness of a small private uncomfortable old American house that had, for 152 years, been waiting for a small new fox-shaped boy with bad hair and an interesting scar to step through its door, and was, with the small thin patient warmth of a small private uncomfortable old American house, glad. He stepped, with the small private slowness of a boy who had decided to take note, into the entrance hall. Gomez Addams met him in the middle of the hall. He had set down the cigarillo on a small black glazed dish at the side table. He was, on the small precise mechanic of a duel of welcome, already in his ready posture. Harold. Sir. Gomez, Harold. Gomez. You will, by the small old courtesy of our house, allow me a duel of welcome. Right. You will, by the small old courtesy of our house, not be permitted to refuse. Right. You will, by the small old courtesy of our house, be encouraged to win. I, win. You will be encouraged. Encouragement does not, in this case, guarantee outcome. Harry looked at Wednesday. Wednesday inclined her head 1/4 of an inch, in the small flat unspoken language she used to mean yes, the duel of welcome is the small old courtesy of the house, you will engage in it now, you are doing exactly the right thing, do not run away. Harry, with the small careful precision of a boy who had been on a train all day and was, by every reasonable accounting, not at his sharpest, sighed once. He stepped, with the small clean readiness of a Quidditch seeker on his second best day, into the middle of the hall. He cast a stupefy. It was, by Gomez Addams's later assessment, acceptable, but it was not, by any reasonable assessment, the kind of stupefy that was going to defeat a Spanish gentleman with a small black cane and 60 years of dueling experience. Gomez deflected it with the cane in a small precise circular motion of the wrist. He answered with a small precise non-lethal petrificus. Harry, with the small clean reflex of a seeker on the dive, dropped, to the floor, under the petrificus. The petrificus hit, with a small bright clean talk, the great barn-sized front door, which was so thick and so old that it absorbed the spell without complaint. Harry rolled. He came up on his knees. He tripped on the corner of an Anatolian carpet. The Addamses had, of course, an Anatolian carpet, which had, by family precedent, been positioned in the entrance hall at exactly the angle most likely to be a hazard. He fell forward. He fell forward, with the small private momentum of a boy who had just dodged a petrificus, directly into Gomez Addams's chest. His forehead, in the falling, struck Gomez Addams's jaw with the small bright clean talk of a quaffle into a goalpost. Gomez Addams sat down. He sat down with the small bright clean dignity of a man who had been hit, against every reasonable accounting, by a small slight fox-shaped boy he had not, in any of his 60 years of dueling welcomes, anticipated would be a headbutt risk. Lurch, in the doorway, made a small low approving rumble of a sound from the deep recesses of his chest, in the small low approving language of a butler who had seen, over 71 years of service, every kind of duel of welcome and had decided that this was, on the small private metric of unexpected, a good one. Gomez Addams, sitting on the floor, with one long finger pressed to his jaw and the small bright clean astonishment of a man who had been bested by a headbutt, looked up at Harry. He said, Harold. Sir, I am so sorry, I did not mean, Gomez. Gomez. I am so, Harold. You are magnificent. He stood up. He brushed himself off. He extended both hands. He took Harry's hands in both of his, the small precise warm callous grip of an Addams patriarch acknowledging, with the small careful courtesy of a man who had been, all his life, prepared to be acknowledged in return, and he said, with the small bright clean grin of a man who had, in the last 15 seconds, had the most genuinely surprising welcome of his life, you are magnificent, Harold. You are the first welcome duellist in 23 years to lay a hand on me. You are, by my own private accounting, hereby and forever, family. Morticia, behind him, did not smile. She did, however, allow the small silken softening of the line at the corner of her mouth. Wednesday, beside her, did not smile. She did, however, lower her chin 1/4 of an inch. The induction took place on the second evening of the visit, Christmas Eve, in the long dim dining hall, with the entire Addams clan assembled at the long oak table and the small candle in the eye socket of the small ivory skull at the center of the table casting a warm steady gold across the faces of the family. Cousin Itt sat at the far end with the small slow patient curl of his hair perfectly composed around him. Uncle Fester sat at the small middle position, with the small thin smile that did not, by family precedent, count as a smile. Grandmama sat at the other end, with a small short sharpened knife laid neatly beside her place setting, on the grounds that the dinner might, by her reading of the menu, contain at least one item that required her own knife. Pugsley sat directly opposite Harry, with the small bright wide-awake interest of a small bright wide-awake 8-year-old, with one of his front teeth missing. He had lost it the previous Tuesday in a small private wrestling incident with one of the rose bushes, which he had recorded in his small private notebook with the small careful Pugsley accounting of Rosebush, 0/Pugsley, 1, but only by a small margin, and with his hair in the small careful 7th grader part of a young man who had been told, that morning, that they had a guest. Wednesday sat to Harry's left. Morticia, at the head of the table, raised her small black glazed wineglass. She said, "We are, this evening, asking. We are asking only. The asking is the price. The asking is the small careful courtesy of our house. Harold." "Yes, Mrs. Morticia. My daughter has, in early September, claimed you. She has, on the cold parapet of the astronomy tower of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, sworn a sworn companion oath with you. She has, in the autumn term, with you, dismantled an old slab in the dungeons of that school and removed 3 founder anchors from 3 of its locations, with the small careful assistance of 3 of your school's adults and the small careful assistance of a 4th of your school's classmates. She has, with you, in 3 months, restored to a small Hufflepuff second year called Tessa Howell the ability to say her own name. She has, with you, in 3 months, drawn a small line through her own private opinion that no one outside our family would ever be worthy of being brought into our family. She has, with you, in 3 months, become more family than she has, in her own private estimation, ever been before. We have read her letters. We have read yours. We have, my husband and I and my mother and my brother-in-law and our small son and our cousin and our butler, considered carefully whether you are, in our small private accounting, worth the inducting. We have decided, in our small private accounting, that you are." She paused. She set the small black glazed wineglass down. She said, "We are asking, Harold, only this. Do you wish to be inducted into the Addams family? You may say no. You may say yes. You may say I do not know. All 3 answers are real. We will, by family precedent, accept all 3. The table was quiet. Harry, on Wednesday's right, set his hands on the table on either side of his place setting in the small precise echo of the way Wednesday set her hands on the table at her own place setting, and he looked, for a long beat, around at the small careful expectant warm dim of the long dining hall. He looked at Wednesday last. She did not, by any reasonable accounting, prompt him. She did, however, lower her chin 1/4 of an inch. He said, in the small dry voice he used when he was making decisions in front of himself, the small dry voice that had, by the small careful patient inheritance of 3 months at Addams Manor without yet having lived through them, been the small dry voice he had used on the cold parapet of the astronomy tower in late September, yes. The table was quiet. Morticia inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. She rose. She walked, with the silken patient grace that was hers, around the long oak table to where Harry sat. She held out her hand for his left hand. He gave her his left hand. She produced, from the small inside pocket of her long black silk dress, the same small ceremonial knife Wednesday had used on the cold parapet of the astronomy tower in late September. She made the cut. The cut was tiny. The cut was, as the parapet cut had been, on the meat of the thumb, exactly along the same line of the small healed scar from September. He felt, briefly, the small clean cold pain of a cut along an old scar. A single bead of blood gathered on the pad of his thumb. Morticia took his small bead of blood on the tip of a small thin black quill that she had produced, with the small precise practiced grace of a woman who had been doing this for 1.5 centuries. Addams' matriarchs lived long, from a small inside pocket of her dress. She turned. She walked, with the same silken patient grace, to the small open ledger Lurch had been holding at the side of the table since the beginning of the dinner. The ledger was bound in black leather. The ledger was, by the small careful private accounting of the family, the central instrument of the family. It contained, in soot and blood, every Addams that had been an Addams since the small first Belgian undertaker had built the house in 1761. It was very old. It was, by every reasonable accounting, the realest thing in the house. She set the tip of the quill against the next clean page. She wrote, in soot and Harry's blood, in her long slow elegant hand, the small short edition, Harold James Potter, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, by his own consent, by the sworn companion claim of Wednesday Friday Addams, December the 24th, 1993, Addams. She set the quill down. She closed the ledger. She turned. She walked back to Harry. She bent. She set, with the small silken affection that was hers, a single small kiss on his forehead, on the small thin scar at the front of his hairline, with the same precise small care she had been setting kisses on the foreheads of every Addams she had inducted into the family since 1937. He did not cry. His eyes did, however, do the small careful watering they had done on the morning he had first read Morticia's letter under his pillow. He did not, by his own small private accounting, know why. Wednesday, beside him, with her hands flat on the table, inclined her head 1/4 of an inch, in his direction. She did not smile. She would not. But she lowered her chin 2 further 1/4 of an inch, a full 1/2 inch, by Harry's small precise estimate, which was, in the small dictionary of her face, the equivalent of what other people would, in theirs, have called the small bright smile of an older sister at the small bright Christmas dinner at which her younger brother had, at last, become her brother. Gomez raised his glass. "The boy is family," he said. The table raised its glasses. The table said, in low unison, "The boy is family." Even cousin Itt, at the far end, with the small slow patient curl of his hair perfectly composed around him, raised his glass and said his own small cousin Itt sound of unison, which was the small careful warm acceptance of a small careful cousin Itt at the small careful Christmas Eve of a small careful family that had decided to grow. Late, that night, with the dinner long since cleared and the family long since to bed, Pugsley had been the last to bed, having begged for one last small wrestling match with Uncle Fester in the parlor, which Uncle Fester had granted with the small fond patient grace of an uncle and which Pugsley had, against every reasonable expectation of an 8-year-old against a great bald 50-year-old, won. Wednesday took Harry to the small high balcony on the top of the tallest of the 3 towers of Addams Manor. The balcony looked east. It looked east over the long flat country of southern New Jersey, with the small thin scatter of December lights of the village 2 miles down the road, and the long dim shape of the wood, and the small wide patient sky. It had snowed in the night. The snow was light. It lay across the topiary garden in a small thin clean white that had not, by any reasonable accounting, accumulated more than 1/2 an inch. It had been falling, at the time of Harry and Wednesday's coming out onto the balcony, for the past 2 hours. It was still falling. They stood at the balcony rail. She did not, by family precedent, speak first. He said, eventually, "Wednesday." "Yes. Thank you. I have not done you any favor. You have done yourself a favor. The family is grateful. We did not, by our own accounting, deserve you. You decided we did. We are grateful for the decision." Wednesday. "Yes. That That is the kindest thing you have said all term. It is the most accurate thing I have said all term. The two are not, in my family, distinct. He was quiet for a beat. He looked at the small thin scatter of December lights of the village. He said, there was a piece in the Prophet yesterday. About, Sirius Black. Yes. You read it. I read it. They still haven't caught him. The ministry. The Aurors. They're searching the south of England. They think he's heading for Hogwarts. To come after me. Yes. Wednesday, he is my godfather. He drew the line through Snape's name 40 years ago. Snape thinks he is, by everything Snape knows about him, the man who killed my parents. The ministry thinks the same. The papers think the same. The whole world thinks the same. But you, and Hermione, and Snape, of all people, you all think, well. You all think something. Don't you? Yes. What do you think? She paused. She looked, with the small flat steady gaze she used for questions that mattered, at the small thin scatter of December lights. She looked, for a long beat, at the patient sky. She looked at the small thin snow, still falling, across the topiary garden and the small dim curl of mist rising from the moat below and the small dim quiet shape of the family graveyard around the back. She said, in her flat low monotone, I think we will find him next term. We. You. Me. Hermione. Snape, if he will come. Possibly Malfoy, if he will not embarrass himself. Wednesday, I have decided. Wednesday, he is, the ministry, he is dangerous, the whole world thinks he killed, the whole world is wrong, by my reading. By your reading. Yes. Of what? Of the line through Snape's name on the slab. The line through Snape's name was drawn 40 years ago by a 15-year-old Sirius Black with the consent of a member of the Black family, which means by the small efficient mathematics of these things by Sirius Black himself. The slab does not accept lines drawn by people whose first principle is murder. The slab tests the line. The slab has its own opinion. The slab is, regrettably, accurate on this point. Celine Black drew lines through her own friends after the spring equinox of 1758. The slab accepted them, on the grounds that her first principle was, at that hour, refusal of dirty weight. Sirius Black's line, by the small same private accounting, the slab accepted on the grounds that his first principle, at the hour of the drawing, was not to enjoy unfair leverage against a boy he hated. That is not the first principle of a future murderer. That is the first principle of a 15-year-old who, in spite of all his immaturity, was, at the small precise hour of that drawing, the small precise opposite of what the world has, since November of 1981, considered him to be. She paused. He did not kill your parents. He didn't. He did not. By my reading. We will, next term, prove it. Wednesday, you will have a godfather, Harry. You will have a godfather. I have decided. He looked at her. He looked at her for a long beat. He said, eventually, Wednesday. Yes. Will you ever smile? She did not look at him. She looked at the small thin scatter of December lights of the village. She said, eventually, no. There was a long pause. She said, not where you can see. There was a longer pause. She said, look away. He looked away. He looked, very steadily, at the small thin scatter of December lights, with the small thin patient snow still falling across the topiary garden, and with the small dim curl of mist rising from the moat, and with the small dim quiet shape of the family graveyard around the back. He heard, beside him, in the small thin clean cold air of the balcony, a small sharp soundless exhalation that might have been the tiniest possible laugh in the history of laughs. He did not turn back. He stood at the rail. He listened to the small careful private quiet of his new family's house behind him, and to the small careful private quiet of his new sister's breath beside him, and to the small careful private quiet of his own life, which had, for the first time in his memory, become a place with a room for him. It was, he thought, with the small dry voice he used when he was making decisions in front of himself, with the small careful precision of a boy who had been, in the last 3 months, claimed and oath-bound and inducted and named, the most terrifying gift he had ever been given. He kept it.